It is November 2nd, 2024, Saturday. L'chaim to all my fellow Jews. 7:21 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. It just turned to that after this video had begun. This is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Do note, I am not an employee of the FBI, but I have been authorized since the month of June to call myself an informant. Now, since October 20th, I've no longer been under instructions to relay the sequential talking points that are of importance, or rather were of importance, to numerous federal felons, primarily City of Everett employees from the North Everett Police Precinct, the entire unit directly above my condo of 12 years, and a litany of third and fourth parties, including the property manager / HOA of my home of 12 years, and a married couple down here in the basement, which, according to the FBI, could, should, and may be convicted of stalking me in addition to a litany of other charges. So, if you're curious why it is that I don't need to go over the sequential talking points, it's because ever since October 20th, when I sent a letter, which references two other letters, the letter from October 15th, 2024, and the letter from September 15th, 2024, not to be confused with the cease and desist letters that I began having to write in September of 2023, when these federal felons began perpetrating crimes against me on average 5 days a week. Keep in mind, it's been every single day for the last 87 of holding me hostage. Now, if you'd like to read those letters, just go to www.facebook.com/mysticgwenlovesonlyyou. That's www.facebook.com/mysticgwenlovesonlyyou. From there, you should see a post, the very first post, which is that letter from October 20th. And then directly below that, you should see the two posts from October 15th and September 15th, 2024. That should suffice. This live stream should run until at least 7 p.m. this evening. If it ends before then and I haven't explicitly stated that I'm ending it, it's a direct result of the federal funds upstairs who've done that repeatedly in the last 10 days. A pattern of behavior that typically is a prelude to one of their uniformed officers coming to my home to kidnap my children, attempt illegal entry, stalk and harass me, or otherwise perpetrate fraud and attempt to entrap me, something that's occurred over 31 plus times during these 87 days of holding me hostage. So to be perfectly clear, it is illegal federally in state for anyone to be outside of my door without an invitation at this point. And you should all put it on your calendars that legally, from a civil and criminal standpoint, because of that October 20th letter, that's valid without any exception until January 20th, 2025. Other than that, have a great Saturday. Make sure that you leave out a spot on your table this evening for my favorite of the Jewish characters, and I am a Jew, Elijah, as the Invisible Man comes for Din Din tonight. You will hear something that I just said because I do need to play every live stream when I start it and make sure there's audio, but every time there has been audio, so at this point it kind of feels like a moot point. This is a consensual recording with Mystic White pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Do note I am not an employee of the FBI, but I have been authorized since the month of June to call myself an informant. Now, since October 20th, I've no longer been under. Me gusta. Buenos dias, soon to be convicted federal felons.
They are waiting, and she started curving. She faced the man and started moving her front legs in front of the man, and the man responded, making some body signals and walk. And I remember the night that I saw all the first interaction, it was like one of my favorite moments in science when you think you really understand something. Really, you don't understand anything. But you say, oh, this is the reason. Female behavior is completely different to most of the studies in spiders.
The coastline of Uruguay is a wild network of expansive beaches and sand dunes. The wildlife is stunning, from the larger mammals to the smaller bugs. On shore, this is spider country.
Spiders represent many things that I am very fond of. They are mysterious, they live in the dark, and many people don't hate them or are afraid of them. And you know, as a teenager, I was completely rebel. And I think scanning spiders is like being a rebel too. And showing that being different can be something nice and good.
It's late winter in Uruguay, and Anita's alacasas are out on the sand, leaving their burrows to hunt for food. Anita has just spotted a female scurrying into a burrow.
So, let's see if they're dolphin or something. She's there. It was inhabited by a female. Probably she had mated there, and that burrow was constructed by her previous partner, a male. There is something like a male odor that attracts the female, and probably the second female was looking for a potential sexual partner.
Back in the lab, the alacasa male spiders have taken up residence in some terrariums.
In general, males that construct long burrows are ready for mating. But it depends on who visits him also, because remember they are choosy, this species.
This is where the mating dance gets complicated. Ideally, the male will approve of the visiting female, and the female will like his burrow. The burrow is a nuptial gift, like the food gifts among danceflies or the glandular secretions between the crickets. In this case, the gift is a place to have sex and lay eggs. That is, if everything goes well.
She will start opening the burrow entrance and leaning into the burrow, and she will perform courtship, waving the first leg pair facing the male. Yes, that's the two transitions. The male is on top of her. The mate. The female performs body shakings when she wants to have blood ejaculations from the male. And the male responds, it's like they were talking to each other. And the male just let go outside the corner. I don't know why she's doing this now. When the male is ejaculation, you can see that the hairs from their legs raise or go down every time they ejaculate. They raise, so you can count the number of ejaculations by observing.
Just when it looked like this was a successful encounter, disaster. Mating turns into murder as the male suddenly decides to cannibalize the female.
No, no, no. It's a bad boy. It's crazy and it's magic also. It's better than watching any film, any movie. I'm always very emotional when I see the female like going around is being so active and initiating the courtship and approaching the males, despite that they know it's dangerous. But attacking the female after mating, it was really weird.
There's no getting around it. Sexual cannibalism is pretty shocking, especially when the male spider appeared to have committed to inseminating his new partner before he ate her. Carnage, competition, bug sex can be pretty rough. But this is sex after all, something most often considered not awful. Is there any way of knowing if bugs can actually find pleasure with sex? The University of Delaware. In these hallowed halls of higher learning, there's a bug biologist who is really into the sex lives of fruit flies.
Okay, I'm memorized.
Fruit flies are a popular bug when it comes to science. For decades, they've been the stars of genetic research, partly because they share around 75% of the genes we humans carry around. Also, a male fruit fly's ejaculations are epic. They have incredibly long sperm. In fact, they can be 20 times the size of the little guy's body.
And that's actually related to sexual selection because longer sperm will be stored in the female reproductive organs for a longer time.
But fruit flies are the bug world's most popular lab rats because it's really easy to get them to have sex.
Yeah, she's doing it. Did you see it?
Their short lives are driven by two main things, food and sex. A lot like us.
Of course, we are driven by many other things, but we are still animal, right? We are driven by food and we are driven by sex. They are extremely important for animals' individual survival and the survival of the species. So evolution basically ensures our brain evolves to perceive these important and meaningful stimuli as rewarding. We don't know anything about the cognitive experience of bugs, really. But if it exists, they should find pleasure in things that allow them to reproduce. If organisms feel pleasure in things that increase their reproductive output, they will be better over evolutionary time. And so pleasure essentially ends up as a tool for evolution. Where are my virgins? So these are all virgin females. And we have the males separated, isolated in these smaller glass vial. Now I'm going to blow the male.
So how do you find out if fruit flies enjoy sex? Alicia was part of a research team that did.
And to be clear, when I say no exceptions and no extingent circumstances, I mean that it's not just going to cost, like, say, the extortionist, if you were to utilize her again, it's not just going to cost the extortionist over 50 grand. It's going to cost you and the North Everett precinct and or the Department of Fire millions of dollars extra. For those of you who are watching, according to the FBI, I've been entitled to $2.4+ million in punitive damages and injuries from the North Everett Police Precinct since August. So be advised if you're watching this, because when I say that letter is legally binding till January 20th, it applies to everybody.
Genetically manipulated male flies. They trained them to ejaculate in response to a red light. Given the choice, they gather under the light, a fruit fly pleasure palace with orgasms aplenty.
We found that ejaculation is rewarding to males, and that's how the males get the sexual reward. But it's all artificial reward, right? Because we didn't give them anything. We just activate them on.
It might be an artificial reward, but don't tell these fruit flies. They're having a great time all by themselves as the red light gives them the green light to ejaculate. But this scenario was fabricated in a lab, and it only partly answered.
And that being said, viewers, the FBI has assured me there will be one final attempt at illegal entry, and then there will be none.
To the question about whether the flies feel pleasure or
So
not.
some idiot
So scientists
does want to
then
pay me a
decided to
minimum
give
of
the male flies a choice
$50,000.
between their two favorite things, sex
But they'll
and
huff,
alcohol
and they'll
in
puff,
that order.
and they
Sex
have
is a
no
reward,
legal
but if
way of
sex doesn't
ever getting in.
materialize, there's always alcohol to ease the pain of rejection.
Until January 20th, 2025.
Let's think of some of these
And it's
alcohol
more likely than
implemented
not they'll
drugs
already
and,
be detained
males who are
by the
rejected by
FBI
females,
/ sheriff
they
/
naturally
federal
elevate their level of
marshals
reward.
of
So
Seattle.
they consume more alcohol after the rejection.
But a male who had successfully made it was not interested in alcohol afterwards. That indicated that all love is not equal, that the males got more enjoyment from sex than they did from booze. But what about the females? Where's the fun for them? As we've already heard with other studies of bugs, much less is known about females because no one seriously looked into their sexual behavior until recently. Studies of male fruit fly behavior date back to the early 1900s.
Systematic study on female courtship behavior, I think, started maybe 2013. And so that meant that people missed a whole chunk of what was going on in nature. There's a whole world of effects that arise from female reproductive decisions that affect males and affect the evolution of the traits of entire species.
Okay, another adult male. These are all live ones, by the way.
Back in Hawaii, Marlene Zook is combing through the crags of Volcano National Park.
Go Johnny, ready to start checking them off?
Trying to fill in the many blanks in the story of another bug, the little known and little understood lava cricket.
The initial work that was done on them, the conclusion was that these are early colonists that come out on lava after there's been an eruption, and then they disappear after some period of time as the lava gets vegetated. And so obviously, if that's true then, and they're that kind of transient, then, how are you going to really do a study on them? The second thing, of course, is that they're nocturnal. The third thing is that they don't have any wings, and so we can't hear them. I mean, I'm certainly learning now that, there's a reason why we don't know that much about them. We know they must mate because we get babies, and there's males and females, but I don't know anything about them. So, guess what? It's complicated.
There is so much we don't know. There are potentially sexual behaviors out there in bug world that, if they ever get discovered, will totally challenge our understanding of reproduction and evolution, even more than the ones we already know about. But maybe we make it even more complicated by letting our own perceptions of sex get in the way of what is actually happening in nature.
Perhaps because in humans, reproduction is often cooperative, and that idea has sort of bled into a popular understanding of the evolution of behavior and structures, and it's just not true. And that really can be revealed to us through looking at something like insects, where it's all about individual competition to transfer the most genes to the next generation. But sex drives some of the most extreme and rapid adaptations that we've seen in nature, which means that sometimes we can actually document it almost in real time. Like you can't make it up. You can't make it up.
Remember, there are 10 quintillion bugs on Earth, and we barely scratch the surface of all the things they get up to.
Another banger. Thanks, DW documentary.
When I'm gone, I was in the basement and it was this general living room and there was like this desk because at the time I was doing this online course and no one else was in the house. They were all gone. And like I said, I had no pets at this time. So it's easy to hear when there are footsteps or movements. I heard like kind of slow creaking from right above me. And I went to go check it out. And there was nothing there.
What's the easiest choice you could make? Window instead of middle seat? Picking a vendor who sends a great gift basket. Outsourcing business tasks you hate. What about selling with Shopify? Whether you're selling little or a lot, Shopify helps you do your thing. However you cha-ching, Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. From the launch your online shop stage to the first real-life store stage, all the way to the we just hit 1 million orders stage, Shopify is there to help you grow. Whether you're selling scented soap or offering outdoor outfits, Shopify helps you sell wherever and whatever you're selling. Shopify's got you covered. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/try. Go to shopify.com/try now to grow your business, no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/try. Got great ideas, but no idea how to build a website? Get Bluehost. Your AI design tool creates high-quality WordPress sites super fast. Whether you're a blogger, influencer, or launching a side hustle, Bluehost helps boost your growth with built-in marketing and e-commerce tools. Upgrade to cloud and get 100% uptime and 24/7 security. Stay online all the time. Why wait? You've got the vision. Make it real. Visit Bluehost.com to get started.
Sometimes I'm thinking, is there a ghost? Is it someone messing with me? I guess I think, am I seeing or hearing things? I'm not sure if the reason this happened in the basement of me is because, I don't know, things are like trapped. Because I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but my parents are Christian, so we've got a staircase and it's got one side, the railing, and then the other side, it has a full wall of crosses lining it. If I were to go count the crosses right now, there'd probably be somewhere around 20, 25 or something. I guess my parents use it as decoration. They are Christian, so they like crosses and stuff. So they are around the house. Sometimes I'll tell them, hey, I heard something. They're like, you're just probably hearing things or sleeping. So I think, like, they think I'm crazy. I was by myself, and I had heard something behind me, and I turned around, there was nothing there, and then it was like kind of footsteps, or wind or something, I don't know, like something scratching across the floor, and it got closer, and I turned around again, and there was still nothing there. So I'm not sure if it's related to the house or anything else. Nothing bad has happened with it yet. Just creepy stuff that creeps me out in the moments, like the footsteps or shadows. Sometimes there'll be knocking in the walls. So I guess it just creeps me out in the moment, but then after, it doesn't really creep me out as much. I was watching a movie with my friend, and we were doing this like over the phone. So we were watching, I think it was The Conjuring 2. This one was upstairs at my dining room table, and the kitchen is right behind me. And I was sitting right in front of the bar that we had, So at this point, I was watching. I heard knocking behind me, so I paused immediately and called my friend. I was like, "Hey, I know you're watching, but I heard knocking right behind me." I'm thinking it's probably maybe a ghost or maybe in the house, maybe someone who has lived here previously because it is old, or if it's not the house because it only happens to me. Maybe it's something connected to me or something like that. I'm not sure.
You can share your own experience with us by going to scarestory.com or by finding us at scary.com. That's scary.com. We'll link you to fill out the questions and then set up a time for your story under the phone, laptop, or tablet. Thank you very much for listening. Stay safe.
When it comes to cleaning your house, who doesn't wish the land would take trust but swept in and pass them off to your little stepmom like in the telenovela? Oh, that's Chiqui's here, and although life isn't always like in the soap operas, Fabuloso does bring a clean that's always over the top. Get your home dramatically clean anytime you like without any evil mama drama. Just long-lasting, relaxing sessions. That's Fabuloso, taking the drama out of any mess. Fabuloso's 2 times concentrated formula provides 2 times more active ingredients versus non-concentrated Fabuloso Original. Use as directed.
If you're a maintenance supervisor for a commercial property, you've had to deal with everything from leaking faucets to flickering light bulbs. But nothing's worse than an aged boiler that's lived in a building since the day it was built 50 years ago. It's enough to make anyone lose their cool. That's where Granger comes in. With industrial grade products and dependable fast delivery, Granger can help with any challenge. From worn out components to everyday necessities. Call Granger.com or just stop by. Granger for the ones who get it done. We've had several stories from someone who has experienced some mysterious events in their life. Today, she'll share stories about a loved one who passed, along with other tales of strange, sometimes traumatic encounters. Are you ready?
Log back in at 7:50, and there's none that fit the criteria.
My name is Letitia, and this is my scary story. I was 5 or 6 years old, and my mom took me to, it was like Lucky's, kind of what a Ralph's is now or whatever. And it was very distinctive that there was this older Caucasian man with a long beard, and he had this like weird hat, kind of chubby, and just looked like he wasn't from the town we were in. Now, like I said, I grew up in San Diego. We lived near a military base, so there's distinctive nationalities that live in this area. And what I mean, like he stood out as his cowboy boots, cowboy hat. Not that people can't wear it. It was just rough looking. I was little, just wandering around and looking for, I think it was like toys or candy. My mom was just like eye-shot away from me so she could see me. Well, I wasn't paying attention, and I was just looking up, and I just grabbed a hand thinking it was my mother's. So I'm walking along the aisle thinking that it's hers, and we stop
my mom comes around and she's just like, hey, what are you doing? You didn't hear me calling you. And I couldn't even think of the words to tell her, like, this man is grabbing my hand walking through the store. And she's like, she could tell there's something wrong with me, but she really couldn't. I couldn't articulate. I was 5 or 6 years old. And I was like, and I remember telling her, I was like, Mom, there's this man. And she's just like, okay, let's go. Rushing me. So I'm like now feeling weird as a little kid, like, who's around me? And I could see the top of his hat across the aisle, because they were low back in the days. And this I remember because it's dim lighting, it's very like eerie, that weird, muggy feel in the store. That's how old, okay? God, I'm really saying my age, but you can see the top of his hat. And my mom's not paying attention, I'm looking, he's looking at me, and he does this thing with his beard, like he's caressing his beard, like almost like I'm gonna get you, just waiting. And I'm just like, I grab onto my mom's leg, and she's just like, just busy. And I'm like, Mom, man, like she's just looking at me like, what are you talking about? There was another lady with a kid, and like the produce guy would say, and I'm just like, how do I want to scream because you get mad at me because I'm screaming versus like, and we're walking out, and I'm like looking out this way because my mom's now checking out, and your mind just disappears as a kid, like forgetting the moment what's going on, and I feel a tug on my hand again, and I'm like, and then that time I was like, Mom! She turns around, nobody there. And I'm like, Mom, there's a man. He keeps trying to grab my hand. He keeps trying to take me. I'm like, Mom. She's just, there's nobody here, Leon. Let's just go. It's fine. And I'm like, no. And now I'm scared. I'm like tugging on my mom, like I'm pulling on to her with dear life. We're walking out to the car. Till this day, I hate El Camino cars. It was like something that was going around in the city or in the town, that there was this man kidnapping kids in an El Camino car. Now, I'm 5, 6 years old. I don't know what El Camino car was or what it meant, but I know what it looked like. The hatchback where it's open, I hate those cars. And he was keeping kids in there. I want to say probably 98, 99, I had gotten terrible news from my family that my grandmother had passed away, and it was very tragic because she was the woman of the family, queen, and my grandma stayed with us and my family, and we live in San Diego. Every day my grandmother had this routine she would do, and it was house, just messing around. Your grandmother was like doing some type of chores at night, those specific routine where she would take a bath, and then there was like this engulfing fumes of Caress body soap. Like you just knew it was grandma that was in the house. She always had this thing about slamming the door after she got out of the shower to go sit on her bed in her room, like adjacent from the bathroom. So my grandmother lived downstairs, and all of us lived upstairs. So it was me, my dad, my 2 siblings. When grandma passed, she was living with my aunt, which was a couple blocks on the street from us. So when we got the news, my grandma wasn't staying with us per se, but she would go back and forth to, my aunt's house and our house. When we got the news, obviously it was devastating, and a couple of weeks passed after the funeral, things like that. I started hearing weird noises in our house. And whether it was just me by myself, or maybe my parents were upstairs, my siblings were outside, but it was just me. And I'm like, oh, I'm just hearing things, or I just had a long day, whatever. One particular night, I was in her room reading a book, and she has like this green Jaguar lamp. It's like super old school that she would keep on her headrest, and she would turn it on only at night when she was getting ready to go to sleep. That night, I was laying on the opposite side of the door, so you could walk in, you can see somebody, you can just sit on the corner of the bed. And I heard this noise, and it was just like a little like shuffling kind of noise, and it just reminded me at that moment, oh, it's grandma like just jokingly in my head. Again, nobody's around me. My parents are upstairs. And this is late at night, probably like 11. My little brother and sister are already asleep. So I was like, that's weird, whatever. Dismissed it. And then I hear like the bathroom door open, but it was already slightly open, so I just thought it was weird, which was the bathroom adjacent from my bedroom, my grandma's old bedroom. So I was like, okay, thinking nothing of it, I just go back into my book, and then I smelled that overwhelming cloud of Caress soap. And I'm just like, no way, this is just crazy. Then I hear the door slam, the bathroom door. And I was like, what the fuck is this? So then I'm like, okay, like, I'm just tripping. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just too into this book that I'm into right now. And my grandma's always sat down in the corner of her bed. And I would be there, like, just talking to her and just having a general conversation with her. She was in her routine, putting her hair in her curlers. That's what she did. I kid you not, even 30 seconds later, I felt the compression at the end of the bed. And that's when I heard the door slam. And I was like, no way. I jumped up, ran up the stairs. I probably went up those 15 steps in 2 steps to my parents. And I was like, Dad, did you hear that? And he's like, why did you slam your doors? I was like, so you did hear that? I was like, I wasn't. I was in my bed reading my book. I was like, Daddy, it's Grandma. And he starts laughing. Yeah, she's probably after you. And I was like, what? Why me? But I was like, no, Dad, I'm serious. The door slammed and I could smell Grandma's soap. He was like, I smelled it too, but I just thought it was me missing her. And I was like, no, Dad. Like, legit felt like there was a cloud of smoke that came into the room. And he was just like, well, what do you want me to do kind of thing? And so here I am like, do I have to go back upstairs? I did. I went back downstairs because I wasn't afraid of my grandmother. I knew she was there. Maybe she was just still like in transition, going back and forth. I don't know. I didn't feel scared. I didn't feel worried. I felt comfort of all things. Even though it seemed scary, but it was just like that moment of like peace. And I went downstairs, and as I mentioned earlier, my grandmother always turned on this green jaguar lamp that was on her bed rest. It was on. It was not on when I went upstairs. I didn't have it on. I had no reason for it to be on. And that's when I knew she was there. I was like, okay, Grandma, I know you're here. This is your room. And I didn't say anything to my aunt, my grandma would stay over, and she was like, I think your grandma's following me. And I was like, why do you say that? She's like, I saw her red Buick. And I was like, no way. We sold that car. She's like, no, I saw that red Buick. And I was like, well, who did we sell it to? Was it in San Diego? Like, I'm 15, 16 at the time. I don't know what my parents did, transactions and things like that. So she's no, because when I came home, I smelled her soap, and Grandma always has her vanilla wafers out, and the vanilla wafers were out on the table, and she had to good luck because it was the last box that my grandma had. She was like, she's there. And I was just like mind blowing, and that's when I told her my story. After that happened, I came home from, I think it was work, because my parents were always in and out for my brother's traveling basketball team. So I was home alone, and sure enough, I was hearing creaks. Our house wasn't old. It was maybe like 80 years, give or take, but it's not old. Everything was just upgraded. Weird. That was hearing creaks. It was always in the area where my grandma was at. She was always busy, like doing something, shuffling, like I said. She was always doing something with chores, just busy doing nothing. And I'm like, okay, who's here? I know my parents are gone. I know my siblings are gone. I went into the living room. And that's when I got my dog, and I was like, my Rottweiler, I was like, oh, you don't have to check to see if somebody went upstairs, and I was aware. This was before, those, what is those, doorbell cameras and stuff? So before those around, you couldn't see who was coming in at your house. Anyways, my dog goes up and down the stairs, and he's fine, and I was like, okay, he's fine, I'm fine. Sure enough, I hear it again, and then I'm like, you know what, this is ridiculous. I'm scaring myself. Let me just watch a good feel-good movie. Walk past the hallway, and my grandma's door, it was slightly open, and mind you, I just came home. I didn't go into any rooms. I was just in the living room. The Jaguar light was on. I was like, okay. lights, the vanilla wafers, seeing her view a car, and it wasn't just my aunt, it was me, it was my sister, it was my dad. It was things that we were seeing that nobody would ever want to talk about because it sounds like we're crazy, but it wasn't. Recently, this is about 2 weeks ago, I went to visit my parents, and they live in the same house, and we were all in the dining room, and I hear like the door open and close, and I was like, who's here? And they have the sensory lights and the sensory feed with the door opens and closes. So I was like, you guys expecting somebody? And I know my sister moved to Tennessee, so it wasn't like she was nearby. And my brother lives far, so I knew he wasn't nearby. And they're like, oh, you know who that is. They just welcome her. They just welcome Grandma. Grandma's always welcome in the house. And we joke about it now, but it's crazy because she would come and go, like I said, just busy doing nothing. She would go to the grocery store. She would go to the 99-cent store, picking up something for the kids. I don't know, grandkids. It was just, we know it's her. And it was just 2 weeks ago, and I was like, wow, this old lady is just thriving to scare us, isn't she? And you're scared of the unknown, and you're not aware of what's going on, especially when you're reading a book or you're watching TV and you're distracted from what's happening. When it starts happening and you're not expecting it, is when you're like, this is real. And how do you explain it? And this and that. But it was just like too many events that were going on for it to have not explained itself because it was happening. And when I went back downstairs when that happened with the door closing, I was like, Dad, come down here. I was like, the light is on. I didn't have it on. I was like, you see my lamp? Like, the light's on. Why would I need this headrest light on? Like, why? He's like, oh no. And my dad he's not, he didn't give me the reaction that I wanted. Oh no, they're scared. He was just like, he's my mom. I love her. She can come visit anytime.
Letitia's grandmother leaving had a profound impact on her family's lives. It may have also played a role in a life-altering event for Letitia. Her story continues right after this.
I feel like my family, we've grown up with the sixth sense, and I think we get it from our dad, honestly, because he would tell us, like, when one of us girls were pregnant, you're having a girl, or somebody's having a girl, and somebody's pregnant, which one of it is it? What kind of thing? I'm like, it's not me. And sure enough, it was my little brother. He's 30, but his little brother, he was pregnant with twins. So it was the craziest thing, and he had a girl. So no, nobody's really skeptic. Everybody actually has a sixth sense. Everybody has a feeling of something. We just don't know what it is. I think she's staying around because she wants to stay close to the family. Families definitely have their ups and downs, and she was always the calm of the storm. And I think she pops up at the right time because she wants her love to be in that present moment. And I think that every heavy conversation I've had with my parents or something heavy is going on in the family, her presence is known. And it's not just for me, it's for my siblings, it's for my aunts and my uncles, her kids, essentially, and her grandkids have always been with me. So my grandma wants us to know at that moment when the world is not in our favor that she is there. She is our world, and she will be there to protect us. And that's why I said I wasn't fearful. It was just, oh my God, we expect that. But now when I come around and I'm at my parents' house and I feel her presence, I leave happier. Grandma, thank you. I had just had my daughter, so she was give or take 6 to 8 months. I was having a very difficult time with my father, and it was a lot of bad things that were happening. And I was at the store one day, and I saw what I thought was a transient woman outside, and so I wasn't being rude or anything. I was just trying to bypass her, and I was just like, hello. She's hello. But it was a very stern hello, and it was like she was staring at me with so much intense, and I could feel it. And I was like, this is weird. And I'm like, okay, go to the store, get what I need, and then walk out. And she's standing dead front in front of the the doors. I don't know if they open and close after the grocery stores. So it was awkward, and I'm like trying to like move around her, and she wasn't moving. And I was like, excuse me. And I'm seeing everybody else walk by, and it wasn't like she was in the way for them, but she was in the way for me. Again, I thought this was weird, but I was like, whatever, just get by. Maybe she just wants $1 or two. Maybe I don't know. I didn't really care enough to care at the time. I was just trying to go about my way. And then she follows me to the sidewalk, and she's like, excuse me. And I turn around, and I was like, yes. And she was like, you just had a daughter. And I was like, what? And I was like, how would you know that? And I didn't want to give too much information because she's stranger danger. So I'm like, how do you know that? I'm not near my car. I didn't have my daughter with me. She was like, the angels came and spoke to me and they needed me to tell you that the devil is alive. I was like, this lady's crazy. And she was like, no, I need to tell you something. Everything you're going through is going to be okay. And I was like, all right. And I'm looking around to see if I can find out this lady, this stranger, talking to me. And it's like the time lapse. Like everything was going slowly. No one was really paying attention to us or me. She was scared. Should I stay by her? What do I do? She like comes up to me and she gets closer. And she's like nose to nose. And I was like, okay, maybe I'm gonna have to bust out like some practice or something. And now I'm scared because I'm like, where's like I'm thinking all crying about me. Like she's gonna stab me with a needle or something. I'm just gonna like, okay, you have angels watching over you. I can't tell you where they'll be there, but they will be there. And I'm like, okay. I know you might find this, and this is, she said, I know you find this strange, but it will make sense to you later. I had chills going up and down my spine, my back, like I did, and then I had this overwhelming, I wanted to cry, and she was like, the intensity was so, like, penetrating, like, it was scary. I didn't know what was going to happen to me. I didn't know if that was a threat. I didn't know. So I get in my car and I sit there. What was that? I'm looking around, checking to see if anybody was like around, and I called my mom. And I was like, Mom, I have this really weird experience with this lady. Tell her everything what she says. And she was like, I don't know, maybe she just wanted money from me. Who knows? Just go home, don't think about it. I'm like, okay, again, I'm a very spiritual type person. I believe in ghosts, I believe in spirits, I believe in all that. So as I'm going home, I'm on the 405 freeway. This is when I was living in Long Beach at the time. A car was in front of me, and as we most know, people who live in San Diego or LA, that the freeways are always packed at a certain time. It was like the difference was so fast. This car cut in front of me from the fast lane over to the slow lane, and my car like moved, like it went side to side, and my car spun around 360 on the 405 freeway with a semi-truck coming my way. I don't know how I ended off the side of the road, but I did, and I don't know how I didn't die that night. And the strangest part of it is this lady, and I didn't just kept brushing her off like what would have happened. She just looked like a trans guy. Very stringy, brownish, blondish hair, very dark, cold eyes, which is why you feel like it was fighting. I don't know, maybe it was a piece of the hell I was going through at that time. That was just, or maybe it was my grandmother telling somebody in the other world to like look out. I don't know. It is something that I have never figured out.
We have a story we want to share. Be sure to visit truescarystory.com or use the link in the description of this episode. We are currently searching for storytellers in Spanish as well. If you know of someone with a story, be sure to let them know. For other good content, use the search bar to find the Scary Story podcast and my other show, The Dark Room. Thanks for listening. See you soon.
Hola mi gente, Rosalie Sanchez here from He Said Able. And although I like a drama to realize, when it comes to real life, I prefer a drama-free casa. That's too fabuloso. It's remarkable that you send leaders.
Well, what time of the day do you start being a smartass? When I wake up, well, I know I'm gonna be the Jew that's pissing off the Nazis. It's not even Sunday. On Sunday, I'm known to be a super king kamehameha. Yeah.
So when the dishwasher breaks down and dirty plates pile up, the mess hall can turn messy into the front of Enter Granger. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast delivery, the product you need now is never far away. So you can turn that dishwasher back into a clean washing machine. Call thegranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Remember, anyone you prevent from getting my emails, you'll be charged with preventing. For some reason, the FBI is real intrigued by your blocking me from contacting civil rights appropriate departments in this city for over 14 months. That's of real interest. Also to the federal marshals.
So this happened back in 2000 when I was in middle school back then. I was in 6th grade. Back then, on the weekends and during the breaks, I used to go to work with my dad. Back then he was a bricklayer, so he would work with bricks and build houses or whatever. So I went to work with him in the morning, and this was like the woods. It was at Oklahoma. So around 6 in the morning. It was a normal day working, and the guys talking with each other. It was a pretty boring day. And then towards the evening, the mood of the place just changed. Like it was like this really dark, really heavy feeling in the air. And it was me, my dad, and his coworker left. And they were working and talking, and I was helping my dad with the bricks, hitting the brakes and going in a bunch of him because he was on a scaffold. He was building a chimney back there. It was really heavily wooded, and it was the only house within a mile. There was no neighbors, there was nothing. It was just that one house in the middle of nowhere. And it was still under construction, so they didn't have any running water, any running electricity, nothing. The only light that we had was the light from the generator. And then once the clock hit 9 p.m., like all the critters in the woods stopped making noises. Like the woods became really silent. There was no wind. There was nothing. And there was this smell of something that I can describe as rotten meat. Like something had died and it was out in the sun for a long time. The smell was just really heavy. I didn't think anything about it. Okay, the animal died, whatever. And then I heard like these noises of an animal that I couldn't figure out what it was. It sounded like a deer, but it didn't sound like a deer at the same time. And I looked up to my dad, and I was like, "Did you hear that?" And I was like, "Yeah, I heard it." And he's like, "Shit, it's just an animal in the woods at night." I'm like, "Okay, whatever." And then an hour passed, and I pebbled being blown at the windows. My first reaction was like, okay, it's my dad. It's just hitting the brake with the little shovel that he has where he hits the brakes and then little rocks fly off the brake and you're hitting like, I'm like, okay, bro. And in the room, there was no light. It was just a light that was powered by a generator. It was pointing towards the generator that he was building. And then all of a sudden, something yelled my dad's name. Jose! And I froze and I looked towards my dad. And he froze too. He was like, what was that? I'm like, I don't know. He's like, go check. Maybe it's my boss or something. Go check. I'm like, oh no, okay. So I go check and I come back and there's no one there. But okay, well, maybe it was one of the neighbors and they were yelling for somebody else. I'm like, Dad, there's no neighbors for miles. There's no houses in the surrounding area for miles. They're like, no, it's those, I don't know, just don't think about it or whatever. Okay. So then they get my dad's name. Goosebumps. I still remember the goosebumps. Like, the back of my neck, the hair on the back of my neck stood out. My arms, tingling, and I felt fear.
Just for the federal felon that hates my weed bag, I posted a picture of me with my weed bag.
But it was mostly fear. Like, I got paralyzed with fear. Oh, what screamed out my dad's name? So we just ignored it. We were on the lookout just in case there was somebody roaming around the area. Then an hour passed and they yelled my dad's name again. Jose! And I'm like, Dad, there's something out there that's calling your name. So he gets down and his face was hell. Like we're dark skin, because we're Hispanic, but his face was hell. And he was like, just stay here while I go check out the woods and see what I can find. And so he goes and he leaves his coworker with me. And I asked the coworker, did you hear that? That was distant. So I'm here for you. And then he starts crying to the fucking Larry. Like, okay, once they start doing that, it's just getting serious. Like, that's serious when somebody starts crying. I'm like, okay. And so my dad goes back, and he has basically no one around here. plastic parts. Yeah, good idea. So we start packing all the tools and in the bags to put in the truck. And the smell of rotting meat grew stronger and stronger throughout the night. A really strong smell. I would walk past my dad and it would just engulf us. Like the smell engulfed us. We smelled like rotting meat. I'm like, what is this? What's going on? And I'm like, okay, Dad, we'll be early, but I don't want to be here any longer. He's like, oh no, I'm trying. Let me just finish this real quick. I'm okay. So 30 minutes after the last time that my dad's name was called, we go back to my dad starts up the truck and he's asking his coworker if we put everything out. I'm like, yeah, I put everything over. When he turns the truck on, the headlights come on, and in the distance, we saw what was like a silhouette of a man, but it was like at least 7 feet tall, and you could see that it was a man, but its body was disfigured. I don't know how to describe it. It looked like a man, but it wasn't. And he's glowing yellowish, reddish eyes. I'm like, Dad, look. And we all screamed. My dad, I never heard my dad's with my girl before, and he screamed. Him and his coworker started crying. I'm like, Dad, don't cry, just hit the gas and let's go. And as we were leaving, like you could see the shadow, and we were checking it out. You could hear him lean over, and you could see if we were gone. All three of us heard my dad's name, Jose, really clearly in the woods. And it was like, it wasn't like a clear voice, it was like raspy, like they were forcing themselves to say my dad's name. No one but the boys, and that's the freaking thing that went quiet. Well, I was in tears. I was scared. I didn't know what was going on. I just wanted to go home and just never think of that again. My dad never went back to finish this. He had to call somebody else and hey, we need you to finish this, but I never went back either because it was the woods. It was my first time being in the woods, and to this day, I can't go anywhere near the woods or a place that has lots of trees because of that. But that event stuck with me. Up until now, like I've always tried to do research what I saw. Like when TikTok came around, I saw these videos of people having similar experiences as us, and that's when we found out that we're able to skinwalker. And like I mentioned before, we live in Oklahoma, and Oklahoma used to be Native American land. And so it's not surprising that we saw a skinwalker. But I was just research and I found out that a skinwalker is a Native American or practices magic or whatever and can transform into an animal, and it's just crazy. It's something that I can never forget. I don't know, it haunted me. It's haunting me. It really affected me by not going anywhere near the woods. I can't do camping. I can't do any of that. I have to stay in a secure building at all times. I close my windows. I lock my doors. I close the windows. And I just can't be outside at night anymore. Stories of skinwalking because of angel like mentioned. inside. Which of those people is enacted goes against the good works of traditional Christian? The entire topic is shrouded in mystery instead of an applicable culture, but intriguing nonetheless. If you're a maintenance supervisor for a commercial property, you've had to deal with everything from leaky faucets to flickering light bulbs. But nothing's worse than an ancient boiler that's lived in a building since the day it was built, 50 years ago. It's enough to make any room miserable. That's where Granger comes in. With industrial grade products and dependable fast delivery, Granger can help with any challenge, from worn-out components to everyday necessities. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done. I've heard stories of people that experiment similar things. So the rotting smell, that's a big giveaway. Calling people's names, either lure them into the wood. That was another one. The silhouette of a tall person. That was the other one. So those three fit exactly into the category of the skinwalker. So I'm 100% confident that if it was a skinwalker, it could happen anything.
Okay, so in the last 20 minutes-ish, maybe it's been 30, I sent a letter to everyone that has already received those letters from me, i.e. everyone going to prison, everyone that's had the opportunity to blow the whistle, everyone that knowingly or unknowingly has been interacting with people who are going to prison for the rest of their lives. The North Everett Police Precinct, the FBI, the Snohomish County Sheriffs, the extortionist, and an assortment of others, particularly from the school district and the city of Everett, since there's so many people that will be detained, arraigned, indicted, and or ordered to pay me money. In many cases, it'll be both the or option of the and or options. So I'm going to read that as it was sent. Here we go. Oh, it appears that the federal felons upstairs are, I guess, preventing it from showing up. I have to use the view as option on Facebook. When I originally posted it, it was public and then for some reason said that it was private, and now I'm on Facebook. Oh, and it's only showing me the October 20th one. Exit view as. Let's see. Maybe this will show me why it's giving me. Yeah, it's locked to private. Well, I've posted it all about the place. Notice to all parties, November 2nd, 2024. Erica Owens has attempted to contact twice since the letter of October 20th, 2024, which is legally binding for 90 days into January 20th, 2024. That should say 2025. It is 100% illegal, including with fraudulent temporary orders, to approach and or knock on their door via ADA, FDA, and most importantly, the repeated statements and signage posted per the FDA due to witness tampering, obstruction of justice, evidence tampering. This includes, but is not limited to, neighbors, the North Everett Precinct, prosecutors, the HOA, anyone from Unit 207, any and all City of Everett employees, and even the sheriffs, though they're supposed to be helping you federal felons of the North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, when you're detained in the rooming suite. My informed delivery shows a package to be delivered from Erica Owens, although all of you have known since September 15th that it is not something I can open, due to you being one of the federal felons, or following the directives of my current hostage orders, Unit 207, the North Everett Precinct, and others. Be advised, under no circumstances will you be legally entering my home of 12 years, and any uniformed officer waives all immunity upon trespassing and or knocking until January 20th, 2025, pursuant to the FBI federal and state statute. I have been ordered to completely ignore your criminal trespassing in the future beyond filming it, and advise that there will be only one final illegal entry attempt. So tune into my YouTube live stream if you want proof I am alive and ignoring you to follow the orders of the FBI, whom I have been authorized to state I am an informant of since the end of June, when they agreed to prosecute those of you going to prison to the fullest extent of federal and state law. Further, remember you and every person on record and or on film who have come to my home since those of you holding me hostage in my home began to do so, August, for the 31 plus attempts at illegal entry, attempted entrapment, kidnapping, will be detained by the FBI, and I am able to sue each and every one of you, and I will be the day I am released. And then in parentheses, have a cell phone they allow to be activated as the 5 providers' new phones and over 9 eSIMs, totaling nearly 1G of August, have not yet been able to be activated. Thank you to the whistleblowers, of which there have been double digits. Lastly, I will 100% be suing the North Everett precinct. Every officer that authorized the knocks, and every other involved, from neighbors to the Owens to the soon-to-be rapidly hiring department of my neighbor in the basement who threatened to harass me with the police 14 months ago in writing and on film via YouTube live stream. So add yourselves to that list and await the day of my release, assuming it is prior to your detainment. Also, I have been authorized to state that those of you being detained will be detained after Thanksgiving, but before what you premeditated for February 2025 occurs. I declare under penalty of perjury that all of the aforementioned is truly correct. Sincerely, Mystic Gwen, formerly Lynette Renee Hansen, years before COVID. It looks like that post is not public, and that's all right. I'm taking it as a sign since twice now it's gone from me manually putting it as public to private that someone doesn't want it on my Facebook page. And I already sent it via message and posted it all over the Everett Police Department's Facebook page. And obviously, all of the police departments that are immediately surrounding me, so everyone knows. Not that it's prevented, 31 plus separate criminal actions of simply coming to my door since holding me hostage 87 days ago. Oh, yeah. And how many of those have any immunity? Zero, or rather, any that I choose to have immunity. And I choose the guy whose sperm I came out of, and my only female friend that turned down having a threesome with her. That's who I choose. Everybody else, you're fucked.
Anything else? There's nothing natural that lives in the woods that looks like that, smells like that, and can mimic the voice of a human. It sounded human, but it sounded like it was sourcing itself just me. When we saw the silhouette was when we got into the truck to go home. When my dad turned the truck on, the lights automatically turned on with the truck. And the truck was parked in a way where it was the light pointing towards the woods, basically. And when he turned the truck on, very far in the distance, you could see that silhouette, that sounds of tall silhouette, and it was hiding behind.
Talking about my only female friend that turned down a threesome with me. The year was 2009. I had just had a baby. She would have been down, but she just got a MacBook and she came over to visit. And then he attacked me and slammed my head into a wall and did something. I don't remember what. I think he spilled his Bud Light. He was drinking, I was not, all over her brand new MacBook. And then it was a no. And it stuck out in my mind because it's the only time I've offered sexual favors to anyone and heard the word no. Less role play, you know, when you're playing a little pig.
The eyes were higher than, any of us. So that's how I know those tall. My dad's 8 foot, and it was taller than him. Our family has attracted to paranormal. Why? Because my granddad dealt with what they call it in Mexico, brujeria, and my dad's dad also did brujeria. He dealt with that. So throughout our generation, like, we attracted paranormal. My dad has always seen things. There's always apparitions appearing to him. There's always noises in the houses. Anywhere we go, anywhere we move, there's always noises in the house. So yeah, I did believe in the paranormal back then. But that was the first experience that I lived that was paranormal. Not the first, but that was like the first physical experience I've lived. I've had other paranormal experiences. When I was little, I had an imaginary friend and said they wanted to kill my family, and then one day just went away and I never saw him again. I was, I want to say, 7 years old. And it was a kid, so it was an imaginary kid. But I guess it wasn't imaginary because I could see him. And he said he wanted to kill my parents. But I think it was the house that we lived in that had all that paranormal stuff going on. Because I think what was the last year I did some research into the place that we used to live where I saw my imaginary friend that we really do the house was built with kind of Indian burial site. And I found out that 2 people had died in the house. So there was a lot of energy in that house to begin with. Last year I went to the census and they gave us access to all these
I'm checking my other Facebook page because I posted it there too, and I don't even know if you can post things as private on work pages or how to view your page.
The house that we currently live in next door is an abandoned house.
There has to be some way to view it.
Dangerous. We're taking the lawn. There's a bunch of trees just growing from inside the house at night. It's just really creepy. You hear like noises and like, it's creepy. That's why I don't go out at night. There's trees growing from the inside of the house. It's a creepy looking house. That's why I don't go out at night. Because of the skinwalker experience, so I don't go near that. We're Hispanic, and our family in Mexico, they used to practice brujeria, so there are a lot of things that happen to it.
Well, it's there. Leave it there.
You also mentioned the term which means witchcraft. That's practiced in different ways throughout Latin America. Hallucinations can vary and they may appear as animals, objects, you might not expect it. Share your story by going to groupscarystories.com and find the information in the description of this episode. For other creepy content, check out Dark Memory, a show about supernatural mysteries, ghosts, and haunted places. If you want to get in touch with me, I'll put my details in the description of this episode. Thank you for listening. See you soon.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. The FBI moves in mysterious ways.
That's too fabuloso. It's remarkable how you centimeters like a monkey.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. The FBI moves in mysterious ways. You too. Dude, I gotta love that there's someone upstairs that I can't like blow whistle on myself. But they're just like, yeah, I'm so cool and smooth. Nobody knows because I'm so cool and smooth. And anyway, Mysterious Ways by U2. It's the parody though. It goes, it's all right, federal felons. The FBI moves in mysterious ways. I know, I said singing time was over. I lied. It's time for one more song. Parody version. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right, federal felons. The FBI moves in mysterious ways. It's all right. It's all right. Soon to be convicted stalkers. The FBI moves in mysterious ways. You can't explain. On your knees, boy. It's all right. It's all right, federal felons. The FBI moves in mysterious ways. It's all right. It's all right. Soon to be convicted stalkers. The FBI moves in mysterious ways. The FBI moves in mysterious ways. It's all right, soon to be convicted stalkers. The FBI moves in mysterious ways. It's all right, it's all right, it's all right, federal felons. Remember to vote for Bob Ferguson. He knows your name, your social security number, and every naughty thing you've done for the last 14 months. It's all right. It's all right. Soon to be convicted stalkers. The FBI moves in mysterious ways. Only one more song. Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. We're doing Marvin Gaye and Tammy, their version. Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. Ain't nothing like the real thing. Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. Ain't nothing like the real thing. Jay and Silent Bob, you are the ones who are the mall lickers. And I dedicate this little movie scene to those of you who I was doing.
Ooh, check that shit out, baby. Let's see if those fucks wrote something about us for us last play. Any movie based on James Silent Bob are gonna lick balls because they both fat lick balls. Motherfucker. That's how we learn something back. Type the shit down. All you motherfuckers are gonna pay.
You are the ones who are the ball lickers.
We're gonna fuck your mothers while we watch it cry like little whining bitches. Once we get to Hollywood and find those near-ass fucks who's making the movie, we're gonna make them eat our shit, then shit out our shit, and then eat their shit that's made up of more shit that we made them eat. And then all you motherfucks are next.
Man. Tougher than leather, Run DMC. Dear Godzilla, thanks so much for making me not responsible for my actions. I really like how you make it so that I never make mistakes by never actually making any decisions. And on that note, let's listen to Reverend Run. Who's in agreement with me? I know that. Thus, his lyric in this song. Oh, it's Run's house. Whoops. Wrong song. Well, this works too. Whose house? That's right, Godzilla's house. This is Godzilla's house. And when I say whose house, Whose house? Godzilla's house. Whose house? Godzilla's house. Whose house? Godzilla's house. He's in the house, y'all. He's in the house, y'all. And if you're a Jew like me, it's Elijah. He's in the house, y'all. Whose house? Godzilla's house. Well, that's right. Godzilla's house. This video, I might add, is so relatable to everybody in the building. Obviously, I'm the guy with the gold chain. Nerds. Whose house? Godzilla's house. Whose house? Godzilla's house. Godzilla's house. Godzilla's house. You should be glad that I didn't do my parody of the clashes. The federal felons fought the FBI and they lost, okay? You should be grateful for that. So we did Godzilla's house.
And with 2 times more activity used to take the drama out of any mess, you'll be shouting.
The federal felons fought the FBI and they lost.
2 times more active versus non-concentrated population.
That's a parody of the clashes hit.
If you're a facilities manager at a university, you know students will under the cafeteria for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and the occasional midnight snack. So when the dishwasher breaks down and dirty plates pile up, the best off returning messy in the blink of an eye. Enter Granger. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast delivery, the product you need now is never far away. So you can turn that dishwasher back into a clean washing machine. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones in done.
Angel from the story from the Skinwalker is back to tell us another experience involving an imaginary friend.
Hey, did you miss? It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. That was a comforting one, guys. That was. Oh man. But here's one thing I'm grateful for. I'm glad that I do not have to be around people who I know are going to prison. Looking in their face, because I would just imagine them in their little jumpsuits with bars, holding some tray of unidentifiable mush. Sad.
They were having problems. There was domestic issues going on.
But they totally deserve it.
Back then, it was only me and my sister,
And that's what I'm realizing.
6, 7 years old. So, putting all that negative energy together, plus what was already going on with the house itself, it just created a lot of, I want to say, evil energy, and it particularly stuck with me. I don't remember exactly how it went, but I remember starting to this little kid. He was about, I want to say, he was like about 7 years old. Yeah, 1900s clothing, short hair. He was held up. That's how I could describe it.
That sounds scary. Hell looking. What was that scary movie called with the little box? I just watched it. I was super late on the game. The little box puzzle thing. That's what I think of when someone describes something as being hell looking.
Talking to the wall, but there was nothing there that I was talking to. So she was looking more at it. I'd say it was like, oh,
What is that movie called?
I'm silly.
I just watched it.
But, it was a kid that I was talking to. And this was this
Famous 80s horror movie with a like Rubik's Cube thing.
Like I mentioned, my parents were
Hellraiser. Hellraiser is what I think of.
So they wouldn't really pay attention to us because they were having their own problems. And I remember
The Puzzle Master, that's what I was thinking.
you had a dad.
Oh,
So I just called him Jose because that was my dad's name. So I just called him Jose, and he would tell me things. Like, hey,
hey, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. And that's why you learn the recorder in elementary school so that you have plenty of skills. So there is no excuse you don't know how to blow a whistle.
silly like thing. So I would do it, and my mom was like, yeah, I need for I know it all or whatever. I remember that over the course of 4 months, they started telling me to do more serious things like, oh, take the money from the wallet, or hide the car keys, or pay your sister. And when I told my mom that I had an imaginary friend who was telling me to do things, but she really didn't pay attention to me. She just, blew it off and, oh, just do something to make you be busy so you don't have time to pretend talk to your friend or whatever. So she really didn't believe me, even though I told her so many times. And it came to one point where
Lavender incense.
I wasn't sleeping at night. She just kept whispering things in my ear.
It smells good, but it doesn't smell as good as jasmine.
Every single night, I would wake up crying, screaming.
Or the kiwi incense, dude. Don't underestimate the kiwi incense. The kiwi incense is underrated because it smells fucking amazing. It smells better than a kiwi.
I would go to school and I would be tired, and my teachers would ask me, hey, what's going on? And I explained to them, like, oh, I have an imaginary friend, and he doesn't leave me alone. And the teachers didn't believe me. They knew that my parents were having problems at home. And, DHS became involved, and I had to go to therapy for those 4 years. And even though I was in therapy, I was still through my imaginary friend.
was that on my parents' 7th year anniversary, that same night, we were sleeping and I was just watching TV. And then my friend, hey, grab a knife and go kill your parents. I'm like, okay. And so I went to the kitchen and I grabbed a knife. And I remember that I had to grab a chair because I couldn't reach the drawer where the knives were at. So I grabbed a chair, grabbed the knife, and I went to my parents. I just stood over them with the knife in my hand. My mom wakes up, and she wakes up and stands up real quick. She's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I don't know. My friend just told me to do this." And she like started freaking out. She grabbed the knife from my hand, and she woke up my dad. And I kept telling him, "No, my friend told me to do this. My friend keeps telling me all these things, this and this." And I think why that was because, like I mentioned, all that negative energy and the things that were going on in the house, that I think that really compressed some. And that spirit was feeding off of me, was feeding off my emotions, and was using that to his advantage to make me go to a point where he told me to kill my parents or controlling all that negative bickering that they were having and stuff. After that night, I think I only saw him like 2 or 3 more times, and then he just disappeared, like just completely disappeared. And I never saw him again until the day we moved out of the house. So the house was completely empty, but there was no furniture whatsoever, empty. And the only light that was on was the light of the hallway. So the house was set up to where as soon as you walk in, there's a long hallway, and there's the bedrooms were on the right side, and to the left was the entrance to the living room. And it was really that hallway. So that was the only light in the hallway that was on. And as we were about to leave the house for the last time, my mom reached over to turn the lights on for the hallway, and that's when she saw like a little kid just running across from one of the bedrooms to the kitchen, and she freaked out. She's like, she goes up to my dad, like, "Look, you see that? I just saw a kid." I'm like, "Mom, that's my friend that I was always talking to, that you never would believe in." And she was just shocked and hysterical. And she's like, "No, let's just get out of here. Let's just get out of here. So shut the door and just watch it." But we never went back. My mom used to say, "Do you remember your hugging your friend? How you just sit there and talk to the wall?" And she just told me all these times I would just talk to the wall. And I told her, "Do you remember when you saw the kid?" She's like, "Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that was him." I don't think it was a kid. I don't think it was a child. I think it was something, I wouldn't say people that had evil intentions, but they told me to kill my parents. So I don't think it was. I don't think it was some kind of spirit that was pretending to be at something. Um, but to better understand the story, you would have to know that all the other occurrences that happened in the house, things would fly off the shelves, the light bulb from the ceiling of the lamp, it would just burst out of nowhere. So it was just like so many things that just came together that led to that, to me seeing my friend. Because, like I said, there was just a lot of energy, like a bad juju in the house, and they say that spirits tend to feed off of other people's emotions. So that's, I think that's what was going said, my parents were having a rough time with their marriage. So we as a kid, see them fighting and be sad. We wanted to have violence, and I think that's why it attached itself to me and started feeding off of me. Because my sister never saw anything. We never had an imaginary friend or anything like that. It was just me. I don't know if I ever believe like it, with people that are mediums or possessed things, but I'm very sensitive to things when it comes to paranormal stuff. Things have been happening to us for generations. Like our great grandparents tell us stories about stuff that's happened to them and their parents. It feels like a generational thing. It's like our family tends to attract that kind of thing. I don't know why, but we just do. There's a story in our family that on my dad's side that one of my great grandparents made like a pact with the devil so he could enhance his powers, and they made some kind of deal. I think they don't say what kind, but they just said that they made a deal with the devil. And my mom had a huge mirror hanging on the hallway. It was like a really tall, huge mirror, and it was like one of those decorated ones with like decorated borders. So this happened on my birthday. So we were having a birthday party for me, and everybody had left. My mom was cleaning, and we were in the living room, watching TV, and I was opening my presents and whatnot. And I remember my mom told my sister to grab something from her bedroom. So she goes, and everybody's looking at her go to the hallway. And then all of a sudden, that mirror that was hanging falls on top of her, like just flies off the wall and breaks on her head. Like just the mirror just shatters on her head. And there was no way that mirror could have come off the wall because it was on like a screw. So it was really hard to take off. But it just comes off, and it just falls and just breaks on her head and just shatters everywhere. And she had a big cut on her head, and we had to take her to the hospital for that. Because they had to put stitches in her head for that. Everybody suffering. So it wasn't just me. And after that, after we left the hospital to go back home, we went to the hallway and we tried to look any logical explanation of how or why the mirror could have come off the wall. And the screw was still there. It was just like the mirror had been lifted, taken off. Normally it would just fall down, like straight down. But no, it was like it was hanging and it just fell on her head. And somebody had picked it up and intentionally broke it on her head. But that was one of the memories that I remember most from that house. Yeah, like I said, it was just a lot of things. She woke up one night and there was this, it wasn't a teddy bear, but it was like the material of a teddy bear, how big furry looking, and it had a soft fur. It was like one of those Build-A-Bear ones there, but it wasn't a bear. It was some kind of other little creature. She woke up to that thing choking her. And my dad swears he saw that thing choking because he had pulled it off of her. And he couldn't explain it. Like, it was literally choking her. They didn't leave any marks, but the arms of the bear were right on her. Like I mentioned, before we even put the house, things were already going on in the house. So adding all that stuff in the house, plus my parents' marriage, it just creates bad energy. And that intensifies things in the house. So I think they're probably added to the stuff that was already going on in the house. But at that time, I didn't understand what was happening. I didn't understand the things that were going on. It's not until Yeah. And actually, my mom's friend lives in that house, and she's had to call us multiple times to see if we can come stay the night over because she keeps hearing footsteps in the house. But we have proof, we have documentation of things that went on with the house. Like, for example, the therapist where I had to go to therapy because of DHS. Like, we have the medical records, we have just some pictures of stuff that my parents were able to catch on camera. So we have records of the stuff that went into the house, and when we show people, they still don't believe us. We remember when we went through it. The neighbor on the left to us, uh, he set his wife on fire. He set his wife on fire because they were in argument, so he set her on fire. The neighbors directly in front of us across the street, they were playing Russian roulette with a gun, and the guy shot his brains out in the house. And then the people on the other house next to us, the wife shot her husband, and then he shot the dad. So it was like the energy of the house was spreading up to the whole neighborhood. The man setting his wife on fire, I know that one because the wife was my elementary school teacher, and they had 2 kids. And then a couple of years after that, the neighbor, the kid was my friend, and he hung himself on his 13th birthday. So that's what I'm saying, like, the energy that happened, like, spread to other houses, too. Like, I just don't know what it is with that house. I just don't know. Like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know, but I just find it interesting that these things happen. It's just like the suburban areas. We live in the city. There's people all around. And in that block, there was a total of 20 houses. And it was just like any other neighborhood. Nothing bad ever happened. Like, at all. The house where the guys were playing Russian roulette, right next to them was a church. So it was just like an ordinary neighborhood in a suburban neighborhood. With no crime, no nothing. And but these things just happen out of nowhere, and there's just no explanation to it. If you look at the house, like even the house itself looks creepy. The house just gives you a bad vibe just from looking at it. Yeah. I think I'm good. I have to cleanse the room that I'm in. Take it out with it. They'll follow you. Even in the house that we live in now, when we first moved in, we were hearing things in the attic and like people walking and stuff, and then we cleansed the house and it went away. So it's always good to cleanse the place before you move in and after you move out, just because you don't want anything to follow you staying in that house. That's what I'm going to do to my room tonight. If you know of somebody with a true scary story, send it my way. You can find my contact information in the description of this episode. Get more creepy content by searching for A Dark River. That's another podcast that I made where we talk about scary mysteries and events. Thank you very much for listening. See you soon.
Sanchez here from San AW, and although I like drama, to realize when it comes to real life, I prefer a drama-free casa. Thanks to Fabuloso. It's remarkable 90% vinegars like a monkey plants, and with 2 times more active ingredients to take the drama out of any mess, you'll be shouting gracias. Fabuloso's 2 times concentrated formula provides 2 times more active cleaning ingredients versus non-concentrated Fabuloso original. Use as directed. For the past page, I've struggled putting the same words again and again in my essays until one morning it feels incredibly honest.
Beautiful large prophet has been the same family for generations. Strange things happen. Strange stories live on the dark side.
Check my material. It's hella classified. The FBI is gonna have your asses laying in ditches. Yeah, they aim with precision. They're rocking with your ass. But they made that decision. I'm a Jew, so you know I can see your collision. Just got the deed to the mansion. Huh. Lenny S. got the whole crew here. One, two, three. She a pro with the neck. Simplified a lot. Check my material. It's hella classified. Hella classified. Hella classified. Hella classified.
My granddad, one of my great aunts and great uncles, and my great aunts.
What is the normal person's assessment of Elon Musk's invention that is named, or what did he settle on? Telekinesis? Oh no, telepathy, is that what he titled it? What's the general consensus on that?
Also, she just took over. So we've got this house.
Is there a poll? Is there a website that just has a list of like every poll ever taken?
It's very, just very, it's very worn down. And
Since I fly a lot, turns out, yeah, I need to walk.
kind of just very overworked and cracked paintings, and it was just, yeah, very creepy. And my great aunt was actually a creepy herself, to be honest. She was very friendly. She married the head of that house. And
Dear Godzilla, it's 9:24 a.m. on the Sabbath for people like me who are Jewish. And I just want to say a few things. First off, Godzilla, I know you think that you're extremely entertaining and that people like thrill rides. But I am so over this metaphorical Pirates of the Caribbean ride you've got me on. And I understand that staying in my house is the same thing as staying in the boat on the Pirates of the Caribbean ride at Disneyland. I can watch the cannonballs and I can see the drunkards and the whores and the thieves and the prisoners. And other than getting splashed a bit, I'll be alright. But I am not amused. And I feel as though I've been on this metaphorical Pirates of the Caribbean ride for roughly 20 months. And I want to get off and have spaghetti and meatballs and go on a different ride, like perhaps Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, which I think we can all agree is a more exciting ride, but not as novel as the Pirates of the Caribbean. And on that note, I am grateful for the FBI, the whistleblowers, the abundance of food that I purchased for my sons prior to them being kidnapped. Lavender incense, cheap cigars, good neighbors, and the fact that I will be compensated so well for all of this bullshit that I am never going to need to work another day in my life. And neither will my sons. That being said, I could definitely do without going through the cannon battle fire portions of the Pirates of the Caribbean ride, or the sad prisoners with the doggy and the key another time. Amen.
When she passed away, my auntie, so my sister, ended up living in the house after her as well, and they both had very similar personalities. It's just enough to scared, like they just be like, oh yeah, it's just a creepy house. Weird stuff would happen in that house, and they would admit it, and they would talk about it openly, and just not be bothered by it. It's not like, this is really uncomfortable. Like the soon as you walk into the front door, you just immediately know like it's just like this, I don't know, like this weight on you, like the air is so heavy, and like you just feel with dreams. So when you think of like the typical cliche, like haunted house, you get this really big mansion, there's so much space, and there's so many things hiding in the shadows or in another room on the other side of the house, because there's like everything already there, like in your space. So if anything was going on behind you, like right there, like you could see everything. It was just, yeah. Every time I walk in there, you just go, ooh, okay. Like there's like really old wallpaper, really old dark wooden furniture, and it's just a very dark house as well. My grandma had a lot of cats. That was pretty much the only way that I could convince her to go. So we go to like with all the cats. She had so many of them there. It was just, oh my god. And they were just everywhere all over the house. But yeah, there was this, I guess it's not one particular ingredient, it just happened pretty much every time I went there. My cousin and I, when we would go there, we were about, I was probably about 8, and he was 9 or 10, and there was this piano room, so it had this big, beautiful, like, piano, really old ivory keys and all that, and it had this one long wall that had all these paintings and old photographs of old family members and old photos of the house and when it first moved there. And it was really cool photos. And
So I run after them. And then I was just like, Mom, Ben's trying to scare me. He's trying to tease me into doing something with the piano, but I just remember his face, like he was standing behind his dad, like was like trying to hide. And he just looked terrified. He was like, his face was like white and dead. He was just like, what you said, and I was like, whoa, wait, why do you look like that? Because you don't really understand what's going on. And my mom started telling him off because he's always teasing me. And they fixed it. The piano was playing by itself, and the adults were just like, okay, whatever. And they shrugged it off. And then, oh, it's just an old piano, it's pretty broken. That's a thing that old pianos do. And I was just like, it might do one or two keys, but it doesn't, like, I remember watching the keys with just, as if someone was playing right in front of us, and we were just like, this is not okay. This is how I just get shivers thinking about it. I'm just like, that's not normal.
So weird. Just randomly, I smell like somebody using really good smelling coconut lotion.
Just like strange, jangly tune with weed with.
Maybe the person that made this lavender incense has coconut in
That room when Mum and I were visiting, and we were looking at the old photographs, the paintings on the wall of the family, and there was this one that stood out to me the most, especially now.
This is dedicated to you, Fancy Boy. He-Man, what's going on? Oh, you thought you were gonna get some pink shit. Some more jaw rule. Not today. And he steps outside and he takes a big breath and he gets real high and he... What's going on? And he says... Oh my God, does he cry? And he prays. He said, what's going on? Don't cry out loud. Just do it in the shower. You've got to learn how to hide your feelings. He said, what's going on? It is what it is, everybody.
There was this black and white photograph. Some like early 1900s kind of thing of this young girl with dark hair wearing this like white dress. And,
Just do it in the
I was
shower.
wrong about her.
You've got
She said
to
she was my
hide
great
your
aunt,
feelings.
and
Dude, that's excellent advice. No crying out loud, only in the shower.
But I never really heard this one. And my mom told me that she died when she was 12 years old of appendicitis. And I was about 11 at that time, so I was like, well, she's not much older than I am. And she died of something like appendicitis, which nowadays is easily taken care of. And I just immediately was like overcome with this dread. It was like looking at ghosts. Oh my god, this girl is dead. She died a very long time ago. Her siblings grew old and died of old age. She, probably had a very painful death. And it's really sad. I went to leave the room after my mom left, and I swear I feel like the photo kind of moved, like her head moved, and I remember staring back at the photo, and I was thinking, like, I'm just saying things like that didn't just happen. And as I turned my body away to move away, her eyes moved with me.
And one more thing, Godzilla, to be grateful for today. I'm thankful for all my friends in high places. And I'm thankful that my friends that work for the federal government are far more intelligent than those that are employed by the city of which I live in. And I'm also thankful for my secret undercover friends who are moonlighting as Nazis via their jobs with the city of Everett, who are, in fact, my amigos. Amen.
Didn't really like being in the house for obvious reasons, and then he was being this typical cheeky stuff. So my parents kicked us out because we were annoying my grandma. She was just one of those abusive comments. So we went outside to explore, and there was this old rectangular pit behind the house that was really overgrown with weeds and grass and all sorts of stuff going on. And it was once a swimming pool, but not very high. My uncle told us that it's now been turned into a cat cemetery. So for all the cats that the families had over the past 100 years, they've buried all the cats in it. So it was like a big cemetery. And I was like, oh, that's not very nice. So we left the pool, we were just like, oh, no, that's creepy. I don't want to see some bones or anything like that. So we went down this kind of, it's like a path through like a hallway of like tall hedges on that side of the house. And it was like, just either side of this path was these really tall hedges, and it led to this like small little forest. Like it was just this bush just filled with all these native ferns and trees and all sorts. But to look down this like long corridor of hedges, and it was dark at the end because the forest just covered.
Anyway, one thing that I think is going to be so funny. Well, there's a couple of things. One, it's cool that in the future, some of the people who are very good friends are going to be meeting some of the people who are very much going to be convicted federal felons. And that I don't have to do a goddamn thing as far as paperwork is concerned. I can't even express in words how grateful I am for that. And those of you who know that I'm referring to you and your plans for the next few months, just know I'll owe you for the rest of my life.
I swear, I saw a figure standing right at the end amongst the mist and the fog, and when my cousin and I would go play in the forest, I saw that dark figure and just refused to go down. I was like, there's someone standing there when everyone was in the house, and it's just him and I out there. What is that? Who is that? And then just laughed it off and just started running down the pathway, not seeing it. And as he was running towards it, the fog kind of moved and instantly faded away, just like it was nothing. Like
wasn't like a solid person. In my family, it's made up of very tall, slim men, so it could have been anything, to be honest. It was quite a tall person. I don't know if it was a man, but it was very tall. And a bit of a time when my great grandfather was out before my mom, and his siblings were born. It was kind of weird. It wasn't anybody. Nobody was dead. Grand is the farthest which we've been here many times, but particularly this day, it was really creepy. And obviously, seeing them studying else, like, no, we got to them. So I went inside and told Mom, I was like, there's somebody here, there's someone on the property that's not ours, and we come rob us, or try to hurt us, and I don't know. So my mom and uncle followed me out into the hedges, and my uncle was calling for me, and my mom believed in creative and spirits and that sort of stuff, but I didn't really know about it and stuff or what it meant, so I was just really freaked out. I was like, it's a person, and my uncle walked down the kind of corridor thing of hedges down and just disappeared into the mist. It was just this silence. It was like all the birds just kind of stopped singing, and the trees went like still, and they were just like, what is going on? And Mom was probably convinced I was a ghost, and I was like, what do you mean? And we started, and my uncle came back. He just came back, but Ben wasn't with him. And he said, I can't see him, I can't find him. So we started calling from him, looking everywhere, and my mom was trying to, she was thinking that someone taken him or whatever, and my uncle was just convinced that he was just hiding from us or whatever. So we were walking around the property, and on the other side of the swimming pool pit cemetery thing, there's this kind of old, mossy glass house that's very worn down, and it's all overgrown with vines and grasses and the glasses, so different that you can't really see into it that well. And we were, looking inside to see if maybe he was there, to hide or whatever. And yeah, it's sort of there amongst all these boxes and old broken pots and dead plants, which is sort of crunched on the ground in the corner. And my uncle tried to open the door, but it was locked, and the only way to lock it is from the outside. There's a big, huge padlock. So we were thinking, how on earth did we get in there? Like, the whole place there's no other way to get in there. It's also overgrown. There's no other door or some hole or window to get us. There was only this door with this massive padlock. So my uncle was like, how on earth did she get in there? He was getting really mad at me because he wasn't moving. He was just crouching in the corner as if he went there. And we eventually got the padlock open. We got Ben out. So we acted like nothing happened. Like, he was just like, what's going on? It's fine. Even though
Oh, Mrs. High Heels is a little uppity. Gobble gobble. Yeah. Remember, everybody, I'm a bitch because I don't lie. And when I do lie, it's usually about numbers or fasting, and it's accidental. And I'm hoping to say, I've lied. Blah, 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 blah. But that's why I am a bitch. Because I don't tell lies and I don't like games.
So you were on the other side of the property, which is really far away.
But one thing that I'm better at than anybody else in this entire county is fishing for the feds.
And there's no way you could have gotten here without unlocking this padlock from the outside. And when he felt it inside, but he claimed he didn't see anything. It was fine. And I just feel like I was the only one that was like, is this not really weird? Is this not paranormal or something? Like, I just see a figure that just disappears into nothingness, and then he disappears and disappears somewhere there. So it's like he was being naughty, so he something, I don't know, got timid there or something as punishment. We need to have just like crouching his head down. Oh. We were just like, hello, can you not hear us? Like, we're right here. It's just so bizarre. Like, how did you even get in there? My mum was freaking out because she was really scared. But I was so confused and just, what was going on? It was just so bizarre. I'm a bit older, 14 maybe, and this is when my auntie was now living in the house. So my grandma had passed away, and she was living in the house.
Federal felons fought the FBI.
And they lost.
Passed away by then. It was just not together. There was still this like familiar presence. Like, as soon as you drove down the driveway, it still had that.
And that's how the story goes. What's the point? I don't know, but you do.
Like something's off.
Wink, wink.
There was this huge tall concrete trough, like the cylinder, just to the right of where those hinges were that go down to the forest. And it's covered with this kind of metal mesh, and it's in water, and there's a whole lot of fish in it. These beautiful orange goldfish, and the mesh just to, keep the birds and the cats away from the fish. And I like going there and just looking down all the beautiful fish, all these different colours and sizes, and they would come back to the compass and we were going to feed them, so I would get some fish food and I would be feeding them, swearing into it, and it was almost my height that I could just look over, so just my head could look over the top, and so the fish food was making ripples on the surface as it does, and then the water just went dark. Almost like the sky was overcast, and then the fish just disappeared. Like they just went deep down under it. I was like, oh, okay, don't want any fish food, okay. And then I was just looking at my reflection there. That was the only thing I could see. And the water was stilled again. It went really glassy, and my heart dropped when I realized there was something behind my head. Like the shape of my head, like a cursor.
That's very
Looking down as well.
Some insidious shape. A head right behind your head.
Behind me. And it was only my mom, auntie, and I property, and they were both inside. So when I turned around and saw no one was there, I just lost it. I just ran the streets of the house. I'm not like a little girl anymore, but I was beside myself. I was just like, I'm never going anywhere alone in this property anymore. Like that, it was so creepy. It was like a distinctive shape just came behind me. And it's not right, but someone's right behind me. I was around, preparing to run, but there's nothing there. It was kind of traumatized by that. Because I was just like, who was that? What was that? It made me think about those times with the piano and the photograph and the figure in the mist and that weird thing was being like this. That wasn't. Is that not just all a dream? Like that was real, and all those memories came back to me. And I'm just like, why have I just disregarded all this stuff going on? But it's just happened to me again now. And
Spooky.
I was so good. And I went inside and I was trying to explain it to them, and my mom told me about her own experiences in the house during her life, and when she was staying out here, was our dog in one of the bedrooms before I was born, and at night she would hear footsteps walking up and down the hallway on the other side of the door. And a dog was whining and would be trying to get under the covers, under the bed. And she was normally quite, I was really surprised by her saying this, since our dogs, she was pretty confident that she would bark and she would be aggressive if she got threatened, but she was scared. So that was quite unusual. And she said the footsteps were all different, like someone heavy and somewhere, like a young person was walking past. It was like a whole bunch of people walking past at different times. My mom was too scared to get up and open the door and have a look what's going on. And in the morning, she got up and asked about it, and they had no idea what she was talking about. They were like, none of us got up during the night. What are you talking about? It was probably just the floorboards creaking. And Mum just insisted, no, there was definitely people, like footsteps. It's not creaking. It looks like a room had a walk. It was as if like the floors keep the memory of the family walking back and forth across them for pushed chairs. And my auntie said she would wake up in the middle of the night to smell boiling cabbage. I don't know why she used it. She kept saying it smells cabbage. It always smelled like boiling cabbage. And she would work up some nights the house full of smoke, but with no stove or ovens on. And the fireplace hadn't been lit for decades. So it's just this random smoke just hovering in the house. And the smell of cooking when there's no houses for miles. And yeah, it was so weird. It was almost like the house kept the memories of my family alive long after they were gone. And dead, like all of them had passed away by then. And some days my auntie would wake up and find the pictures on the wall in the piano room all upside down, or some of them would be upside down. And she would say it's almost like that was an indicator of who had been in the house that night. Or if all of them were there, or only some of them. I was just like, why you guys never told me any of this? I'm looking around thinking I'm crazy. You guys are just like, oh yeah, that's what goes on here. Just lives here all alone, without that sort of stuff. Just living there alone, a single woman with only her kids, and there's just nothing for miles. Like, who knows what or who could be working in the trees or down by the lake. Like, you can't. It's just so dark at night when. So yeah, my granddad, because he was the youngest, he was the last to pass away when I was 17, and my mom and her siblings, they sold the property, and the house was demolished because it was just really derelict. And when I still go down there to Whanganui, when I walk along the lake on the other side, because one side is private property, so most of it was my family's. And so I have to be on the outside. You can almost feel all this. I don't know. It's just like the air changes when you walk to a certain part of the lake. It's like the front of it's just out for the public for seeing swans and all that, and then you walk further towards the pine trees between the lake and my family's old property. And it just shifts. It goes from this really happy, like families and really bright and sunny, and it's as soon as you go into the trees, it just shifts. So it's really heavy, eerie, and you just get really nervous. And it's just like, it's almost this something watching you, like in the bushes or in the water, like gets darker and I don't know, it's always like a present, someone appears with you, and someone's watching you from the pines, and it makes me think like, well, now that the house was demolished, they don't, whatever was there, whether it was my family
now don't know where to go. I just run the lake that they love, that's their home. And it makes me feel really uneasy. It makes me feel like, did we disturb them? Did we offend them or something like that? But there was only this one time, actually. It wasn't a particularly bad thing that happened, but Mum and I still talk about it to this day. It was maybe a couple of months after the house was knocked down, and Mum and I were home alone, and my pets were acting really strange. We were just sitting in the lounge watching TV in the dark, and we noticed that our dog Stella was just sitting really still, like really upright still. Like she's really just kind of lying down, relaxing, but she was like rigid still and just staring at one spot for free. And we just followed her eyes to look, and obviously there's nothing there. We're just like, what is she looking at? Did she hear something? And we were going, Stella, and like waving our hands in front of her. It was like she was in a trance, and we were like, that's weird. And it wasn't until my mom looks down at the ground down deep, and my cat was there, and he was pretty much doing the exact same thing. He was like sitting, his tail was wagging like really hard, and he was staring at the exact same corner. And my mom and I looked at each other like, yo, wait, what? That's not okay. And I immediately got up and turned on all the lights, and we were just like, whoa, what's going on with the animals? And the southern wind, which came accustomed to the room, so they felt really heavy. I don't know, they don't describe it since the air becomes heavy on you and thick, and and we were just looking at each other, something's not right, is it? Like, this is not normal. Something's going on right now. And we were thinking, is this something to do with the house getting knocked down, or was it our family coming to say goodbye? Were they going to move on now, or did they not really know where to go? Or I say I really believe in these things, but when stuff like that happens, I don't know. I just think with any kind of possibility of to try to justify what that was. For a second, I thought, oh no, like these cow carers, okay, we'll stay here. The animals just snapped out of it, and they just went back to normal. We were just like, what the heck? My dad came home, we told him, and he was just like, oh, okay, whatever. But Mum and I, we haven't forgotten that. It was just so strange. It was just so bizarre. And nothing paranormal or whatever it was has happened in our house ever since. So if it was a goodbye, it's okay. If that happened again, I got over that now. I can't fit this house. It was just weird. It just stuck with me for years, and it just makes me think how animals are accustomed to some of the abilities that things and can detect things that humans can't, like earthquakes, or some people say that they deal with like spirits and that sort of thing. I go to say, oh no, that's not real, like that's impossible. But then I think back to the house on Virginia Lake, and I can't just act like I completely disregard anything like that. That's something I experienced that wasn't my imagination, like that really happened there and then. And other family members have experienced it as well.
This podcast is able to continue mixing of stories that you share with us. So if you have something to share, be sure to head on over to truthscarystories.com to fill out the form. Once we know what your story is about, we want to share it via social media, get a quote, or do an episode of this edition. If you feel stories like these, be sure to tap follow on your podcast. For more premium content, be sure to check out my other podcasts called The Dark Dark, or go over true historical tales with Scary. And if you're more into storytelling formats like Creepy Pasta, be sure to check out Scary Story Podcast right now on the podcast. Direct links to the other shows or to contact me will be in the description of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. See you soon.
to cleaning your house, who doesn't wish un galán with a trust fund swept in and passed them off to you even set off like in the telenovela? Hola, it's Chiquis here, and although life isn't always like the soap operas, Fabuloso does bring a clean that's always over the top. Get your home dramatically clean anytime you like without any evil mama drama. Just long-lasting, reliable refreshment. That's Fabuloso, taking the drama out of any mess.
Fabuloso's 2 times concentrated formula provides 2 times more active ingredients versus non-concentrated Fabuloso Original. Use as directed. Good sleep should come naturally, and with the new Natural Hybrid mattress, it can. A collaboration between Lisa and West L. The Natural Hybrid is expertly crafted from natural latex, natural wool, and certified safe foams to elevate your sleep sanctuary and support a greener tomorrow. Breathable organic cotton and moisture-wicking jumbo wool consistently provide cool and comfortable slumber. Every purchase helps fuel Lisa's work with shelters and those in need. Visit Lisa.com to learn more. That's LEESA.com. Before moving into a new town, Stephanie had experience in these strange things. Things around the house, and strange noises. Like what is that? Stephanie's eerie experience.
So before I moved into my boyfriend's house, I used to live in Stratford, which is in Connecticut, and he lives in North Connecticut. So it takes me roughly about 38 to 40 minutes to get to his home. So I usually would sleep over, and he gets out of work at midnight, so he works for the midnight shift, and he would sometimes give me the keys to come over, so I could be inside the home before he comes, or
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. The FBI moves in. Undetected always come.
I can sit in the driveway if I didn't stop by his job to get the key. And there was this one night before, I think this was last year, 2021, I think it was the fall, and I was in my car, and I usually reverse into his driveway. It's a pretty long driveway, and he lives in a suburban area. There's no houses around his home. It's maybe separated by like a house distance away from the next neighbor. The neighbor to his left is maybe like a house or two down, and then it's just straight land, and then the same thing with the right side. And then there's only one house across the street that's visible. And usually there was this one night where I couldn't get the key to come home and go inside and do what I needed to do while I waited for him. And so it was around like 11 p.m., like 11:30ish, and he gets home at around like 12:18, and I was waiting, and it's dark, super dark, because where he lives, there's no streets lights, there's no light posts, like you don't see anything, it's pitch black, and the only way you can see something is when you're driving, so the headlights can dare brighten up where you're driving. And so I get to his home, I reverse back into his driveway, and I sit down and I relax. And I'm sitting in the driver's seat, and I have my right leg is folded up, and then my left leg is just straight out, and I use my left hand against my door, so I'm like leaning, using my arm as a pillow. I was just scrolling on TikTok. I was listening to TikToks. I was scrolling through, and I remember the time was like 11:30. And I was like, I can't wait till he gets out, and then for him to come home. And a couple minutes go by, and I'm distracted by TikTok, and I hear, it it was a quick knock. And I didn't wake up. When I smiled, I was getting butterflies because I thought it was him. And usually I can hear him if he's driving home. You can hear his car. 'Cause it's
We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, assure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our austerity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States of America. Not only does the entire North Everett Police Precinct need training on autism and civil rights, they also need a substantial refresher on the Bill of Rights.
a Jeep, so you can hear it. But when I heard those knocks, I looked at the time really quickly on the car dashboard, and it said like 11:33.
And remember, before you can even take an oath to serve or protect, you have to remember that your obligation is to the federal government when it comes to civil rights. And you're not allowed to take an oath for shit as a city copper without acknowledging that fact.
I swear to God, I thought it was him. I thought he was joking around with me, and I saw nothing. I immediately just called him. First, I texted him. I'm like, are you home? Are you coming
But
home?
some do it anyway, and then they blow the whistle. And some do it and they don't blow the whistle. And then they go to prison. The end.
Law enforcement, so he can't sometimes.
What was the point of that story?
So when I called him, I was in a panic. I was like, please check.
I don't know. But my sense is you do.
Someone knocked on my window, and I was freaking out, and he was like, oh, there's nothing. Like, he was checking. And I was like, please make sure there's nothing outside my car. Like, I swear to God, there was somebody knocking on my car window, and you can feel it when that whoever it was knocked. I felt it. I felt the vibrations. I'm leaning on the car door, relaxing. I felt it, and I told him I panicked, and he worries too. He was like, no, I don't see anything on the camera. And I'm like, I swear to you. And then he was like, I'm coming home now. I'm leaving now, so I'll be home shortly. And I was like, okay, fine. And he hung up, and
I feel like there should be a mood that describes feeling like you've woken up and found yourself in some sort of sequel to the film Idiocracy.
His house, his yard is dark. Like, you can't see anything.
Oh, there is. Jew. That's the mood, guys. When someone says their mood is Jewish, it means they feel like they're living in a sequel to the film Idiocracy.
And usually he has rabid wildlife, and I didn't see any of it. I didn't hear anything. I couldn't make sense of what it was, but I knew it was that. And so that was one of.
And my mood today, my pulse today, it is ding 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 Jewish, as it is every day, but especially on Saturdays.
And I managed to get the key.
That is to say, I feel like the female protagonist in Idiocracy too.
And I call him Chicken Nugget. So he's calling me when I'm home here. So the way this house is, the way the layout is, there's two front doors, but we use one main left door. We never use the front door. It's still on the same side of the wall of the house, but we just never use it because the driveway and the garage that's attached to that second door, it's the only way to get in, and it's easier. So you go in through that second front door, and it's a big second. It's completely empty. He hasn't furnished it ever since I moved in. It's been furnished, but before it was no furniture. There was no furniture. nothing. I just quickly send her and take her.
The ease of the 2-page knock-knock lawsuits. Donald Trump sued someone who said his mom or his dad was an orangutan, and that was the whole lawsuit. That's another example of a successful 2-page lawsuit. He won a lot. Over $1 million, I think. My 2-page lawsuit is real simple. One at a time and then the employer. Because I can. Here's the YouTube live stream. Oh, this person knocked more than once, came more than once. Here are those YouTube live streams. And just like Donald Trump in the orangutan lawsuit, it's a 3-point shot, nothing but net. Nothing but net.
And then
And I like to keep it simple
and it's a kitchen and
because I'm a simple-minded fool.
together. It's like having a studio apartment. So you have the kitchen, you have the island, and then you have the view of the whole living room. So when you're cooking on the island, your back is towards the stove. So you're
And also, I like this idea. You're being sued? Why are you being sued? I knocked on the door. I thought I was funny and I wanted to play a knock-knock joke.
facing the living room, the view of the living room. And then to the left, there's a hallway.
Well, how did it go in court today? I have to pay $5,000 for my knock-knock joke.
So it's like a 1-floor house with a basement. It's pretty nice.
And I said I'm never paying it. And then the Jew, she said she'll just bring the judgment to my employer and they'll garnish it for my first 2 paychecks.
I was cooking, and I remember I was cooking carrots with a knife. So.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not tall enough, but I'm tall enough to see.
Don't worry, if you're watching this, chances are you're going to be party to the knock-knock lawsuit.
All the lights are turned
You're
off.
very young.
You know, my boyfriend's very conservative with lights, so everything else turned off except for the lights on top of the island. So I'm cutting, and I see what I thought was next. The white dog, his white vehicle, and I see him walk into the sidewalk, and I stop, and I'm like, chicken nugget, and where are you going? And I grab my knife, and I follow him into the sidewalk. And it was nothing. There was no dog. There was nothing. And I clearly saw his butt go into the sun. And then when I said chicken nugget, he walks up from behind me and you can hear tick-tack, tick-tack.
And on an existential level, obviously, the meaning behind all of this is to bring everyone closer to Godzilla. And sometimes Godzilla is petty as fuck and also hilarious. Ergo, the knock-knock lawsuit. Coming to a door sill near you.
Tick-tack because of his nails. And I turn around and I'm like,
Nothing but net.
with the knife in my hand, I'm like, we were in the sun. Like, I was talking to him as if he was a human. I was like, we were just in the sun. I saw you go into the sun. And he just stands next to me in the entryway of the sunroom. And
Also, did you see what I did there? A door sill near you? That's fucking hilarious. Come on. Oh, the Nazis don't think the Jew in the basement is funny.
he's looking at me, dumbfounded with what he's talking about. And I was just shaking. I was like, oh my god, not again. And then all of a sudden, with 3 knocks on the door. It was a quick 3 knocks. And then next to that door, there's
Coming to a door sill near you. Day 7 of being held hostage. I'm under the impression around day 100 to 115 I'm going to be released. Hoorah!
Both of us were staring at where the facts are coming from. And then the next thing that happens is,
And then I'm gonna rock with you all night.
then I freak out. Like, oh my god, I'm turn this podcast off. I gotta stop clicking on it. I just freak out and I immediately tell my boyfriend what happened. And you just always be like, yeah, I hear stuff, but I don't get back to it. And I'm like, okay, cool.
The tortoise and the hare, that's the Aesop's fable that applies to my current circumstance. And I am the tortoise. And every time the hares have another fraudulent hearing, they're pushing the snooze button. And every time another order is ordered that was premeditated and recorded, it's corroborated and admissible in every court in the entire country.
It's ready, just running across the house and knocking. And that's what it sounded like, and I freaked out, but I was like, I can't do this. Yeah, it's cool, whatever, having ghosts in your house, but when you actually have them, and you don't know what it is, and you just question life, and the afterlife, it gets stressful, but stuff keeps happening in this house, and it gets scarier, because as a kid, I used to see ghosts, and after I stopped, and then when I met my boyfriend now, I started seeing them again, hearing them, and then it gets stressful because there would be nights where I'm coming upstairs from the basement, and I'll hear right behind me.
And as I zip past that finish line and win the entire race, it'll be the FBI and Godzilla that I have to thank, because the FBI has been this entire time making me the most well-engineered RC car and magnetic sandals for me to wear to stay affixed to it for them to shoot me across that finish line. And it is only because of Godzilla and the Federal Bureau of Investigations that is going to be the outcome. And thank God for them. Because were it not, these federal felons would do this to another. And in many cases, have already.
And the hairs on my neck would stand up because I remember one time we were fighting, or we were arguing about something, and I had to go switch the laundry to the dryer. And I'm like, okay. So I turn off the lights as I go upstairs, and I hear it. And then I hear it again. And I refuse to turn around because if I really turn off the lights in the basement, and I'm like, oh, hell no, that I said that as soon as I walked up the stairs, because the noise kept going behind me. And it sounded very human-like, but I refused to turn around because I did not want to know, because it's a basement, but I've never heard that before. I've been in this basement thousands of times. I've washed clothes. I have actually set up with a mini gym, so I've never heard before. But that night we had that argument, I heard that.
And just to be clear, the knock-knock lawsuit does not apply to my biological father or to Ashley May. But the knock-knock lawsuit applies to everyone standing outside and or who knocked on my door each and every time. Shit! And every single person that authorized it, planned it, directed it, instructed it as well. But I don't expect I'll be able to serve them their knock-knock lawsuit until they've been arraigned. So I'll start with whose names are easily accessible.
And it's always when we have like an argument, that's when I hear or see stuff. Because, or when it's like early in the morning, or when me and him aren't speaking, but it's just every time something happens between me and him, I would see something, or I would hear something, or if I'm not paying attention, something like happened in this house, and he experienced one thing with me that actually made me cry. Because I was up really super early. I woke up like 6 a.m. to go to work at 7.
I want to pay you, but I still
When I
can't
had
pay
time
until 6
one
p.m.
morning, and this happened. This happened a month ago. And the morning time, it was like 6:35. And I was sitting on the island in the kitchen eating cereal. And the living room has these huge windows. And I heard like a man whistling. It was very long. It was just right next to the window. And it stopped. And I'm looking, and then it starts whistling. And it sounded as if this man was just standing outside of the window whistling. It was as if a guy was taking a stroll through the streets. It was like walking whistling, singing to me. It sounded like a man who was whistling. And I immediately, I was like, hey, someone's whistling. And he's asleep. And he thinks it's me. I'm telling my roommate, definitely so through. He's asleep. So I run to the room and I close the door and I start crying. I'm like, big news, I outside of the window whistling. I swear, it was whistling. He gets out with those checks. And usually law enforcement started the checks vigorously. He's checking every room, he's checking every basement. And I'm like, it's coming from there, it's coming from there. And I told my friends it's over there, and I'm like, it's coming from there. And he was like, you sure it wasn't a bird? And like, you didn't see the birds. That one, that bird, the birds that were chirping was not a man whistling. It was very distinctive, a man whistling. And I was like, yes, I'm pretty sure. I was crying. Eventually, like, I had to go to work, but I was just so scared. I was freaked out, but I have to because I live here.
Stephanie's experience with this.
You got a scary story written in the 18th century. It's about something like that. She didn't even whistle.
Right, Yosa? Yes. Who doesn't love a good rags to riches story? Or a poor girl who doesn't know she's actually rich because she was switched up first. Sign me up. Drama is necessary. And to be honest, we're here for it all. Like Fabuloso, with long-lasting freshness to take the drama out of any mess. Red Fabuloso's remarkable lavender scent will be heard like a classic telenovela stare wherever you can. Sí, perfecto. You mean Fabuloso. Fabuloso is also a big supporter of the My Cultura podcast network. I hope you can share our fabulous stories of local lavender freshness with you. Listen to new episodes of your favorite My Cultura podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Fabuloso's 2 times concentrated formula provides 2 times more active ingredients versus non-concentrated Fabuloso Original. Use as directed. Good sleep should come naturally, and with the new Natural Hybrid mattress, it can. A collaboration between Lisa and Wes Bell, the Natural Hybrid is expertly crafted from natural latex, natural wool, and certified safe foams to elevate your sleep sanctuary and support a greener tomorrow. Breathable organic cotton and moisture-wicking jumbo wool consistently provide cool and comfortable slumber. Every purchase helps fuel Lisa's work in shelters and those in need. Visit lisa.com to learn more. It's LEESA.com.
My grandma had last week on Wednesday morning, so I remember I was singing a song that she used to sing. It's like a church song. It's like, I la 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 la, and then it goes on. And I sang it Monday, and she died the Wednesday morning. And she lives in Guatemala, so I don't see her. I see her like once or twice a year. But whenever she used to stay at her house, she would always just talk. She's like 4'11", and so she wears this pajama set. It's a collared white, button-down white beach pajama set with matching pants, and it's boots, and it fits her perfectly.
I'm not going to give you more numbers. You have Meow Mix, you have Tuna, Neither of which is bad, but that tuna is going to be gross if you leave it
my
for another
house.
couple hours.
She's standing.
You can't take her back and then mommy there.
But it's not that easy.
He really won't be free.
It's like leaning towards that direction, and then I actually look, she's gone. And then it was this one man, it was like the night after she died. It was like Thursday or Friday night last week. We were both watching TV, and then
One thing though, Hunter, I can definitely tell is the side effect of it is, even though I know you want me to pet your back, all your little back fur is like been standing halfway to straight up ever since I squared my body. Stop trying to lick it. And you do keep licking all of it. But you can't quite reach it. Because I put it right here, Hunter.
He said, no, it's not my opinion. I said, no, it's my grandma. But that happened. Usually, that never really happens. But since my grandma died, like, I would see her around the house. I would see her in the kitchen or in the sunroom where it's really dark. And she will just be sitting there. But I can't really fully stay there. Because by the time I actually look, she's gone. But there was this one time before I moved in that the same hallway, something happened where I came over. This was before I moved in this house, and it was like during the summertime of last year, 2021, where I was in the sunroom. I was doing something. I don't know what I was doing. I was doing something, but his bedroom was right across the guest bedroom, and he likes to play games with me. He's very silly, so from my peripheral, I saw him jump from his bedroom into the guest bedroom, and then I guess he's like paying attention to see what I was doing, and so as I looked down, and then he jumped from the guest bedroom back to his room, and then he did it again. He went back. I think he was in his room. Yeah. So I'm like, this boy keeps playing to him. And so I'm like, let me stand here and stare. So I'm in the sunroom and I'm staring down. So when I'm like, he's playing with me, I look up and I'm like, and I see him go into the guest bedroom. So I run down the hall, run across the house, run down to the hall, and I'm like jumping into the guest bedroom. He's like, I got you. You can't play with me. And he comes up from behind me. And I'm like, he wasn't wearing a shirt at the time. And I'm like, what? And then he's like, and I was like, I saw you go into this guest bedroom and you were wearing a green army t-shirt. He was blue. And I'm seeing him, he doesn't have a shirt on. He's like, I don't even own a green army t-shirt. I'm like, no, but I saw you. And what I saw was him. And I thought it was go into the guest bedroom. I saw the back part of, I guess, a man's body and then the whole shoulder. And this person was wearing an army green t-shirt. And he walked right into the guest bedroom. And I saw it clear as day because when he was playing with me, I'm like, let me look this time. Let me actually look. And I see him go in with me. But then when I went up to him to get him, he was behind me. I just kept my mentioning, no, I saw you go in with me. He said, no, it wasn't me. I was like, babe, I saw you. No, it wasn't like I had a shirt on. He didn't have a shirt on, and he comes over there and I'm like, we gotta go here. And he would laugh, but to me it's not funny because it's like every other day I'm seeing something, and then he actually started believing me to the point where he'd be like, do you feel something? Because sometimes I'll feel or see or hear something, or some nights I'll be like, no, I don't feel anything. I don't see anything. I don't feel anything. And then there are other nights where I'm like scared because I feel something in my heart. Two nights ago where I wanted to sleep early, work the next day and he's another thing. And I come into the bedroom and I feel like a heaviness, like super, super heavy in the room. Like it's really hard to breathe. And then you can feel like someone's watching you, you feel like someone's there. I felt something. I felt something. Like heaviness. And I'm like, no, I can't. I have to go grab things. So I called the baby, can you come with me? I'm afraid I don't want to sleep alone. Because yes, I'll be alone. I'm not going to sleep alone. We're going to do it. You know what I'm doing? Like, tell me go. Because I was doing this, but eventually you get to sleep. And I think that it was scary. This ice is scary. Thankfully, his parents are here, but his mom confessed to him and everything that, like, she's out of food. And she never used to say that. She never treated her very religious and Catholic. She's I can't defend this. And my boyfriend told me that, and I'm like, look, I'm not crazy like that. Now I finally have someone who understands where I'm going because so my boyfriend, he might take it seriously, but he finds everything a joke. So it's he when it happens, and like eventually he'll be like, oh, she's hearing things too. He'll take it seriously. So with him, you never know. But it's always good to remain honest with your things. But it's hard to know that no one can see them like me and see people because I'm seeing different people. I'm seeing my grandma, I'm seeing the guy in the army. There was this one night, I remember one night where I was walking to the kitchen for the bedroom, and there was a man with, he was wearing a black and white suit with a black tie. It was like standing straight, and his face was not like yours. It wasn't like mine. It was not pixelated, but it wasn't pixelated. You could tell it was like it's like those old documentary pictures where it's blurry picture, but you could tell it's a mustache. You could tell it's like say eyebrows. That's what his face looked like. And then he was wearing a short paper hat. Those black short hats. And he was just there. This time I didn't see it. I don't see it when I'm moving my head. I'm seeing it. And I blink, it's gone. You know, like, oh, Jesus, like, again. And it's getting tired of what? I can't help it. I can't help it. You can't be like, oh, today's the day on my TV thing, but I could be like, in Spanish, because I say that they can say anything in Spanish, it's so stricter. I'll be like, today's not the day that I'm saying. That's just how don't try to scare me. Don't try anything. Anything me and God, I don't want to hear anything, okay? And the whole thing, I don't want to hear anything. I don't sense or feel or see anything. So I had to do that when I was 15. But if I forget, I see, I hear, I feel things, and so far that's what I got, what I can remember what's happening. But it's a constant thing. It's current. I'm just gonna have to write a journal for it.
I didn't go back. If you're bad, I'm not stupid. I know that's what we want. We need to stop looking at me like I don't understand.
And now it's coming from
Probably take it back.
house is hot too.
I'm not supposed to until 5 minutes, and I'm
She said,
at 6 p.m.
she was like, good night, right?
At 6 p.m. I'll give you back.
What? And I didn't want to keep questioning, are they dead? I didn't want to say anything. But she was like, they wouldn't do that to you. They're not that type of people. Because I was explaining everything I was saying to you. And then she said that. And she said, overweight. So you're overusing them. So I didn't ask anything more.
Jerry Gore, True Scary Story. I wrote it. ScaryStory.com. Next, be sure to check out my other podcast called The Scary Story Podcast. For more scary history, be sure to check out that channel. Thank you very much for listening. See you soon. collaboration between the Senate and National Highways, expert crafted from natural maintenance, natural equipment, certified safe phones to no energy section. Consistently provide cool and comfortable slumber, and they purchase house fuel accessories, shelters, and meals. It's a good sit down comfortable warm. It's healthy.
When it comes to cleaning your house, who doesn't wish un canal que te trust fund suerte and pass them off to step off like independent creators? Hola, it's Chiquis here, and although life isn't always like the soap operas, Fabuloso does bring a clean that's always over the top. Get your home dramatically clean anytime you like without any evil mama drama. Just long-lasting, happy refreshing. That's Fabuloso, taking the drama out of any mess. Fabuloso's 2 times concentrated organic, 2 times water ingredients versus non-concentrated Fabuloso original. She's has directed. If your facilities have a tried university, you know students rely on the cafeteria for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and the usually one snack. So when the dishwasher breaks down and dirty plates pile up, the rest all return messy and one for none. Enter Granger. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast delivery, the product you need now is never far away. So you can turn that dishwasher back into a clean washing machine. Call Granger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
You too can be party to the 2-page not policy with your very own YouTube live stream link.
I moved in with my sister in 2015. She's now my sister. She lived alone at the time in a 4-bedroom house. So my 2 kids and I moved in to help us keep an eye on the house. So she's out of town for work almost the whole year. And she would show up maybe like for a weekend and then she'd have to come back out for work. So we would see her just like randomly, but she would always call to let me know just in case she needed help with the airport or at the dinner dinner. But most of the time it was just the 2 kids and I. And they're both were at the time to get together because of 4, so my son would be 8. It's really both small. So there was like this, like in the hallway, we would always have like the light on just as it basically to get up and get some water and everything. And a lot of the times I would see just little, like a shadow, like when people walk by, you see it. But I know my kids like steps and how they move. So it was too heavy of a shadow for it to be anything that was really little. I used to say, okay, it is bad. Just continue with the night, whatever. Go back to sleep. But eventually I had to turn those lights off because they were getting scared. They were thinking that it was me walking around or something. So I didn't think much of it. I was just like, okay, we're just hanging on, whatever. We'll just go away. We'll just get it into the place. So we'll spread out. So the house, it's pretty big. So you walk in and you have to go to the foyer area. And to the right, you have the living room / like dining room. So you have to get 2 steps up to get to the dining room. If you go through the little door that's in the dining room, you hit like the kitchen and a little like breakfast nook or whatever area. And then you keep making a left, and then it's like the big family room. And then there's like a hallway off of that just goes into all of the rooms. It was 4 rooms in there. My sister's being the master, and then the other 3 which is me and my two kids, with more like to the left, tucked in. It was late. I'm gonna say it was well over maybe like 12 because the kids had a bedtime at 9, lights out, everything's asleep, they're asleep. And then I usually turn my TV off around like 10:30 or something. And I know it was well after that. I was asleep for a couple hours, so it had to have been well after midnight.
Well, I think we can safely say we know who left our Google reviews. No shit, Sherlock. I would have said that shit right from the beginning. Are these your email addresses leaving these 1-star reviews? Was it not evident by the content? Absolutely. Absolutely. So, Nerd Squad / FBI agents. When is the final illegal entry attempt? Is it today? Is it on a Saturday? Is it on Tuesday? Is it not for 3 weeks? Can I know that at least, please?
It was the first time that I had seen something like that, so I was like, no, there's no way. This would be like 4 months in, maybe too long, because she had roommates before me, and they were also saying little minor things like that, but I'm not really like, what's in my house and things like this. But she doesn't like hearing it. She doesn't know I wouldn't tell her that there's things there or something happening. So I kind of go with this. I feel better. So I'm just okay. I think it's real. Exit hallway has a little closet door, like a coat closet. And that would randomly just open. You know, they usually live in Arizona, so coats aren't really a thing out here. So it was more for like storage, or like a business cooler, or just blankets, things like that. And the door would randomly be open, but sometimes the kids would play hide and seek, so I'm hoping that they're playing there. But I would always open the door anyways to sweep in there if I'm cleaning or anything. And there was this one time where it shut, like I was sleeping, and I hadn't even gotten to there yet, and the door just shut. So I thought it maybe was playing or going a little game or something. So I went to open it to let her know I'm sleeping here, and she's not there. Never good when she just goes like that.
I'm so sorry I can't pet your back. I feel really bad because you're making me feel bad.
So I got in there. So I opened it and I said,
Please pet my back.
and then I go to the living room and she's sitting there and she's watching TV and I'm like, hey, like, I'm sleeping, make sure you don't go in the closet again because, like, we're mopping next. She was like, I wasn't even in the closet today. And my son was like, out there, so I know they weren't here playing with him at the time. I'm like, okay, maybe because you have the door open. And he somehow traveled into the hallways and closed the door and everything. Everything coming from closing. So when I went back to do the mopping part of it, I opened the closet and I could see, I saw some markings on the door I had not seen before, and that closet's pretty active. But they were like when you measured yourself and you put a little date next to it and everything thrown, but it was from like the 70s. The dates on there were like 1972, 73, 74, and it was like that. And I put 82 at the spot. I was like, okay, that's weird because I've never seen that there before. The closet's always opening and closing. I would have seen that if I saw it. But now, so now I'm trying to figure out, I don't see no issues writing on the wall or flying or anything. But then everything was kind of fixed, so they're like, no, you didn't do that. So I
just thought that I was like, maybe I've never seen her before, and I paid attention, which was weird because I was cleaning up around the doorknobs, so I was seeing it, but maybe I missed it. So I fixed her room, and I fixed it out, called her, and kept her with it, but she was at home, so the room was empty. I was going in from, like, I need to go to that door, but she had a little area back there, but she was never home. So just randomly, the kids would go to like their house for the weekend, so I could get home for like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And there was this one weekend where I came home from work and her TV was on, and I thought maybe she got there and she was on the time or something. So I went, to say hi to her, and everything was normal, just the TV was like on. So I'm like, okay, that's weird. I just turned it off and believe. And I was in my head, I'm like, believe. She had it in my sleep tucked up or like in the lawn, which is weird. It was my mom before, but I always try to take excuses. That same night, her shower turned on. Everybody around me remember it was maybe like I thought maybe I was like getting ready, just cleaning the kitchen, getting ready for the day. And I thought it was, at first I thought it was like I left the light bulbs on outside, I just heard like water going, and it wasn't that, so I checked the washer, it wasn't that. And I get closer to the hallway area, and I hear it coming from the room. So I didn't think that at that time because the incident of the TV had already happened. And I called my friend and I was telling her what was going on. And she just go through the back. Don't go through the room, go through the back. Maybe it's safer. And in my head, I'm like, yeah, yeah. So I went to the backyard, go through the little back area to get to her bathroom. And it's off. That was not because everything inside was wet. So I just looked out and I left that night and I was going down to my friend's house and I was like, I don't know what to do. And she said, no, it's just, a lot of stress and like different things, probably this, that. She was just trying to calm me down, but I know that it was working. And there's no remorse. It was different. And somebody had taken a shot. The walls were wet, the curtain was wet, the floor was wet. So I was like, okay, that's weird. And the whole weekend, not even the kids were there, they were pumped for their dad that weekend. So it was just me, that's why I freaked out. So I was like, oh, maybe I'm not sleeping this night. And I called to tell my sister, but she's not sleeping. So she's like, no, I'm fine. Which one is that? It's her house. She's only in the live there. So of course she probably just not hear about it. But if you actually see them, that's pretty cool.
With better benefits for your employees with the NBA Health Trust, the Master Builders Association of Phoenix and Orange counties offers quality and affordable health benefits for local construction businesses. Learn more at MBAHealthTrust.com.
What's the easiest choice you can make? Window instead of middle seat? Picking a vendor who sends a great gift basket. Outsourcing business tasks. What about selling with Shopify? Whether you're selling new or a lot, Shopify helps you do your thing. However you cha-ching, Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. From the launch your online shop stage to the first real-life store stage, all the way to the we just hit 1 million orders stage. Shopify is there to help you grow. Whether you're selling scented soap or offering outdoor outlets, Shopify helps you sell wherever and whatever you're selling. Shopify's got you covered. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at Shopify.com/try. Go to Shopify.com/try now to grow your business, no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/try.
So believe it or not, around Christmas time, she wasn't home for Christmas, but I had still in the morning for work, and I was getting kids ready for school, and we passed by one of the windows, and there's a line of ornaments on the floor. They're a big line, and it's all tile flooring, so it's hard for the ornaments just to stay still so perfectly. There was like 6 of them in a line. I look at the kids anxiously, and then we have no pets, we have nothing besides. So they just go to the field and pick it up, put it back on, and let it go back to it. Really for the day, I used to work really close to sister's house, and we were 5-minute drive. So I used to go home for lunch sometimes. And that day I decided to go home, and they were there again. They were just a straight line, 6 ornaments. And I just picked them out, put them all up, and that was the first one. When you walk in, that's the first thing I thought you were the first one that was in. So I put on straight to those certifications. All of the cupboards and all of the drawers are open. All of the drawers, the cabinets, the pantry, everything is just open. And it almost looks like some of the doors are like blanked through. So I was like, oh my gosh, did somebody break in? Did somebody just didn't get robbed? But everything was still there. There was the door was locked, the back door was locked, all the windows were closed. So I was like, okay, whatever. Closed everything again. And I just left. I knew I had to lunch. I was like, I'm not taking that yet. I went back to work. When we got out of work, I went to drop the kids in the after school program or whatever. Came home, and again, all of the things were open. Those are the ornaments, but all of the things were open again. So the kids were getting freaked out. I was like, no, it was just me. Like, I was looking for something earlier. I don't want them to be scared when they sleep. I don't want them to have that stress or whatever. I think that's something I was just me. Everything's fine. So I'm making dinner, and in the kitchen, like I said, when you go straight, it's the little door, living room, and then the door breakfast room, and the dining room area is tucked into this little room that you can see. It's not too much, it's like a little corner. And Sam and I always like to play like behind each other, pop out and check this way each other. I was eating dinner, and then there's the living room area, because I was watching TV, and I was in the living room. I saw a little figure like standing right in the corner, like in the dining room area, but I thought something kind of scary, as long as it's way long. So I just kept doing like what I'm doing or whatever. I went to the around to the sink, wash my hands, come back, and he was gone. I'm like, okay, he just left. I went to the living room to ask my daughter if the building was with you. She no, I didn't see him. She would have seen him because of the way that the house is. If you come down the hallway, he's going to pass that living room area, so she didn't see him. The person, which my son and I thought was standing there, was wearing a white shirt. I've never seen that white shirt. And I go to his room to tell him he's standing there, Thompson or whatever, and he's like deep in a game with his headphones on and wearing a white shirt. So I'm like, oh. So I just stand there for a little bit. And he looked at me and he takes his headphones off, like thinking that I was doing something with his fingers. And I was like, no, just put this on like a little bit longer. And he's like, oh, okay. And he just puts his headphones back on and just goes to whatever he's doing. And I come back around and I guess I have to look in my face because my daughter's like, what happened? And I'm like, nothing, go ahead and do it. And she's like, okay. And that's like, so I'm walking around like, what happened there? Which just happened. So I look over there and I'm passing it. He's looking and I turn on the light. There's nothing in my room. So I'm like, okay, I check the door to make sure both the front doors closed. It's not leaking in. So I was freaked out. And so then he took me. So then the following like a month or something. The kids were away again. They went to their house. And I went outside to like the little backyard patio area, and my sister had the pool and everything, so I was just like sitting there wondering where I'm to be, I don't know, smelling my phone. There's the way that the walls are in the kitchen / little breakfast area is like all just windows. There's one little section where like one window breaks and the other one starts, but most of that one is just a window. So I was sitting towards the windows to like see the TV a little bit, and I saw somebody look like more like peripheral walk past one window and then it breaks, and I didn't see them come back through the other window because possible to went past set up. So I went up really quick, and I remember I saw the same thing. Like I saw just like somebody's like arm that they were wearing a shirt. And it just went back to that time that somebody was upset right there. And I was like, that's exactly what it was. It was the same white shirt and the short sleeves. And I thought, it was not like a male figure because it just was one, girlish sense. But she had to pass the other window. So my first reaction was to just go back and think so we come back together. So I go back inside and the door, sometimes locked, the gate's locked, and there's nobody home. I'm by myself. So I call my friend back, and she definitely was also like not doing anything. So she comes over this time because she's like, okay, this is the second time you told me about something. It would be cool to actually be there. And I was like, I don't know if it's cool, but I don't do it. Don't you like? So she comes over. We're just like watching movies and like we ordered food, so the food got there. But I was making sure that I would lock like my gate to the house just because sometimes I do forget to lock the door. So I always make sure that my gate's locked. So after we got the food delivered, they left. I locked the gate, I went inside, and I remember locking my door because I remember like almost hitting myself trying to lock it. We're just sitting there and everything's off because I like to watch everything in the dark and just like candles going. So everything was off. And we were like halfway through the movie and we had like a little bit of the door that broke cracked because it was sitting like the window pane. So like the first 3 candles I lit out by like the TV just blew off. But it's weird because it was on the first movie and it was not very much. I was like, oh, like the wind. So I think I closed the door, like those candles back on. And we just continued watching TV, and then the same 3 candles just blew off again. So my friend looked at me and she was like, what are you doing? She really thought that I could do that for some reason. And I was like, what are we doing? Let's go somewhere. Let's leave. And she was like, oh, it's fine, it's fine. She's like, let's turn the light off. So I'm like, okay. Turn the light off, like, turn one light on, the hallway light. We had a little bit distracted, so we were going to the kitchen. When we come back, and those first 3 lights on the light are on. So I looked at her, and I'm like, Lisa, let's go. I don't want to be here. She really saw it in my face. I was actually scared. She was like, okay, let's go. So we went back to her house instead. And I remember just standing up, just talking about it. And she's just no way. There's no possibility. We closed the door. We're just going on the whole thing. And then I started talking about the rest of the things. And she was like, what are you going to do? What should we do? She's probably staying in the house the next day. So I was like, that's the one thing I know like, off the top of my head. So we were doing that, but the signal never turned on for some reason. It was my first time doing it, and it was her first time doing it. So we just thought we just didn't know how to like it, or if there was like a special way or something. So we went. So she was like, let's turn like incense instead. I was like, I don't think it was the same thing, but okay. So we did that, thinking it would do something. Of course, it didn't do anything. Then we started getting us like some different energy and things like that. And I remember I had a bunch of like birds the search, if they don't acknowledge that they're here, then they are going to come and you're just making it worse. So I said, okay, so I stopped. So well, maybe there's some truth to that. So I said, okay, so about 2 months after, you know what, I'm just going to go. I'm going to make sure that I can do this on my own or something like that. I don't know what I told her to make it feel better. And we still know, like, she still lives there. She probably lives after us and they all say something, but not so much as she gets now. So, and we just all share like a full story. I do think that something was, I mean, maybe I never felt like there was anything negative. I never felt like there was anything that wanted to harm us or anything. I just think that it was something that wanted us to know that it was also there. And after that, I feel like I'm very spiritual now. I'm like, I feel like it's not enough for it to be into. So if they wanted us to know that they were there, to make it known because it's known, I get it, but I don't know if they that. So hopefully it's just something that we're just close into. But my friend freaked out after the whole camera thing. She, oh my gosh, she was so like, okay, like I'm not sure what to say because she likes saying stuff like that. And she thought I was just like making it up because she likes it. And I'm like, girl, no, listen, I don't want this to happen to me or to anybody. So I was letting someone else like, I was talking like, oh, you're crazy, like that, it's happening. And like, of course, this happens too. But she thought it was cool. And she did mention actually that she did hear like the faucet to the sink turn on one time, but she really thought it was me. And then I ended up coming out of like the other side of the house, like the bathroom or something. So she was like, oh, okay, that's fine. And she never told me anything until after when we left that day. She was like, yeah, the other day. I'm like, what? I can see it. It's not, the figure wasn't see through. It wasn't like smoky or like silky or nothing. It was a person. It was like a real thing. I could see through it. Pretty clear. But I never saw the face. I always only saw like from the neck, like the chin down, and I could see that he was wearing a white shirt, and then like the arms, like he passed by the window and saw his arm, and he was wearing a white shirt. And I tried to Google it, and I tried to look at my sister's address and see the history on the house and stuff. I did see that the house was built in the early 70s. I was able to pull that up. But as far as like owner information or owner history, I was able to find that. My sister, she really doesn't want to read it because it's a house and now she's living on the south, so she really doesn't want to hear those stories. But I don't know how she's not hearing it or seeing it. Everybody else has the other roommates that she had before me. My cousin was living there for a little bit. She would tell me the whole thing. She had my own room, which is interesting. And she saw the steps under the door. I'm not thinking to myself, I think they didn't mention that they thought it was me one time. But they didn't see the figure, I know unless they were just there to tell me. But, and I don't want to bring it up because I don't want them to be scared. So I just spoke it to myself. Choose 2 times concentrated formula provides 2 times more active cleaning benefits versus non-concentrated formulation of this. Use as directed.
Report yourself freely under negative codes from the next employee or from a former client. How to get news article. Search engines don't always get it right. But right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where reputation defender authority comes in. Take control with reputation defender. Their cutting-edge approach is helping you wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also come with good stuff. Start by getting your free reputation report on reputationdefender.com or call 800-811-4975 to speak to an expert.
His daughter is really good.
That's
Amazing savings. Since we're working out that she is not
after I had my third child, my husband and I, we decided I should take my furlough and take care of the kids. It was cheaper. I wouldn't have to pay for daycare. We stayed home with the kids. They're all 5 years apart. We have a big thing. We're in their kindergarten and then in middle. So we're like, I'll just stay home for a while. We decided that I would stay home. And I would say right when she turned 2, is when I started noticing that she would see things or would see something. Our very first house that we bought together when we got married, we were starting to live in a bad neighborhood, so we decided to move. Well, it was during the time too that only he was working for his job. So his father, my father-in-law, was like, oh, hey, you guys can stay in our house. We're building a new house. Why don't you rent it out for months? It's a win-win, so we decided we would. They never had any issues. And she was young, and we were getting ready to leave to pick up her 2 sisters from school. And I usually always made a little snack for her because I coached basketball and volleyball. So after school, we would just have practice right away. So I had like snacks for the kids, give her like books, just pack up things, get her ready. And one day, out of nowhere, I never had any problem with her before, like ever thought. And she was just like smiling and laughing and giggling. And I looked up because we were like on a split level. So like the top was the living room and the bottom here was the kitchen. And there was like a little window so it was like a look up. And I look up and she's just looking in the corner, smiling and laughing and waving. And I was just like, oh. I wonder if she's like, and I looked up there and I was like, it must just be a relative thing or something. Like wanted to visit her. She was newer and everything that we went through. And it took me nothing of it. It continued to be like that, like almost every day. Finally, one day, I picked her up, and we were getting ready to leave. I put on like her snowsuit or like a dinner time. I put on her snowsuit and I put on her hat, and she started waving me like really hardcore up the step. And I looked and I see nothing. And I was just like, I didn't acknowledge it. I didn't say anything. And she's really little. She was only 2, so she couldn't verbalize anything. And I just left, got in the van, and later on I called my sister. And she's like, what? Oh, no. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, she was happy. Maybe it's the one that I named. Or maybe it was her grandma. I was like, she's not kind, so I'll just leave it to you. So then a year goes by and we ended up finding a really nice rental in Provinceville, Minnesota. We both stayed. We were safe in Portland. And I that girl, talking like that little girl. And I was like, I didn't even understand what she was doing. She was so pretty little. And a year goes by, she turns 3. And one night, she was sleeping her and her sister's house. She shared a room, and they had to do a book next door. So we had 3 bedrooms on the main level, and it was a landlord. So her and her sister slept in their bedroom together, and her older sister slept on the top one, she slept on the bottom one. It must have been, where it's just about to get light out toward morning. So around that time, like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, I can hear her screaming, and I heard little footsteps run into the bedroom, and I wake up and I see her, and I'm like, no, that little girl is calling me. And I was like, and I go, oh, your sister? And she goes, that little girl, look, she's by the door. And for some reason, I did not look at her. I felt something, but I didn't see anything. I was looking at her, and I looked at her dad, and I'm like, hey, she's over there, she's talking, and he just likes to tell her, maybe she was watching something scary. And she still had her, she's like, the little girl's by the door, she's poking her head around the door. And I did not look. We were just looking at her, dead smack, looking in her eyes, trying to get her to calm down. I don't know why we thought that way. I think maybe we were afraid we would see something. But we didn't. We didn't look. And then I just said, it's time to go to bed. It's okay. We'll do this mom and dad. You can sleep for us. And she had that scary thing with me. Look, she's at the door. Look. Finally, instead of looking, I said, that little girl needs to go. We need to sleep. She's not allowed to come into our room. It's not allowed to wake you up. She needs to go. So you need to tell her she needs to go. And she was like frightened, but she was shaking. We somehow, within a few minutes, go to sleep. I didn't think anything of it. I didn't ask any of the other kids. A few days go by, and my sister comes to me and she told me about this little girl that keeps waking me up. And I go, yeah. She was like, look at this. And I said, I don't know if she was dreaming or what was going on, but she told me she saw a little girl and that she was poking really hard to wake her up. And I said, maybe I'll talk to her about this. Maybe she was dreaming, and I didn't want to dismiss it. I didn't want her to feel like I didn't care. So I got up the courage to say, that little girl was not for like bothering you before. What did she mean? It's where this is going to work. And she always wants me to play with her downstairs. And she was kind of loud with her downstairs. But for a while there, she would go downstairs and play with herself. And I always wondered, like, why she was doing that. And I was like, oh, they have these American girls out there houses, and they go down there and they wear they have the laundry stuff, the books, and they brush their dolls here. So I kind of understood, but the first time I wanted to go downstairs by herself, I was like, it doesn't bother her, like the laundry, and I go upstairs and go, I'm fine, I'm clean, so I didn't really try it. And I said, where is that little girl? And she was here. But she sometimes has a really scary face. And I go, she has really dark mommy, help me. Oh, and I can't say either. My heart was beating super fast. I was like, I woke up and I was like, oh, where's my baby? And I looked into her aunt's house right then, but we met each other. She was wearing a shirt, and she was crying, the type of crying where, you know, when you cry too hard, you're like, because you can't catch your breath. So hard. It woke me up, and she was holding me, and she was saying, what are you doing? And she did that scream face. And she said, I'm scared, and she kept telling me, and shaking her head telling me no. And I sat her down, I did it in my bedroom, I turned on the lights, and she was, and her grandma came, her little grandma. So her grandma came in and was pretty cool. She said that she was talking to the little girl and pointing at her to read it. And I said, what does the grandma look like? Did she smile at you? Was she scared? Was she happy? I was so nervous that she was so scared. I didn't feel so bad. I couldn't do about it. And I wanted to cry, but I was trying to be strong. And at the same time, I was scared. Then at the same time, like I wanted to wake up her dad, but like he always dismissed it. Like, oh, it's you watch something. Oh, she has an imaginary friend. She's only supposed to be forces. It's not that big. It was crazy that she said it was a grandma that came into the bedroom and she was with me and she told the little girl like with her hand. She said she couldn't hear her say anything, but she was telling her little girl in her lap. And that's when I got it. I thought about it and I said, but yes, your great grandma. So my great grandma was exactly like my sister. And they had auburn hair, they were like skin tone, full facial features. They had more of a rounder head. They had more of the oval head. So it was like, I wanted to find a picture of her. But I knew my mom and dad were going to have pictures of her. But it was when she was a little bit older. So I had called my mom and dad and told them about what was happening. And they said, you should call your uncle and see if he can do something. She's seeing this little girl, and it's obviously scaring her, and they wanted to trust it. But she's seeing something. And I eventually walked my parents' house. I find a picture of my great grandma, and I show it to her, and I said, is this not a grandma that you've seen? Is this a grandma that you've seen? And she was, yes, that's the grandma that looks like me. And from then on, I was like, okay, she legit can be like I trust everything that she says. From then on, I let her sleep in the bedroom with me because I really truly felt like she was terrified. The way she talked to me the last time, where she was like shaking me, I felt so bad. She was so ill. And my other two kids never said they seen anything, never heard anything. So I was worried that somebody was bothering her. And I didn't call my uncle yet. After a while, after some time together, when she was next to me and everything, I felt better because I knew something. I knew
The family begins to suspect they were actually not alone about the fire. Police story each line told started by saying this morning I really needed help, but I'm just nobody. Those words stuck with me after being told about it. They were now letting me on the story after a terrible accident. I'm John Moore in Morganville. Everybody can tell you our firm at their time of need because somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a jewel dance. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for people like you and your time. The insurance company that's going to give you money over Start by using the free reputation report card at reputationreview.com or call 800-811-4975 to speak to an expert. That's 800-811-4975.
Well, the year goes by, and our landlord has to give us like, hey, we want to sell the house. We've got to give you a heads up, we'll give you like 6 months. So we ended up moving. We bought a house in Minneapolis. It was like a very, it was a much older house than the house we got now. And it was nice and big, so we were excited. I just had 4 kids. We had a bigger house, we had more room upstairs. And we totally fell in love with it. The location was great. It was on the other side of Minneapolis, and it was so close to the school. I would say immediately I started hearing something about it. So we visited the house before we had full time, and I didn't have a bad feeling. I usually get a vibe or a certain energy from places or people. I feel it right away. And I didn't get like a bad vibe from the house. We had one downstairs, and we were both, and I were excited, like, oh, we finally found our house. What are we gonna do? Let's start upstairs. Let's start the kids thing. All of a sudden, I had heard a door shut, and I was like, did you hear that? And I went upstairs. I didn't see no door shut, so I was like, let's just leave it here. Things. I need to hear something outside because in Minneapolis, the houses are, closer together. And you have an alley, runs over here, they have an alley, and the house that we had before we built an alley, just a drive up, like, we have a little drive and go right to the garage. So we came there just for the house. So we buy the house, we move in, within a month, something we could never, like, sneak around, we could never, like, get bored on it, it's just always free. That night we had went to bed. It was pretty late. And I was just about to be in, like, my final sleep. And I heard somebody walking by. And I, like, got up and I was like, this is a kid. But then I realized it was, like, boots. Like, I could hear big, soft boots going. I was like, what? So I go, I turn to the side and I wake up my husband. I go, there's something in the house. And he, like, sat and he had a look at, and he started looking. And he goes, oh, what a kid. He was like, I think the kid was here. And you could hear it throughout the living room. And when I was listening, I didn't hear the floor. I just heard boots. So I thought it was a little kid. So he gets up, he goes by the door, and he clicks on the light really fast. And so there's 2 bedrooms on the floor, there's a bathroom, and then you go upstairs, and the oldest daughter was upstairs. And in the hallway, there was a light. We clicked on the light, we ran up to the hallway, flipped it on, and all of a sudden we turned like as if he sees, like he went up the side of the wall, like he turned, like he didn't want someone to see him. And I thought for sure someone was in the house. And then all of a sudden he turned back around, and if you to the left, it's the kitchen, and if you to the right, it's the bathroom. And he turned into the left, and he said, looking around all the lights in the house. And he goes, you need to turn on the lights in the room, which is the kitchen, and was in the and I was like, okay. I was like, did you see something? And immediately it was a no. lady was turning on the lights that was making shadows, and then I got her. He kept turning the lights on and on after that. It would go to the side, he would back into the kitchen, and then he'd turn off the light, and then he'd go. He was trying to see if it made a shadow. And he said, I heard the boots, but I don't know, maybe you don't have to worry about anything. Maybe it was just like, maybe it was nothing. And I was like, you heard it, I heard it. Maybe it's something. And we just dismissed it. So he didn't want to get so specific, and he never really did. He always made me surprised is that he knew it was like a silhouette of a man, a taller man. He asked if I'd seen him. I was like, no, all they did was hear the voice. And he's like, I want to learn about the house. It's what he got into that. There's nothing like about the house, like passed away in it, from the form, they had, and the owners that we bought it from, they bought it from the original. So after that, network and talking about it, I just left it. And I was like, if there's someone else, maybe, since we just got the house, maybe he's giving us like a blessing. If I'm like family over here, I can get that. But little did I know, my little one was seeing the guy that was that her dad. So not too long after that, was just really tall man that walks around the house with his really young kids. And I go, because I knew what I heard, and I knew what her dad had heard. And she said, I just wanted you to know that he walks around the house and he checks on everything. And I go, how do you know this? She goes, oh, this we do it all the time. And I said, do you ever talk to him? Because he talks to you? She said, no. No, he just checks the house. But he's really calm. And I was like, okay. And then from her experience before, I said, was he scared? She said, no, I'm not scared. And I said, okay. And she goes, what does scare me? And I'm like, what? She said, that little girl that scared me. And I go, oh. And I said, did that little girl come from the house that we were in before? And she said, yes. And she told me, she goes, Mom, my little girl has really old pajamas. She wears pajamas all the time. I wonder why she likes to wear pajamas. And I said, I'm not sure. I said, what do you mean by old pajamas? They look dirty or they're, what do you mean by old? And she was like, how kids wear pajamas in the olden days. And I go, how do you know what they wore in the olden days? She watched TV shows and books, and I was like, okay. Because she doesn't know. I just wanted to verify she was like, it's old pajamas. And she said, when that lady was coming to my room, she goes, I told her that she's visiting my mother. My mom said that I could take her in. She always wants to go and always wants to go down to the kitchen. I don't want to go to the kitchen. So I kind of thought maybe she's just like revisiting this. She knows she's in the house. Like maybe she really wasn't doing something different. Maybe, I don't know. I was going back and forth. Because I was scared, honestly. It was more because I was scared. And then one night, I was in my falling asleep / isolated, phasing in, when I heard footsteps in the hallway coming into the bedroom and stopped at the side of the bed. And my back was turned when you're laying on the bed, your back is turned, so my back was towards the door. And I opened my eyes, and I was laying in bed on the kitchen mom, and I didn't hear anything. So I turned, and I didn't see anyone there. They weren't the food sound that I heard before. It was legit little footsteps. I did the chills and I sat up, and I was like, nope, not today. I'm just going to put the light on. Like, put the light on. And I sat there for a minute, and I thought to myself, like, maybe I didn't hear. Maybe I'll sleep. Maybe I'll get so hard. the bedroom is upstairs. She wanted to go sleep on the couch. So when I proposed to her, I needed her, or she needed me, and she was wanting me to go to the compound. So I wanted to make sure she was okay and make sure she had water and stuff. Well, the first night, I stayed outside and I was on the couch with her, and she was up late watching TV, drinking her water, letting me know that she was sleep for her, she had a little bit of a shiver. She said she had some body aches, so where she was like influenza. This was pre-COVID times. We were falling asleep and then I just went up. The second night, I just told her, hey, just call me, like, call someone, and I'll come in and get you, come in first. Well, all of a sudden I could hear my phone. You know how on iPhones the FaceTime call rings differently? So I could hear that, and I look out there, and I'm looking at the phone, and she's FaceTiming me. And I go, I was like, yell her, and I'm like, hey, and I didn't hear her. And then when I look, and she had texted me, Mom, come here now, I'm so scared. Mom, please hurry, I'm so scared. So I like get up and I run, and she's under the covers on the couch, and I look at her and I'm like, what's wrong? And she's, Mom, what's wrong? So I can't talk. I'm so scared. Mom, what's wrong? She's like, and I'm like, okay. And I don't want to talk about it. And she was worried, and she was like, Mom, I'm so scared. So I bring her into my bedroom, and I look at her dad. And she's like, oh, good. I just want to go on to the house and do this. So we wake up in the morning, she's feeling a little better, and I said, I'll have to go get my sister just stay with me on the weekend. And she was getting some up. I'm like, oh, okay. We get in the car, we drop off her sister at school and at preschool, and we go back in the morning and go back to work some books or something. And then she goes, yeah. And I'm like, what's wrong? You look so like upset. I don't know if I wasn't sleeping. I promise you I wasn't sleeping. But I was sleeping really running around and losing my head. I couldn't hear the footsteps and I couldn't hear anything except an old lady was standing in front and was like putting a veil on her face so I didn't see the little girl. And I go, okay. So just like all of a sudden I see the girl down there and I'm scared. I said, what? She's just going out. I can see her and she's at the work for a second, even with my little sister. And I realized that's not my little sister. She had like blue pajamas on. And all of a sudden I looked to feel someone beside me. It's just like there was an older lady there. And all of a sudden she was like, how she explained it, she goes, I don't know how, but she like put a veil over my face. And I couldn't see the girl's face. Because she goes, I was so scared. The first thing I saw that girl, she had like long nails and she kind of was really like she was shorter and she had really long hair. And she was all black and like sneakers. It was all blurry. Everything was black about her, but she looked like a shadow, but so dark and scary.
Just like the bones. It's like a kind of one of the greatest flowers, great fruits, direct life. All the more part two of the sense. If you want to say a story, or share it, be sure to go to fruitscarystories.com and fill out the form. Of course, be sure to check out my other podcasts called The Dark Book and Scary Story Time. Thank you very much for listening. See you.
Come to clean your house. Who doesn't wish for the land when they trust fund swept in and pass them out to wheels them off like in the telenovela? Hola, Chiquis here, and although life isn't always like in the soap operas, Fabuloso does bring a clean that's always over the top. Get your home dramatically clean anytime you like without any single moment drama. Just long-lasting, without professionals. That's Fabuloso, taking the drama out of any mess. Fabuloso's 2 times concentrated formula provides 2 times more protein and ingredients versus non-concentrated Fabuloso original. Use as directed.
The last episode, the little kid, Cornell tells a story of an animal that was reported in the animal specifically for their daughter. This episode recreated the film chapter of the I visit
The first thing I saw was that girl. She had like long nails. She kind of looked like me, but she was shorter. She had really long hair. It was like very, everything was black about her. She tapped on me, and then she hid behind the door. I don't know who she is. I just see people further and the first time I saw her, she wanted me to come stay downstairs with her. I said no, I didn't want to. And then she just kept tapping while I tried to go back to sleep. She just tapped me and hid behind the door. And I went to go tell my mom and dad it was embarrassing and stuff. Right when my mom and dad came, I didn't see her anymore. But now sometimes I still see her with other people. Like one time my cousin saw someone and I saw them too. And I didn't want them to scare them because I don't want them to be scared. My uncle told me it must scare them to come back. experienced some things together, or when it first started happening. And like recently, I don't know, she might be able to a little bit explain some things, but my brother said he was taking a nap on the couch, and he like fell asleep and he kissed her over, and he said he was like sleeping away with him, and he said all of a sudden he remembers saying, Uncle, that lady was tapping you to wake you up. And he was like, so out of it, he was like, oh, okay, I'm back to sleep. But then he like, within, you know how you're in your sleep, and you're like, wait, someone was tapping. And he said, he popped up and he goes, was there someone tapping? He said he remembered something hitting his forehead. And to wake him up. And he goes, yeah, that lady was tapping you to wake you up. And he said, what did she look like? And who did she look like? But he didn't tell anyone. He didn't tell anyone else. He didn't tell my parents. He didn't tell my sister. He only told me because he was like, I couldn't believe that happened. And she came over and told me like, that lady was tapping me on the forehead. And I never asked her right away. And then I told her, where's the lady that was tapping us on the forehead? And she's like, I don't know. I don't believe her. Because at first she would say to me, Mom, no one believes me. And it took me a while. It wasn't that I didn't believe her. It was more, I was so scared. I didn't know how to handle it. Like when she would tell me there was this little girl in the house. And just your kids scared. You're just like, there's no other little girl in the house. But she's seen something and you're wondering, oh, maybe the kids have their imaginary friends, or what was she? Did she see something on TV? Or all the kids told you something? And she just said, no, Mom, there's a when she started telling me about I'd seen someone, I'd seen this little girl, almost like when you're really little, the first house that we moved into with her, I was kind of told her, she would wave goodbye to someone that was there all the time. She was one. Had to be 2014 because I'm somewhere new. And that's when I first noticed she kept waving to somebody. I think it was like maybe I feel like after had moved out, her dad had mentioned to me, but I thought maybe you got something or something else new because he said, and I never really told him I raised myself when I got a little bit, but he told me that he had felt so cold hair before one day he was here little thing or the workshop, and whenever she would talk to her dad, he didn't ever want to do it. So he never believed me. Or something. Always wanted to be better to believe me. And he was opposite of believing me. I think something happened, but I know that when he said there was a tall guy in the house, I know what I heard, and I know that he said he saw all that before. So for as long as it took him, it didn't take myself as long just because I knew I had to, as a mom, you want to protect your kids. You don't ever want them to feel like you don't believe that, or trust, and you want them to trust you. And that's what I wanted. I wanted her to trust me, whatever she wants to happen. Like I told her, I said, I will believe you.
With some of our other stories, we have also experienced other characters. Sarah mentioned forgiving our daughter's sins. How was that?
When we were younger, we used to go up on the river, they would come with scary stories. Because it's based upon the history of the history. So like where my great grandma lived, behind there was old Powell Town, and there was some Powell back there, all kinds of forest. And they said they would hear singing or dancers dancing, and then there's this road called Overfield, and everyone gets freaked out about it because they would always see people walking, but there had not. They weren't there. And I can't remember if it was my mom's sister or her aunt. But they said you're my aunt. So I don't know if they meant my mom's sister or my mom's aunt. Because they don't say, oh, you're pretty aunt. They just say your aunt. They just say. And they said she was walking down the road this fucking started. And she's seeing an older lady, not like her mid-40s, dancing. Just in a circle on the road, but like up high a little bit. But she wasn't super cooking the road. And they always come. And I don't even know how I'm saying it. They would always come up to my grandma. Where we weren't allowed to play cards at my great grandma's house. And we always were, why? We're down with this. Oh, Dad, that is scary, that's scary, that's scary. And that hasn't hurt. For the longest time, they don't tell me until we got older. And they said that a gentleman had come into the house. He knocked on the door and they were playing cards. My great grandma and my husband, and so my great grandma, a couple of times they would just play cards every once in a while. Hang out, that's all they could really do. And someone had knocked on the door. They opened it. My grandma was always very welcome. So my great grandma, she took care of all these kids. And she had her own kids, but she adopted a bunch of kids too. She just took any kid she said anything that she just wanted to take care of them. So she was always very welcoming. So when she answered the door, it was a gentleman in black gloves. we were never allowed to play cards in the house ever again. Ever. We taught her to play cards in the house. When we went up there, when we went up there with her, I was really hesitant. I've always been hesitant with going up there when she would speak to her. Because I always tell her I really don't ever feel like I'm not going to even when we went, I think I told her when we got my dad out at University of Denver, she even had, I mean, we had to stop at a truck stop, and she woke up out of her sleep because everyone was so tired I keep driving around, and she goes, Mom, we need to go, there's too many people around here, and I'm like, there's no people knocking all over, and I was just like, okay, let's go, and we touched her head, and gets her, I just stepped the car and left. I'm like, okay, I didn't slap myself out of it. Okay. She's not comfortable with it. This last fall, was it September? Because my sister told me I was going to that college, so we just decided to drive my sister, and then we just stopped at this gas station. She falls more of the friends people. I have a lot of bad things about them, and I've learned about them. But the scary part is that I don't know who they are. Why are they even ordering and want? They want something from me, or they want me to scare me? And I don't know if it's just me or other people see stuff, or if it's just imaginary, like it's different, but I don't think it's imaginary. Because if it was imaginary, I feel like I wouldn't be seeing the same people. Because I never had this imaginary friend, or at least I feel like I do. I don't know if there's this. Well, I don't have a definite evidence of that. But I freaked out. I was the girl. But yeah, she told me if I wanted to go downstairs and play. I said no, because who knows if I would have played if breaking down would have happened. That's why I don't trust religion or anything. I feel like someone is just dependent on who she sees, but the same two people that she sees, she doesn't like it with the little girl. It's just like, you haven't seen that little girl for a long time now. Yeah, I don't know. But when I think she got mad and she said, this is my house, I own it. And I don't know if it was actually her house if she died when she had to or something. It was like what happened in the old hotel when I saw that Hollywood. It's my own birthday has been through. So we have a big after the Nepal, our origination. And we go every all the time. Usually go to church 3 times in July. And like the people who are there is really that's like the big spirit of my organization. It's really we talk a lot about that. And the only thing I have is with that was we always went up to the power of the stuff. know, kind of like her story and me telling her story and like then me editing that out. I would make it. It is it's two separate. It's two whole different things, but then they come together somehow. Like the girl. You're living at the corner of my eye. Really the girl, and then I feel like she wants me to be scared. Those questions are going to be scared stories.com. Responsible facilitation. You can also email me about scary stories. Make sure to tap follow to stay up to date. Thank you very much. Hola mi gente, los Sánchez here from Please Say Age Rico. And although I love a drama programs and films, when it comes to real life, I prefer a drama-free casa. That's still fabuloso. It's with market 11% universe level market price. And it is 2 times more anti-inflammatories to take drama out of any mess. No be shouting, gracias. Fabuloso's 2 times concentrated formula provides 2 times more anti-inflammatories versus non-concentrated fabuloso original. Use as directed. Start by getting a free reputation report on reputationoffinger.com or call 800-811-4975 to speak to an expert. Get friends from a long board. What happens next? Work with it. Are you listening? Tort. Group. Kids. Back 12:13 at the time. 6 or 7 journalists decided to go on a late night bike ride. Which was okay, I guess. As long as they knew where I was going, who I was with, they were fine with me. But we were supposed to be going to the lake. We ended up taking a detour to Everett Cemetery, which is only about half an hour away from the lake. And you know, when I was a kid, I used to watch scary movies with my dad, like the old Jason Voorhees, the old Freddy Krueger movies. That was great. But there was one thing he always told me never to do, and that was mess with the keyboard. Never ever touch it, never look at it, stay away from it. If you don't want to get freaked out, stay away from it. We all go out to the cemetery and down the older portion. I want to say it's like the more north side of it. When you first pull in, it's like a elevator that opens up into a ferry. And the very first thing is like old war veterans, like my great grandfather buried there. And then you get into the north side, it's sectioned off into 4 different areas. So you have Big Bob and then the additional add-on to the Big Bob, and you turn right.
salt and concrete creek. One of my friends pulled the Ouija board out of his backpack. It was my buddy Brandon. He watched something on TV and thought it was a hoax. Honestly, Ethan was the other guy that was there, and I thought he was the one messing with me. And he got all hyped up about, wanted to show off to the girls that he had there. And that was Brandon's idea to start with. Brianna's mom was a Wiccan or something like that, so she had the board and told him about the salt and everything like that, which they would like to tell me. I was always immediately listening. After hearing what my dad told me, backed away from everything instantly. I walked away and didn't want a part of it. But what my dad would like to tell me is, even if you don't want to play, you still have to stay inside the salt circle to keep that level of protection on yourself so that nothing can attach to you. So they made that little circle and they all like candles were sitting around there, giving each other a hard time while it was very wrong. And I was maybe 10 feet away with my back up against the tree, wanting no part of it. They started doing the other thing. They were getting scared or whatnot. And I started feeling a strange burning sensation in my back. And I, trying to reposition myself a couple times, thinking that it's just because I'm waking up against this tree. It's the only reason why it's getting hot. And then it started getting worse. The ground started getting hotter. And at one point, it felt like somebody was taking a hot knife and breaking it across my back. At that point, I freaked out. I started walking towards my group of friends, and I felt a push. I was both shoulder blades, somebody was pushing me straight to the ground. I fell, hit the ground, got up, and I yelled at my buddy Ethan. Quit messing around, it's not funny. This isn't cool anymore. And Ethan looked, and he had never left the circle of his group. I got terrified, to say the least. Ran my bike, jumped on my bike and biked everybody to death. I ran as fast as I could, and pedaled as hard as I could, as far away from them as possible. Thinking that if I put distance between myself and whatever happened, that's where it would stay. And what happened was this weekend night on Saturday. I rode all the way back home. I went as fast as I could, a beeline straight to my house. And I came home, used my key to get in the house, and let my dad and my parents know that I got home safe. I go right to bed. I'm still freaked out, but trying to get nothing's happening, but it's going to be okay. And it was the next night, as I was laying in bed around 3 or 4 morning, I saw this creature thing hunched over behind my bedroom door. Sticking out, you see like the upper portion, pretty much from his rib line to the top of his head. All of a sudden, it was 2.5 feet high. But it wasn't very big. It was long yellow eyes. Is what really sticks with me. I woke up screaming, well, terrified after seeing this thing video of today. Both parents come running into the house. They're in my room. Trying to figure out what's going on. They get me calm down. I was able to go back to bed. Go to bed. the summertime we didn't have school. But the next night it was around 3 in the morning. I had waken up in the middle of the night with a cold sweat. I could have swore something was watching me, but something was right there. And the way my bedroom was set up is my headboard was on the far side of the room. The bedroom door was across the way, and it looked like something was crouched behind my bedroom door, peeking at me with glowing yellow eyes. I screamed. My dad came running in, followed by my mom trying to figure out what was going on, why it was going on. I just kept telling her there's something in there watching me. When I go back there, when they finally get it calmed down and they go back to sleep, I would see it again. Like this happened a few times. That week, at least every other day, I was seeing this thing crouched down with the glowing yellow eyes in the room. It terrified me as a kid. And it still freaks me out to this day. When I finally explained to my dad what had happened, the next night, the night after, the Monday night, it didn't happen. And I started having it happen again. Same thing, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, where the creature thing with the glowing yellow eyes sitting in my bedroom. I get screaming for my parents, trying to get me calmed down and go back to bed. Wednesday night, nothing happened. Thursday night, it happened again. And it was just me and my dad home. And he comes running in there. And I was crying. Finally, I explained to my dad what had happened, what I was seeing across there. And, counting people and make sure there wasn't anything there. Then he looked at my dad. Because I told him about the burning sensation from hanging up on the tree. And there was about 6 or 7 pairs of 3 scratch marks that were with each other, ranging from 2 to 2.5 inches length, 5 to 6, all over my back. That's what scared my dad. I don't think I've seen that picture ever in my life until I saw that. That following Sunday, we went to local Catholic church, and the preacher there had said quite a few prayers. I'm not sure if he was doing like an exorcism or a cleansing. I was too late to really understand what he was trying to do. I can remember I got sprinkled with holy water. And then, upon coming back to the house, my dad and I did laps in the whole house with burning sage to try and cleanse the house of whatever fallen apart and everything. And after that night, I felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. And when I went to bed that night, I no longer saw whatever the little creature, entity, or whatever it was sitting in front of me. And scarred me for a very long time. I didn't talk to my friends anymore. Went off and did my own thing. It scared me when I realized I saw it. I have no idea what the Schmeagle did. It looked like Schmeagle, kind of hunched over and all, but little things like the glowing yellow eyes, the body, I can still see those eyes to this day. It's like one of those things like, okay, growing up watching Steve Irwin, they shine the light on the alligators, okay, let's go. Or mountain lions out in the wood or mountains or whatever you're at. But I've never in my life seen anything like that. That happened, I want to say 15, 16 years ago. And it's still scary to this day. And it wasn't until I got older that my dad explained to me that the frequency and scratch marks sign of the Holy Ghost. It was pretty much like the Holy Trinity at that point. And I don't want to say it was like a whole people there, but then again, I really don't know. It was weird. They had going down lives and terrified. I'm still not really a fan of talking about it. I've never seen it again. I've been back to the cemetery, during the daylight, and never really had that something was trying to either pull me in or watching me from behind the subway. Everything went back to normal after that. Because knowing what I know now, it was probably like a little demon or something like that. Not very big, but it's what I can see. Scrawny, wiry looking thing, big head with gold. Notice experiences for months now. Notice experiences with the paranormal activity of things. It's terrifying. It's the same.
And what could be better than two of your favorites for $3.99? Like more cheese McNuggets, McDouble, or hot spicy whipped chicken. So stop in for twice the delicious. Prices and participation may vary. Not to apply for any other offers. See the left for regular price. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All in the big savings. All in the QFC app. Buy one get one free on boneless beef tenderloin steaks with your card. Then get 9.8-ounce packages of jumbo blueberries for $3.99 with your card and digital coupon. Shop these deals at your local Kroger today, or tap the screen now to download the QFC app to save big today. QFC, love fresh, love local, love delivery. Prices and product availability subject to change. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
I always knew there was something out there that we could explain it now. I've been overseas, I've seen like men do terrible things to me. But when you get into the supernatural, like just from the Asian culture, how they do everything, versus how we antagonize it with those hunter shows and stuff like that, it's always really fascinating. But I understand that people want to firefight and have to fight people have to things that are out there. I would say that my clairvoyance and third eye is still around, few and far between versus when I was a kid, where it just happened with being a kid was innocent. But being the father of two kids, I realized that I'm also passing on my children. My daughter at 3 years old is yelling at a ghost. Actually, the house just went broke. There was a ghost, and she thought it would be my wife. She yelled at her to go away and leave my wife alone, and that was the only thing that happened. My daughter, she was walking straight to the corner, got rid of it. I have no idea what it was. My dad came home to me down to the this. It was a half-hour drive from here. I did the whole cleansing the house with burning sage and everything, just to be sure. I might have to try and explain this to my children. And, it's not all scary. There's a lot of cool things that can happen. My grandmother passed away 8 years ago. And I could go over to my grandfather's house, and if I stayed the night there, I could go and drink coffee with my grandmother in the middle of the night and have a conversation with her. Because she never really left. She's there protecting the house, protecting my grandfather, making sure every great grandkid that lives around the corner is safe. She, from the grave, there's been a few times that she would plain black coffee with those like oatmeal icing. And the oatmeal, like, she pulled a little sleeve out, take her 2 or 3 cookies, and set them on the counter right next to her coffee table. And that's her cookie. That was her routine. Every morning, double cookies, coffee. You know, my grandfather still, you know how many times I have to put these cookies away? Just eat the cookies one time. It's okay. They were married for, I don't know, 40, 50 years before she got cancer. And I was actually on my way overseas when it happened. And I was able to come back for the funeral. So it was actually, it's nice to know that grandma's still there. And I still got the opportunity to apologize for, not being able to be there. So it really helped the closure of this weekend. And then all the holidays when the family gets together, her ashes are actually in the living room. And nobody likes to admit it, especially my grandfather and my uncle. But we all go in there, nobody talks to grandma, she's still there. Let her know that everybody's okay, everybody's healthy, everything's going on. So she's in a better place, she's no longer. But we all know that she's still watching the whole way. Every year, my grandfather and I will bring in remembrance to past acts members of the unspoken account. And then the week within Memorial Day, we go out there and put flags on the past members that have passed away. I want to say I started going to my grandfather to that when I was like 6 or 7 years old. Old enough that I could bring them back to figure out where all the headstones are and everything like that, put the flags down for the ex members. And we were just past the big tours, like starting to get into the older but newer portion of it. And there's like a little boy with a baby. Like, I want to say like a blue shirt or something like that. I'm peeping out from behind the tree, and I would ask my grandfather if I could go play with the kid. He said, I'm not thinking of it, thinking that there's other families out there that go play with the kid. It's no big deal. So, my father went flags and everything like that. I could go play. And I could never get very close to the kid, but it's like he was trying to lead me into a direction, and after so long like being bothered and not being able to see me, he'd yell and turn around and make me on the straight to that while I didn't get in trouble. And we were going on for 4 or 5 years. We had just finished up in this board section, and we're moving into the middle school. And I could see the board. So, people behind the trees or whatever. I asked my grandfather if I could go play again. So we go out, and I'm following him, and finally I look down. And the middle section right off the road, we were 7 roads in. And it was like the 15th stone. And I think we call it like K section of the map of the cemetery. Yeah, 7 roads in, which is 15th stone. Literally, like headstone had the line on top of it. And after that, I can see the little boy. I guess I finally I can see. Junior Homeschool is a truescarestory.com. So you can go to campus description of the service. You can check out our other shows, Scary Dash.com. Discover new stories like Heaven's Father right now on your podcast. Thank you very much for listening. So,
you spent on it? I found the exact car I was looking for in minutes. Got it on the spot.
Electric or full diesel? Precision.
Come on, you've been at it for weeks. Just back home.
You're right. Cross over this. Decisions decide. Why don't you know exactly what you want? I want you to take your time. I'll go find it immediately. With my mom.
Hello, everyone. If you happen to be ready, my name is Jackie. I'm going to share with some interesting, scary stories. And I live in the purpose of this memoir, I decided to broadcast the story so I could keep the thread of the story without getting twisted. So here I go. When I was about 10 years old, my family and I moved to a house owned by my paternal grandmother. My family moved to a country away from the BC Islands a couple of years ago and found refuge in a quiet, beautiful village. My stories take place in the Lake Mountains, a small town called Chattanooga, in the heart of what the rural areas. And most of these experiences took place in one particular place. This house was, I would say, about 250 years old. It has seen absolutely everything. The outbreak of cholera, independence war from Spanish colonization, civil war, and several ocean floods on the beach. The architecture showed the Spanish colonial and it featured a wonderful square courtyard planted over around this courtyard there were open corridors with high ceilings and wide flooded windows. And I remember it was beautifully decorated with the floors were uneven, covered with big third-floor tiles. And I figured out of the kitchen being hot, long ago. I love this movie. The white contrast of the walls against the beige and blue tiles. And in between spaces, sometimes it can be a dim with intimate stillness and gentleness. The kitchen was spacious enough, and the dining table was blazed with old wood pipes with crystal ornaments. The rooms were fresh and brown, with decorative decorations and pictures. If you picture the house in square, you'll find a kitchen in the upper right corner, a dark, sometimes moldy visiting room in the upper left corner. The entrance was at the bottom left corner, exposing a wider window over beautiful blue peach tiles. And in the bottom right corner, in the upstairs, an old generous storage room which might have been, I don't know, used to store food maybe. Walls were weathered with ash and grey coal. My parents' room, mine, and my little box were distributed to the sides of this big square. How about it get you lost or confused? Just picture a very big square. There were many large windows in the house, probably ornamented with big beautiful frames that opened directly on the street and shut them down with broad window shades. went in and I don't remember how long it took. But experiencing the many facets of this house didn't take that long. Mum has always been slightly more connected to spiritual beings than that. And I think I inherited the truth. When being, as I began to look at her, she often pretended strange sounds that came from, I don't know, different parts of the house. That we were because of picnic ceilings or cats chasing pigeons on the roof. But I think we both knew the house was in a way spooky. One day, Mum was cooking in the kitchen while my granny and I were probably rolling books on the dining room. Please ask me in his hands. She leave the front door unlocked in case visitors arrived. They always announce themselves by saying something like Buenos dias or Buenas tardes, good morning or good afternoon. And we've often often had Javier announcing himself as the good parents. But we also overheard him say, "Hi uncle, how's your day?" Mum walked out of the kitchen and she joked and said, "Didn't you find it very happy?" I was surprised and said, "No problem." I just said hello to my uncle, but he just walked past me and didn't say hi. Was he okay? Mum had thought she was like to report him, and he would have been exactly how I felt. Dad had left the day before the business trip, and the houses on the night I lived rather myself. Javier quickly explained that the man had just walked out of storage for a support job. It was a situation, and I was paralyzed. Javier quickly rushed over to make sure he was supplied with internet, but as he entered the room, the discomfort was on. Javier came out of the room and said, "I usually Simon looking out of the storage room wearing black farming clothes." And he rushed to check the doorway that man had come from, and he realized that the door was locked, not the outside. And had checked. This holiday was really a long process. Mom was really so we realized that something really good was happening. My cousin was shocked to say, "I've seen it once, and I was so good." He recalled seeing my dad and my friends living together. He was very good active. But he also said that this ghost wasn't particularly well or courage. Before the incident with the man wearing those black farm clothes, I'm pretty terrified of snakes. On a weekend, we stayed at my parents' farm. It was a farm. The farm was right in the middle of the mountains. These branches, high steep, and so like that's what it was. The weather was beautiful, but clearing for the milkman, and parents dealt with electric storms and really wild and bad. The house at the farm had surrounded by the one night, in my room, nothing but books were I love seeing the stars and recording from my window, and always led in the sleep. Even to the stage of my life, even monsters or ghosts, I'm entirely different after that. Rain began as I did, and soon it rained really heavily. I think rush of sleep for walking down my time. As I moved continuously my blankets, I discovered that the carpet and I on the grass so my feet were dirty. My hair and the shoes were patchy and my listening had been manifested after this one. I thought I needed everything, but I've been trying to find something in my memory that would give me some clue to find out what happened. I was really afraid that that man wanted to take me. I was scared of getting in trouble too. I was going to tell my mother about it, but she found me hiding in my room playing when she desperately was certain I would cry. I told her I thought I had slept with the previous night in the van, and I cried. I didn't tell her that myself. It was really hard. Then on, she locked the doors at night and keys to stop me from going. It didn't happen to me. So I felt sorry when my cousin saw that man wearing those black clothes. I decided to tell my mum about the man I saw and crying. She was desperate to reach out to someone. There was actually a white witch in town, and also a local school member. They offered to help us to understand if there was a spirit here. They were trying to get in our house. But before we could find a door in the we went out. This time we had a big split house that was traveling. After we were between the road, there was again another running. There were no glass windows, so the main crew had to watch it from the outside. My bed was right next to the door, and the door itself, oh gosh, it's so old. The lock had somehow rusted away, so I used one of those heavy metal blocks to hold the door shut. It was really cold. The storm and lightning started. Surprisingly, I was just falling asleep, and I could do anything. Gradually closed my eyes. I felt heavy and weird under my clothes. Suddenly I started to feel gentle breeze and tiny raindrop splashes falling on my forehead. And when I closed my eyes, that moment was right there against the bathroom. I could see his arms stretched out, holding the door palm open. His head was so beautiful. His eyes shining down in the darkness, just like the last time. And I was just blessed. Selfishly, I did not feel anything. I felt nothing. I had no idea. And when I began to slightly obey, my breathing began to disrupt it from my sleep. And I was kind of afraid by I reached the door, closed it shut in a moment. Just kind of just shut that metal door where it was just to hold the door shut. Went back to sleep and I was just like, God, what was that? But it still so settled. The next morning when I woke up, I remember the whole thing. And that's when my feeling really came back. I checked my feet quickly and I cut them again. This time, I put the blankets there to bed because they were perfectly clean. That's cool. It feels like every time I go back to the story. She held me in her arms and she told me that she was going to look into it and she understood that I was scared. She reassured me, I think, Mira, it's quite interesting. There's like a history, but it was such a severe experience. It's been good to see not well with them. They gradually reset. Our goodness. Afterwards, when I came back, my call was there was started to stay away from us. But it was not. They could deliver. This connection to their house was so strong. They could only keep them away from us. She said she couldn't explain how to respond. It was a story. We kind of things we can't. And so, she discovered why the house was so joyful, holy. My brother was growing up and started to play soccer ball in our grass basketballs. Mum was encouraging my brother to do his sports, kind of fully with football. And he was supposed to leave it just to keep things fun. We encouraged him when she grew up to get us ready for school. We began to find sports with some in the kitchen, other times at night, and organized playtime. She asks me times to do my favorite time and play time. But my brother and I can never go to church. We use a really well food. He was too little to school, and my parents left food out in my ear, making any noise or anything out. But he really, so it was really a thing. The boys don't do it. Time went by, night or even dusk, between my brother's parents were over. The subject was just grounds. Sometimes it was fine enough to be fixed. I think that was what it was. Because he very individual was very protective. He was very helpful. Feel that someone was judging him. It was very good. Sad. There's the time arrived when my maternal grandmother visited us from the sister. Easter in Colombia is Steve and Wednesday. I would say prayer, gratitude, and all of it. Non-Christians sacrifice. It's called the Semana Santa or Holy Week. Mom was not particularly religious about it, but when grandma visited, we led with things like going to church, fasting, all that, and eating fish. Yeah, there's a lot to it. Mom was hopeful that Semana Santa was going to be the house of peace and quiet, but she did exactly the opposite. Then we soon found out. My grandma decided to have a big feast for us, and she sent Mom to the local bakery to get pasta sauce. We, my brother and I, behaved well that day, so we were allowed to something sweet to do too. So we decided to go with them. We all left it. Took a bit longer than expected. We ran into a neighbor who Mom helped with beverages. And when we went back, we actually found Grandma sitting by the front door, kitchen. We were waiting. Mom asked what happened, and Grandma said, the kids, the four kids. So she then went on to tell my mom that after we had left, she began hearing kids laughing with them. And I think that she heard my brother's soccer ball dancing hard on the floor. She even heard his big fuss and tragedy gesture. seriously built with heaven box. She completed a bouncing coach and sprang golden plastic wheels moving around the courtyard. She felt happy because she felt really bad. And then suddenly she realized it's really dark outside. She thought my brother and I decided to sleep in the house and play with Uncle. So she yelled from the kitchen, "Kids, turn the light on! I'm not freaking in the dark!" Kids looked at her. As she repeated what she said, she was looking at the courtyard and the light from outside. Occupying the courtyard, dark and empty, holding the faces in the air. She quickly turned the light on, and what she did, the voices disappeared in front of the distance, while the boys just stopped moving. The truck slowly stopped on the hill, and she saw that soccer ball lightly bounce into the plane. The stop. She felt shocked. It was really sad that such stories were tracking out. She said a prayer that started to gradually build a horror to it, as she was able to rise from it. Yeah, dinner was a good summer after that episode. A couple of months later, I went to things again. So, not a computer's not a system builder. While we live in a beautiful and sometimes relaxing location, we often feel isolated from technology. There's uninstalled accounts or so my mom wanted to learn more about technology. She enrolled herself in a master's degree. Sometimes it's a bit public that I don't play with. One night, my mom decided to sleep. She was still using like I said, sleeping like a baby all throughout the night. She was debating after he was simply going to elaborate for the class. When we were on our way home, my mom's friend was looking down. Was ready for the main part. We didn't use when we saw this painful. He said, "You two are so cheeky. I'd 15 years behind the game, right?" And I was like, "What?" She said, "15 years." What do you mean? He then looked even more confused and hesitantly said, "Well, I just came back to take rides with him. And when I knocked on the door, you came all the way to the door and responded to me. But you just stayed quiet behind me. It's like you're Mom's face warmed and said, "I'm so sorry that you were not. We just got you." So we rushed back to the house, quickly checking to see if my brother was okay, but he was still soundly asleep. Mom invited me home to the house. He then explained in detail what happened. And when he got to the door, he could see someone coming through the second place. And it was like one of her sleepers. But so, I heard someone getting close when I closed the door. And instead of being greeted by someone, we discovered the main female voice. Said this female voice stayed for a couple of seconds in front of the door. She then slowly moved through the house, walking around. Mom usually asks me what they're and he said he didn't feel particularly good, but rather watched. was when I was in my childhood, like we dealt with the malice of the spirits pretty much very on ourselves. And another patient of mine was doing some grocery shopping. She was taking along with a man. Sounds like the family very active about it. I like to have the TV on. Putting that chat on in the background. You can always feel the house. It was loud enough. Nice around it. My brother was starting to pick up a groove behind so that we also prefer their lives on TV. We felt comfortable in each other's bedroom. But one thing with him, I was actually afraid to do something. It was around 7 p.m. We were playing as close as we could. Sadly, we loved access. I checked the book. It was Scout House, Room, and High Street. The streetlights went off too, which we could usually see at least the water from the board. And I was relieved at least to know that it was a power outage. In the darkness, it was very difficult. Really, meditating. Tried to grab a light from the kitchen. I was scared I had to go outdoors and get the dark. But when I reached the room, I could feel the chairs and I found it. Started to look back to my brother and hands got loud. My brother started crying. So I grabbed his hand and ran to the door. Outside there was David Ford. We all just sat and watched. Goodbye. It was it. We waited outside and watched the wind play against all the walls, sounding the cars and lights of the car. It got so reassuring. It was the only moment. I left the door open again. I helped out. But the clear thing was that for the sounds, this music sounds continued to come from the kitchen. And it was as if someone was just acting into the darkness. Not arrived and surely something that happened for us to see that film. And then so that the lights come back. The lights it's
What was happening in that experience? A man with his brother.
Wait, are you still looking for cars on Bravado?
Yeah, decisions.
When I used Bravado, I found the exact car I was looking for in minutes. Bought it on the spot.
Electric or full diesel. Decision.
Come on, you've been at it for weeks. Just buy it already.
You're right. Crossovers. Decisions. Decided.
I know you know exactly what you want. Go ahead to take your time. Oh, you're coming to me with my mom. What's up?
Someone called her about it. It's just not quite the right time.
Crazy coincidence. I just spent my car in Bravado.
What? I told you about it 2 days ago.
When you go, you know, I've been dropping it off at one of those sweet car vending machines and I'm going to pay today.
That's a good deal.
A great deal. Come on, what's a hard saying?
You're right. Well, you know. Sold.
Well, you're looking to sell your car right now. Just go to the PS Money. Go to Bravado.com. Sell the car off the India. Comes in pieces of money. So, around the Easter time things, the week before our second Easter, my mom had a great stay. She was coming back spiritually. I don't know if she was interested in working with these kids. And it's not a good work deal for her now. decided to open the fridge for my kitchen for my children on the weekend. The next morning, Mom said was she shared a little bit with that. You put on my someone had actually she felt the source someone she said this working themselves together during the times only to believe both away. She knew it was a market because she felt heavy and small things. She felt proud of herself and really hard on the other side of the road. It was the weight of the family, the presence was thick. And when she came in, she froze. Fear actually paralyzed her. She just stayed there, wide awake without moving any relax. She felt movement on the mattress and then somehow later she felt the restless down. Out of the corner of her eye she saw the door open and then shut again. She thought the male presence of the house was irritated, really and showing that it was his house, his room, his bed. So she never stayed at that point. The next and final story is the most vivid one in my memory because I remember feeling my mother's fear for every tenth of each one of this. This is exactly as this happened. Like this, I'm so sorry, but it was just so intense. And Mom decided to take up the prayer. She had heard a neighbor saying that when she prayed at night, the spirits would calm down to like a sound of prayer. Kind of stuff. The situation at home was becoming unbelievable. Bathroom and line were with a by door, and she well, that door removed, so doctors would just be really comfortable. My brother started sleeping in my bed while I slept with my parents. I really had that, that dodgy wooden door that wouldn't close? Well, she had it changed by then. She got close to the store. Just like that, still. The bedroom door led to the main corridor. It was beautiful and bright and double they opened in both directions. To lock these doors, there was a little silver latch both doors together. If even when it was locked, you could gently push all three of the doors without the latch coming out. Had its own little shutter, so you could open sometimes, display or hear the room without having to open the doors behind it. And during hot nights, you could see the shadow of the door. But that particular night, Mum closed all doors and all the shutters before bed and fully went to sleep. As we hopped in bed, Mum said we would like to say a prayer. And I could feel she was not herself. She was really, really nervous. She was making me so nervous. I think she must have seen something in the kitchen in the courtyard. So she brought that fear in me. It felt so heavy. It was really quiet and Mum just whispering little prayers. And the night felt haunted and still. And sounds like the spirit was just something didn't feel right. As she prayed, we started really close. And I tried to keep the voices outside the door because they were really loud and like never before. Those children much loud outside. The mom checked on and he walked away. I just want to try to stop. Suddenly, when we thought everything was outside, we heard all of these steps running from the courtyard towards the corridor. It came to the door, and a loud, creaking male voice screamed, "Ah!" It was that it had requirement to keep the doors in such force that they moved forwards and backwards, and the only thing keeping them together was that small silver latch. Lord fears precinct secret meeting. Oh, and what is this? So those children playing outside? Yes, precinct is backwards around, and the pain, even the pain screams with fear. Yes. It was the most terrifying experience of my life. Never ever had ever think I'd come together to lure outside the door. If I did for one, friends, we're not. All I thought was just thank God for the strength of that little door latch. We would have seen these angry, scary, heavy cuts. Not I could feel Mom's absolute terror. Quietly, she hugged me and relied on taking my blood out as surprisingly but perhaps it could have been. Mom told a friend, Mom would stay us. They'd stay after dinner. After that awful incident, Mom wanted to find out what happened in our house and if children had lived there. She felt really sad by the idea of children experiencing that it's something horrible and maybe anything like that. So she found that while ago, while back ago, two children lived in that same house. Sadly, they other house. There used to be a rally with you. One person had taken early yeah, after the rally was over. When Mom found out, she checked around in the middle of the courtyard and saw exactly where the well had been. It's interesting because you can't grow veggie and nothing you can grow it. That's the house is like where the well was already considered. It was just a sad patch of leaves there. He asked the friend from the school Mom had like big birds with river soon after that, we just left the house. Thank God for that. Mom told us that she was sick of the house and we were another day. So we packed out and left. Some people said the house might have a smell, a negative force, or a blocker. A blocker is often described as a barrier of gold or precious goods that can make spirits of the dead. It's interesting on this incident. Blocker where they have been repeated and instructed in the barrier of artificial things for quite some time. Still do practice. A blocker is identified by Everett paranormal landscaping and one there was a construction technique to use that involved mixing mud, packing meal, and clay stuck to layers of dry stick. And this process was repeated, layering the mix of dry cane into the layers about 30 meters thick. He was in still amazing for insulation and places cool in the summer and during the winter. But people began to bury within their walls, gardens, areas, and other remains of their loved ones. They hid in their walls that could scalps, leaf vegetation, and producing food in which people were. These were the spirits of the day were there to protect their house from anyone, because the and sometimes visit the farm for those straight through house or the animals. Later, after my maternal grandmother passed away, the house was surrounded. Family decided to sell the property and sold for construction company. We should build a hotel, perhaps, in it? How about that? Oh, we know that the project was not completed. 20 years later, I returned to that town with my husband. This story several times in Haiti. And we went to see what remained of that old property, but unfortunately, it was in a bad condition. My auntie, she moved there some years after my grandmother passed. I remember my dad, and she told me that during construction, the workers down clothes and what the old blue coins buried in the ground with the protection. Lots of human remains and buried in cement. So the theories were correct. And these findings spent 2 years of misery and fear. It was just like solving the final piece of the puzzle. So apparently the gold point was so valuable that it necessitated creating a $5 million. Suspiciously though, after the treasure was found, the construction was completely halted, and it was said that the company had gone bankrupt. I don't know if you guys are happy with this. I would have been a good transaction. I wanted this gold coins and things. These, I think, is probably one of the most paranormal periods of my entire life. And since then, I have seen have experienced other significance. I call it intuitive. I don't know what that is, but this was really scary and unknown. It gave me a different outlook on life in the afterlife. I think these experiences often a door to sort of energy connection, strong enough to give you joy, sometimes they do completely the horror.
Share your own scary story. Should visit truthscarystory.com. And also send me a description of this episode. Thank you very much for listening.
If there's one thing that my family and friends know me for, it's being an amazing gift giver. I own a Celebrations passport from wonderfulflowers.com.
My one-stop shopping site that has amazing gifts for every occasion. With Celebrations Passport, I get free shipping on thousands of amazing gifts. And the more gifts I get, the more perks and rewards I earn. To learn more and take your gift giving to the next level, visit 1-800-Flowers.com/audio. That's 1-800-Flowers.com/audio.
While living at home for 15 years, you're going to experience a strange mix of little things. Have a bet between whiskey and pizza. Under the table, it's Caribbean food steaks.
Did you get that truck? I kind of have like weird that out of experience, which is why I feel like I attract certain things. And that's like, you know, I'm like, I was targeted in the house. That was kind of something. I got sick with meningitis, and then I got encephalitis, and I had to go to a coma, which lasted for 3 months. It was scary experience, and like, what that changed my life, like, I was like paralyzed. I was
too. And typically the precinct comes down the steps and then down the hallway into the kitchen where they're at. And there's a step right before you come down into the kitchen. And the kitchen is a different floor from the rest of the house. So up until now, all you hear is the footsteps. It was all carpet. The kitchen floor was tile. So when Carrie did step down to the kitchen, all you heard was like flops. It was terrifying. It was crazy because there was like a couch rocking a little bit of when you come down to the doorway. And so automatically you hear noise and we're like, oh, and so I got it. Which is weird because I thought that my sister had put the dog in the garage, which were insane at night, and both of both insane. So as soon as we heard that, I called out to my dog, and nothing happened. There was no, it was just clear silence. And one felt bad with it. It was just so once at that point, like we had stood up because we're chicken to our dog, and at the same time we like freaked out, so we stood up, and then like you hear our dog like start to go crazy in the garage behind us. So usually at night we hear our dog in the garage, and it we had called out to him, and it was like when my dog did not make a sound when I called it. But it was like when a few minutes before I'd say everything just went crazy where it started to run towards us, and we heard our dog start like barking like really aggressively. And this was like happening in front of us. And we're like, oh, like they had dog in us, that wasn't my dog. So at the same time that we took off running in the direction of that sound, we had to go faster to get out of the kitchen. At the same time that we were running, we could hear the footsteps, the car footsteps like run toward us. But the thing was that one, it didn't sound like it had many feet. It only sounded like it had 2 feet. And two, those footsteps were like heavy. It stopped when we ran upstairs to my mom's room. At this point, like we were like cheering up, we were crying, and we were like young for a mom to wake up. In that moment, it was the exact moment where you get a heart from like out of your body, where you're like it's the moment where it hits you like it's real. And it felt aggressive. Like it wasn't it didn't happen. This happened in a matter of minutes, but it was the silence and it was the prominent footsteps where there was weight to it. And also I knew to me that it was a little person like heavily walking down the stairs. And that's what scared apart from that, like that's what made us jump and run. For a long time we could not talk about it without cheering. Oh, that's how terrified we were. And we're like, oh my god, like we heard something. And it's like really hard from like how
get ideas, discover what is going on in the house.
At Western National Insurance, we believe in the power of pets because we believe in medicines that just don't work. It's our promise of support and help everything in house. I don't just have the power of pets. Ask your agent for Western National. Wait, are you still looking for cars on Ramada?
Yeah, decisions.
When I used Ramada, I found the exact car I was looking for in minutes. Got it on the spot.
Quite true. Most folks decisions.
Come on, you've been at it for weeks. Just buy one.
You're right. Crossovers. Decisions. Decide.
Whether you know exactly what you want or like to take your time, know your car and compete with Ramada. Lana had been making it for 7 years. And this was a beautiful house. Like, it was like a big everett. Like, they had no reason and for that wall. So I thought that was weird. For a long time, I would tell myself, you have to be crazy to be here. Because most of the time, I was the only one that would experience, like, hardcore stuff. This is one of the first experiences where it was me and my first hairstyle thing, like, smart things that happened. It was things that came in, like, oh, this is my life. But it seemed like I was the target for it. Maybe it's sleeping or doing something, and you were here, like, one of either your name or one of my sister's name, there's a TV here. But to the point where you could feel a breath of the person. And so I was like, okay, I was thinking, okay, like, maybe I was distracted. And something that everyone. One of the scariest times was I was in the bathroom where everybody was out there, but everybody was outside. And usually we come inside with things. And I was downstairs, which is where most of the activity will happen. So I was in the restroom washing my hands, and I had some noise right now. And I heard laughter. And I was like, I called out to my sister. I was like, oh, I called her just stop messing with me. Like, you're scaring me. And Lauren to back was like, oh my god, I'm gonna kill her. Because we were all freaked out. And so I went out because our rooms were connected. So my room was connected to this, not the bathroom. So I was out into the room. I looked behind the door. I looked at the room and I was like, and then I heard a whisper in my ear. I was like, okay. And I was like, oh. And I was like, okay. And I couldn't move. I was like, crouched down to run up the stairs so bad. And I was like, you know that moment where you're so scared you don't move, but you want to move. I was like that. So I slowly walked out. And when I was like in the kitchen, that's when I got everybody was outside. My room, for some reason, was the coldest. It was the coldest. Everyone was the coldest room in the house. And it was the cold as nowhere. And so the reason I argument. And I could feel it up into my will because it was like automatically, it was like feeling like when you know something is, when you know how you're something that you're without you actually seeing something, it's like that feeling where you happen to look and you feel something. So I was just happening to feel something like something straddling or wherever I was at. Did you know me and saying I was like non-serious, like really depressed. I would sit throughout the night. I would wait for the sun to come out as college student. And I was in high school, so it was really like affecting me to the point where I reached out to a meeting and I was like, I just need to know, is there something, like, am I crazy or is there something in your health? I was very skeptical of her meeting in general, but at this point I was skeptical. And she told me things that nobody else knew, so I was like, okay, she's legit. And she did tell me, yeah, there was that, and she had this diagram, like we had all seen songs, slender, it's super years old, which I assume was the last owner of the house. And she was basically like, yeah, like it's not like she can do it. Yeah, because I just tried to cleanse them myself, like, and nothing changed. And she called me, and she was like, cleansing my house is not gonna work for you. And I was like, I haven't told you that. And I had done that the day before I had called her. And I was like, oh man, like, he let her know, like, he described my house, who was living there, and how it's even structured. So my house is something totally very common, but I can tell too, experience things more than most. And I guess probably like into some past I've become somewhat more sensitive to it. And I was able to learn medium that I'm more sensitive to it. And I shouldn't feel that. I'm not crazy. He was a man that he liked to get a reaction. He liked to scare the would just like it became such a normal thing that like I would hear it like in school night, like I would hear like knocks on my door, somebody pushing on my door, or just random stuff. And I get angry and I know like, come on, like I got school tomorrow, like take me out. For me, the house felt, I don't know, it felt empty. It felt lonely, like it just felt sad.
decisions.
When I was homeowner, I found the exact car I was looking for in minutes. Bought it on the spot.
Lecture or focus. Decisions.
Come on, you've been at it for weeks. Just buy it already.
You're right. Crossover needs decisions. Decide.
Now that you know exactly what you want, you only have to take your time. Find your car conveniently with Carvana. Hola mi gente, Rosalie Sanchez here from He Said Media Legal. And although I let it drama-free to realize, when first realized I prefer a drama-free casa. That's still fabuloso. It's remarkable that it is centimeters like a rounded pants, and it is 2 times more active ingredients to take the drama out of any mix. Look, shall we? Gracias. Fabuloso's 2 times concentrated formula provides 2 times more active premium ingredients versus non-concentrated fabuloso original. Please ask it.
Bada boom. So, you just sold my car on Carvana. Dropping it off and getting paid today.
What a break.
What? You still haven't sold yours? You told me about it months ago. Is the offer good?
Oh, offers great.
So not another car yet?
We could trade it in for this car.
Oh, come on. What are we waiting for?
You're right.
Let's go.
Whether you're looking to sell your car right now or just want to look at this life, go to Carvana.com and sell your car conveniently. Terms and conditions apply.
David used to live in the old apartment complex where the strange guy. What's up? Not this one. I need to. My story starts in 1991. Santa Ana, California. We had just moved to the apartment that I grew up in. So I was around 5 or 6. The two-story apartment, which was more like the only Hispanic family that we want all around the neighborhood. It was built like in the 50s. I think it was built for like Marine base that was right up against the airline. It was built for an airfield. Those apartment complexes with like townhomes were built in the 50s. So they're old, really retro, but they're really nice kind of apartments. So when I started hearing noises, I think I was around like 6 or 7. That's one of the first things that happened. I would just hear random noises. We slept on the second floor, so we had to sleep in our building. And so when I was starting to hear that first, it just feel like if somebody was like walking up the stairs. It would creak. As I'm walking up the wooden stairs, it has a very interesting creaks. And so that's when I would hear. So I would look and I'd hear that. I was young at that time, so I would just nod and on. I would acknowledge the knowledge, but I wouldn't really think it was my head if I could see it. And that's when noises first started happening. Then really listening into the way more intense. I was about 9 years old. So it was probably like 1 in the morning when I woke up. And at the time, we didn't have AC, so we would open up the windows to let in the cool air at night, like that good stuff. Like, coming up on 2 stories, when I would open up the window, I wouldn't have the fear of someone that might be really black. Behind our apartment complex, though, as laid out, was at that time, the lights were that green and old yellow street with the lights and the wall. And behind that wall, there was a gas station and a liquor store. You tend to hear, people talking at times and people rolling up that random time, bumping the roof and getting gas. So you hear that stuff. So I walk around and naturally when I hear something, I go to the window, I take a peek.
just whatever, go back to my lay down. Maybe look, 5 minutes, 6 minutes later, I hear another sound. And so I go and I look, and this time, like very like where the light starts to like hang, the blackness of the alley starts. It's like a shadow. It's just like water. And at first I was like, am I tripping? Or is that a shadow walking? It didn't. It wasn't like a person. It was literally a shadow. And so, freaked out. I said, okay, whatever. I let it just process in my mind. I let it back down, and I left it at that. Maybe like a few months later, another incident happened. Same thing. I woke up around 1 a.m. At this time, I woke up to the sound of people talking. And I'm talking about it sounded like they were right by my window. Mind you, my bedroom is right by my window. So for it to sound like they're talking right by my window is very weird. So I woke up to the sound of people talking. So I walked up to the window again. I moved up there and I took a peek. Nothing. There's nothing back there. There's like a nice little parking area that's right behind the parking lot. With a light old school light. I looked in that area, scanned it, nothing. Looked at the wall, looked at the gas station, nothing. Nothing said, okay, this is for me. I sleep. I laid back down. When I did that, I heard people talking again. But this time, it sounded like it was in front of my window. And then I asked, how did it happen? This thing where it's not normal. It's because when I heard it, it was very big. It was coming through my bedroom door. And so I was like, okay. And so I opened my bedroom door and I walked down the stairs. I go in my living room, nothing. So in the courtyard, there's no one out there. I'm okay. I think this is tricky. So I go back upstairs, go back and lay down. I lay down maybe probably another 15 minutes. And I'm looking at the ceiling and just laying there at the same time, process everything. Trying to make sense. So I end up on this way, maybe probably about an hour. I was looking up again to the side, this time to a paint company. Now, I knew everybody that lived around the area. But I could tell my best friend lived next to me and he was cheap. There's no people. So I hear a baby crying, and baby coming from the gas station. Going to get up the kid and take a peek. There's no one at the gas station. There's no one at the grocery store. There was just a normal car that was there. Everybody seems to be asleep. So it's probably like 2, 3:30 in the morning at this time. So I freaked out. Before I laid that down, I scanned the area. I looked over for some reason at the light pole, this little parking area, and I saw a shadow standing there. It was a shadow because the light is right there, and if there was someone there, they would have shined on you with crazy because you see somebody. This is a damn shadow looking at me. I froze. I didn't know what to do, and so maybe I sang it, but then I just like, I froze, I just jumped back, and I didn't know what to put it, so I laid back in my bed, and I just said, forget it. I'm not going to mess with this, I'm just going to rest. That's what I was done. Then, between 9 and 10 years, I would still randomly hear those sounds, like with people walking up and downstairs, or even the pots and pans in the upstairs. Which I would go downstairs and pick up that, or listen to that sound and go into my kitchen. You look and see that there's people in this place. Nothing didn't toss or anything, but that's what it sounded like. And I would tell my mom, I grew up in a very Mexican religious household. So my mom and dad were religious, and the church I associated every Sunday. So I would tell her. And I don't know if she, for my protection, she was being scared. She would just tell me, oh, it's nothing, it's true. But I would see in her eyes that she would believe it. And to be honest, when I did get older, I found out that she would do stuff too. She just, of course, was not into us. And it was just one of those things where she was just trying to protect us. And now I'm the only boy with 4 children. She had 3 girls, and she didn't want to kick them all out. So we got 3 girls living in the house. 3 other nights. Basically, after that, we fast forward to around about was on Thanksgiving. We had family over, of course. It was probably on Tuesday. And I had went upstairs to lay down for a bit because I had baked it. It was a big meal of Thanksgiving. Well, it's on the 15th. So I had to eat. So I went upstairs and I laid down on my bed. Pretty much, I got myself like face first. And so as I'm laying there, I feel like this two big hands are pushing into my bed. And when someone's pushing, you feel like that into the hand. So when I got into the bed, I bounced up. And I stood there for a second, looking around, looking, what the hell? And the light was on in my room. The only light was on was in the hallway. And so it's not too bright. I was looking down and just in the middle of the hallway, top of the stairs. So I looked around, looked on bed, and I ran downstairs. Put it on my phone network. I ran downstairs. My cousin goes downstairs, really downstairs. I said, I'm looking up towards the stairs. I peeked down. I'm trying to process what just happened. My cousin looks at me and goes, hey, are you cool? And I'm like, you didn't answer at first? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I asked her, hey, did anyone go upstairs? Or anything? Like, behind me, like, my dad, anybody? And no one went upstairs. So I'm like, huh. So he asked me again, are you okay? I'm like, so I'm trying to tell you something. I don't know if I'm tripping. I don't know what. But I told him to. And like, when he said that, when I told him first, he was looking at me like, wide-eyed. And when he was looking at the wide-eyed, I was like, why are you looking at me wide-eyed? He's like, man, I'm not tripping. I thought I was tripping. So when I was in your back door, and I looked up towards your bedroom, it looked like someone was looking out the window. And so I thought that was you. Like, you just said you were laying down. So at that moment, I freaked out. I didn't know what to think. I told my mom, I told my sister, I'm like, I'm running. At this time, I've been touched. And I didn't know how to feel about it. So I told her, it was the biggest thing. And my mom's crying, just praying. And it was like, yeah, that was one of the biggest things. I actually joined the military basically after that, probably 6, 7 years later, about 2021. But then we took another 7 years. When I got out in 2013, I came back home. I lived with that friend for a bit, so I moved out there back in 2013 with my parents. During that time, I was really into the film industry. I'm a older, I was in my spend time with family here in the United States as well. So I had a factor. I believe in love, I believe in all that crazy. So at that time I was watching, I never really remember doing my history. I watched it, but I can't remember. He would have this ghost box thing, and he would talk to his dad with like a voice thing. You would hear him come through the voice box thing, and he would talk to the spirit, everyone had like little spirit boxes like that. So I was watching a lot of videos. And so when I came, because I was living with my parents, I downloaded this app that this guy actually created like an app, virtual of that spirit box that he had. And I went, wow, this really is pretty good. I downloaded the app, I started it up, and right when I started it up, like the first thing I hear the little white noise that goes like, like in a real like voices, hello. And I'm just like, okay, this is fucking acting. And so then maybe this thing is itself. So then the next thing I hear, I think I hear like little girl type, just like, so really curious. I'm like, who's looking? So when I asked that question, I for 20 seconds, just I hear, Mary, my grandma's name is Maria. She passed away maybe like at that time, probably 7 years ago. That's so I'm like, God, I just like my grandma, because I'm like, she feeling now, freaked out, turn off the app.
Whatever it is, decisions, deciding. I don't even know exactly what you want, but I like to take your time. And I'm good for with my mom. What's up? So we go to her party. It's just like the right time. Crazy coincidence. I just spent my car in Havana. What? I told you about it 2 days ago. I didn't know. I'm either dropping her off at one of those sweet art exhibitions and maybe today. That's a good deal. A great deal. Come on. That's what I'm saying. You're right. When you know, you know. Sold. Rather than looking to sell your car right now, or just have a few slides on Havana.com. So don't talk to me. Consultations apply.
The shadow, I honestly, I don't, I honestly prefer it in the alley, but really people don't walk in that alley, especially in that neighborhood at that time. But the second time, like, it didn't make any sense because the light was, like, if you stand right next to that pole with the parking lot, that light on top, it shines down. So if you're standing right under that pole, the light will still hit you. And so when this light is hitting the shadow, there's nothing like that. It's literally a shadow. So it's like I look out, and that's when I freaked out. I was like, man, this isn't a person. I can't make sense of it. But I know for certain that if you were standing under there, if you were a person, if someone saw you, they would be able to tell that you were a person. It was like literally a shadow. It was like it was that shadow standing. I mean, like my mom at first, like she would be like, she freaked out because she obviously heard his noises as well. They would say that's her son, and well, she would get up at 3:30 in the morning to go to work. Around this time, the working hours, she would always hear. She said she would always hear like scratching. She would hear people walking up and down the stairs. There's like a bathroom that's per se, like under the staircase. She would always, she said it always sounded like if me and my sister were like going up and down the stairs. But then she would walk over and there would be nobody. So when she heard me at that moment, it was getting kind of she freaked out. And my answer and all that. So they were like, at first they were like trying to make sense of what's going on. And then as I told them, and my cousin told them, they all freaked out because they felt like someone had said something bad to our family, but I guess it was attacking me, I guess you could say. And like they started praying. They were all like out in the kitchen. And they started praying. And like my dad, at first he didn't want to believe it, but my mom told me, and like my sister, I guess the same thing that actually done, but they never really experienced it like I did. So just when like all that broke out in the kitchen, more of my aunts and my mom that were crying and praying. Then my uncle over just talking about, I don't know what maybe I don't know what they were saying, but my aunts were really praying for me and my cousin. And then after that, I had to go to church and she was like 3:30, and she would be like 4:15. There was a time because she was getting ready in the bathroom, doing her hair, and her makeup downstairs, we actually got downstairs in the six. And when she was getting ready, and at this time, I want to say I was probably like 11 or 12. My neighbor next door came on the door and she had recently passed away. And I guess my mom said she was getting ready, but my son took me right into that. And that she was like, okay, like she thought it was a friend or a kid. Just like she said, okay, Lori, I feel you're here. And the thing just like another time she said that she was way big and maybe that she heard like a little knock on the door, she heard like a little knock, and then she would walk over there and look out, open the door and look out, nothing. Then she would go back and start eating, and she would just watch the back glass door. Yeah, she would have to do it quite a lot to do it. I could definitely say it's not because I feel like I've been to enough just so happened as the teacher is crazy. I don't know. I feel like it wasn't necessarily out to hurt me. I feel like more is there to just maybe just let you know that something is there, or maybe someone's there. But it wasn't always a fear. It was just, I guess, how can I say, surprising. Because everything that happened was really surprising. It wasn't like I was expecting it to happen. But as I get older, I would, and I guess I'm such an expectant noises, but I never expected for it to actually touch me. But I feel like that shadow wasn't touching me. I don't feel like it was some random ghost or spirit or entity that can say it was that night of pushing. I feel like what touched me in that shadow, I feel like it's connected. I wish I knew who or what or where it was, or I really wish I knew who it was, to be honest. But I couldn't tell you. My mom was part of the church thing where they would bring statues to your house, and like you would post up a book. There was a statue of the Virgin Mary, and there was a statue of baby Jesus. And supposedly, like the owner of the statue, the guy, he can somehow see through the Virgin Mary statue. And it sounds funny if the memory that you know, but what? And this is, and I think the only reason I can confirm that maybe it's not lying or maybe it is true is because the Virgin Mary statue has brown eyes, right? Now, at times, these eyes are turned brown from blue. And I don't know why, but I felt like maybe that's what supposedly he was looking through the statue, but obviously, the eyes were looking brown. And I did recognize, I'm the type of guy that would recognize like little things that, and with that, also, then I remember thinking that literal with you, and we got like a ball outside of the living room, when we woke up, we on the other side of it. And so then my mom saw us and everything, she was running with it, running with the ball and whatnot. And I was being like, yeah, I don't know if it's good, but something was young with the ball. But that, I really didn't know, yeah, I looked back at that was the statues. We all noticed it, my mom noticed it, and everybody noticed it. My dad, everyone else about it. I couldn't touch it, it was like, this was not really coming back, freaking out. But no, it was literally the ceramic, like, I was like, oh, this is weird. But it changed colors, and it was weird because like, you touch the eyes, it was pink. So for it to change, like, you like, how did that change, you know what I mean? Because if you got me, they would hold it, you did all this stuff, and it's like, I don't know. All I know is it changed. I got like stories and stuff like in the woods. This is I live on Uncle Stewart. I talk about parts of the woods that hosted little towns back in the days, cases out here. Where there's like random cemetery all over the woods. There's just random cemetery. And we would change a lot, especially being out there when we were in the woods at night. So I was just fly out there. So yeah, I have stories going on. I have stories in Iraq. Stories I like to have in my voice, especially on the great rivers. When I swear I saw, which I think is a shapeshifter or a gym, a view of a gym. And I had 5 people that verified that. My social buddies, and yeah, that sort of pretty effective. You want a scary story? You want to share? This is a true scary story. You know, if you also okay, just check out the dark house and what you can see. Thank you very much for listening. So, just sold my car in Colorado. Dropped it off and getting paid today.
surprised of it. It was January 2008, when I was sent to my first news station, which was Fort Stewart, which is located in Georgia. It's basically the southeast part of Georgia, where I just beautiful city. I was fresh out of high school, which is basically my training for my schooling for what I did in the military, which is logistics. That was on a good down there. I was getting on the plane, and I said, and I was thinking to myself, like, dude, what did I get into? And the only reason I say that is because you live in the South, you really get exposed. Like, you get out, and it's just like, someone taking hot breath and just blowing it on, you know what I mean? And so what I did is I had to walk to this thing called the DSO. The DSO is just like a place where soldiers can go to. They can use phones, they can get water, snacks, they can't really bring it over. It's just a little second for soldiers. So I go to the DSO, and I called it off. They didn't take off this week. Fort Stewart to let them come in because I'm going to come pick me up. I just arrived. It was probably about 3 p.m. when I called them. Not until a little after midnight when I finally picked up my mosquito to the sergeant and another soldier. The airport was probably about 30 minutes away from Hinesville. That's the town Fort Stewart is located in. There's 4 entrances to the main. There's the main entrance, there's 2 side entrances, and then there's a back entrance. That back entrance is off the route of 144. This road is directly surrounded by wood and training sites. So Fort Stewart is pretty much in the wood. I'm not sure how many acres the whole base uses, but it's a massive piece of land. Anyway, here we are driving along this relatively dark road. It's about 1 a.m. and we're driving. I'm just looking out the window into the dark woods when I see a man standing up about 30 feet from the road, just beyond the woodworking of my shops. I look down and try to look as though we had already passed the spot where I saw the man. After something, man looked down and he was I was told this fucking assessment cleared out. He's tired, or just same thing. I don't know, just maybe in my mind, I couldn't even confirm it that by this time, if I did it, I'd already knocked out down the road. So about 6 months have passed by when I experienced another incident with the wood and roughly 30%. It was around the 4th of July time when I was in my apartment on base. Sparkle Valley was pretty much at the top right corner of the base. But like I said, the base is 2.5 against Park Stewart where we basically go to work. There's another section of the food and industrial area where we go to work. There's all the tanks, companies, and all the warehouses are at. It's all on one side, and then you have one section where you have like a supermarket, some fast food restaurants. Basically, you can go to one day. And you have a golf course on one side of the base, and you have the golf course. And so it's like pretty much the top back one in the corner. It's on the back side along with that one. Sometimes I would walk throughout 144, sometimes where they would out that way. My apartment was like in that area. It was an upstairs apartment, so my literal window actually facing the wood. It was scary to stay in the world. I mean, even though, everyone's ever been like, this is like the wood. Where the wood got stuck, it's literally like looking at it's just like a line of wood. It's just a line of trees and it's super dark. You just look in there and it's just super dark with this place. So I knew it was like the wood line. At this time, I was living alone in the apartment. I was just invited and I was checking if it needed military. And actually had like about 3 months beside the couch. A TV stand, TV. I placed
station up first, got a coffee. I said, if I leave the room, that means I was bad, and I had for quite some time because the young and finally get it on my own. So the Saturday night, I would say maybe around 11, like, a bunch of the moving calls that happened, like going with one bumper or one trees or something getting off, like spring up over, people kill themselves. It's a very, like, not moving, but watching the right setting, it really freaks you out. It seems like they're like, they're like, yeah, they're really sharp. That's the film that they decide. It's not very good. But I'm watching this movie. And of course, by that time, I was also like a big old tree. Kind of windy, so it's like the perfect setting to watch a big movie. That moment is like tapping on my window. That has to be a tree. So obviously, without this going on, but it was really different. When the movie was finished, I turned on my TV, of course, and the living room was on that whole light. And I got up and I started stretching for a while. And I was basically looking out towards the window, towards the woodline. I was reaching out, and I saw what kind of looked like someone walking in the woods. It was weird because it's like maybe 5 feet from the woodline. Like, you can see it's a figure of something that's walking. So I'm like, okay, whatever. Maybe someone walking their dog. So I just left it on. I let it go. But then I realized what happened was, I was like, it doesn't, why would someone want to go this late at night in the woods? See, you can find you in the woods. So, it did make me for me, I went to walking their dog at that time, fish out face. And then I was going to the window, and I kept looking at the walking. And it took me a minute to realize that the guy I was looking at was not like dressed to the top. Right? So it wasn't like, this was 2008. It wasn't that, like, when was happening in 2013. It literally looked like a person from something. Like, I was like, wait a minute, I see this thing, right? What are you wearing? So, really very good. He looked a little transparent. Just a little bit. Like, it was just fake. I shut the thing, oh, about a few months later, we found out we were getting deployed. December of 2009. So we joined a rank. You want to war ahead, you want to war, then you want to get ready. So that's pretty much what a year's worth of training. It takes a time. You want to say 12 to 14 months to get ready to get deployed. They do a lot of training, you go to a lot of different other bases, and you do a lot of training there, but you understand passive training areas that you get deployed because it's pretty hard. Research. And so our training consisted of us going to the woods a lot. One training, we had to go on a field exercise for about 7 days. Like set up, shot, run some scenarios, and then sort of come back. I was out in LNG. It's a big truck that basically carries the troops. It looks like the whole animal. It's just like a big old truck at the back with what the top is missing. The soldiers can sit on both sides of it. You move equipment. Anyway, so I'm driving one of the newer trucks. And usually I like to be in the hall and soldiers do equipment. I was driving. I noticed we would pass a lot of little lakes. So we went to the woods, we went on this road. It just kind of, if you look off to the side, you'll literally see like random little gravesites with headstones. Just a little bit, that sounds a little creepy because every gravesite that you will see, it only has ends of all headstones. So it's just like very odd that you get these little gravesites with different parts of
But I call it the noisy dark. So that's basically loud crickets, if you're like, in a house, and you're not gonna howl for it. It's the creepiest thing ever. It's just like, it's confusing sound, and it's so quiet, and it's like really loud, and it shuts up. This is really creepy. I also start to hear footsteps. And so I know that there's more than just one. There's another soldier, there's two soldiers doing it, but they never really close to each other. It's kind of far from each other. Like I'm on this side of the perimeter, and he's on the other side of the perimeter. It's kind of just in a circle, and we're chasing each other in a sense. But I started my first up, and I'm just thinking, okay, maybe it caught up to me, or maybe it's another soldier just getting up in the middle of the night to go listen to us. So we don't do that right off the whole route. People die, you don't want to walk all the way to the other part of the usually a foster, but it's not even so you just open the door. You're like, hey. So I took it like that. So I kept walking around, and I started noticing that the footsteps were like a little too close. They're just too close for it to be left car, and it's too close for someone taking a piss. So I stopped, and I just started listening. I just wanted to listen to like hear the footsteps. So when I stopped, the footsteps stopped moving. So I don't hear anything. I just stand there like, okay, whatever. Right until I start to take off, I hear the footsteps. So this time, I think, is someone following me? Is someone trying to mess with me? I, like in the scary movies, decided to go towards the noise. So I went towards the noise, started walking towards the noise, and as I get closer, the footsteps just stopped. And so I stopped again. This time, there's no place of really big trees. It's only natural in the wood and trees everywhere. So when you're walking, there's always a tree right next to you. But I started thinking like a really big tree. At this time, I took a knee and started drinking water. And at the same time, I'm still listening. And I'm drinking water. I'm just looking at this darkness of the woods. I see a kid going from one tree to the other tree. And then from that tree to another tree. And I'm just like, wait a minute. I'm like, what? I get up and I'm like stuck. I'm literally stuck. I think I'm just scared. At that point, I'm just stuck and I'm looking at this. And the reason I'm so scared is because this part of the woods at 3 a.m. there should no kids. There's no kids anywhere near. So when I saw that, I freaked out. And once again, as the kid was running and I saw him running, it was like they were dressed 1700s, 1800s. I'm not too sure if you guys remember the movie Hocus Pocus in the beginning, but before they had the shrinks, your cat was wearing like that white shirt with the ears of like high-water pants with the potato sacks. I stand up and he's upset with me, and then finally the church say hello. Is anyone there? No response. So I took out my little pinky flashlight that was giving us on the way. So I said with the pinky flashlight, this thing is probably like wood that I get it like having a lighter and turning it on. It doesn't give you that much light. So I take it on, I'm looking around, and I don't see anything. I decide to head back towards out of the woods, getting back to the far side. And this time, 3 people on the back, I almost ran. So and as I get back, I tell my buddy that this is my 4:55 early getting up in the day. I get back and I tell my buddy this happened. Hey bro, this is what happened. I was in the woods, there's noise of people walking, I saw a freaking kid running by. And they all look like they want to go around like this, like a gun, just like they were shooting or whatever. Even one of my sergeants was like, oh, you know what, boss, dude, let me get this time, whatever. Okay, the other like as for tell my story, one of the soldiers just said, you look at that. And so he was like, at this time the sun's not truly out yet, so it's dark still. So he said, dude, look at that. We all turned and looked towards the woodland across the way. And that's when you see it's a very faint, but the little kid is right there at the woodline, looking right at them. So I tell you, we all freaked out. Not just the second people looking at me. We all freaked out. I'm freaked out in the woods. It's just pretty creepy because in those woods, I guess, back in the day, there was a lot of little like villages or a lot of little towns. And yeah, this town were actually owned by just families. And all the people in the regular community, family, not like random the neighbor, they're all families. And so we have kind of like 20 different graves up in these woods with like dead people with families. So yeah, that it's like like you're crazy because even though that guy, some guy telling you this is what he saw, you're trying to put this like a whole unit of 300 people in the room every time you run. Then again, you do have people that it's has happened to before. I have a story that did like that one case for 10 years. They said all the time, out there, I see people fishing all the time. It's the weirdest thing. Don't see it only seems like I see that people that used to hunt will be walking with a ghost on them. It's crazy. One of my captains were telling me that they were out in a different time at night when they were walking into the party area and that they would see like you didn't have your shoes on. What kind of thing is that? There's no one really walking around boots. That was good to say. However, the paranormal events
It's natural to have a fear of missing out, but pearl vision can help you maximize your vision benefits so you don't miss out on what you're entitled to. Whether you need an updated prescription or replace your broken glasses, make the most of your benefits before they expire. Pearl Vision accepts all major vision plans, including iLab and PSP. Visit pearlvision.com to schedule your exam today. The exam is available at the independent doctors of optometry at or next to Pearl Vision. Some doctors perform optometry.
since I was born into Iraq, December of 2009. Yeah, right before I first went to Kuwait, trained a bit before I came to Iraq. I was one of the guys who later trained into a frequency QRF team. The QRF team is called a quick reaction force team. Basically, we get called down because say someone's trying to break into the box when they're operating users. And they're trying to overtake the gate guard, so they'll call us. And we'll pretty much rush over there and start trying to do a quick reaction. We were strong about 15, 17 guys, plus our translator. We were assigned to Louis was in his late 30s. At that time, we were the first ever man with a lot of stories on Iraq. And pretty much they had a lot of stories on Iraq. When we went to training, he would tell us about this one village, because I want to think of the time this river that's famous for sighting of shapeshifters. Germs. At the time, I wasn't too big into the paranormal, probably not even today, but it did catch my attention with people and telling me their story. Because the stuff that I've been through, as I'm growing up, and then obviously the stuff that I went through when I was stationed in Georgia and all that stuff, it was crazy to go to the woods. So after we completed all the training, we didn't create, we basically were found out on a shipwreck, which is the big helicopter with the two blades on top. They're very loud and big. So we get in one of those, it takes us from Kuwait's right above Iraq, and goes flying into Iraq. And it takes us to our first stop, which is on back in that for people that don't know what that means. That means that we can pull and operate things. So like again, what are the fixes that how the soul. So we're gonna talk about five nights before we can look at 6 months later. And what we're gonna is that big is like the bigger bases, that's where like a lot of generals and all that stay at. They have a lot more enemies out there. It's just a place that we can explain. So we went out there. We did most of a lot of condo security. Basically the condo security consisted of just escorting logistics runs from like Camp Liberty to say Farm Mountain and Farm Mountain or whatever little like Farm Mountain and Farm Mountain are very small with Camp Liberty. So they have to have their food, their water, everything has to be taken to them. Because everything comes in Camp Liberty and then everything out of everything once it gets sorted out to go to warehouses with logistics coming in some kind of trucks, we have to escort it to wherever we're going. Just make sure that the logistics have to go smoothly and then escort the civilian trucks back to Camp Liberty and come down overnight. Because I was a veteran truck driver, I was able to leave for one. I was able to leave with really experienced
saying, I don't know if it's a forsaken that someone had broke outside the line, actually, the reason that they said it has to be on the road, and those type of things, perhaps for someone else to experience that afterwards, and even if you want to be in life, but maybe about a month, yeah, I can't believe it. We were on a mission to a stop that was about 45 minutes away. And what did we do? Just take a few trucks there and drop off, come back, all in one night. Now, these Suburban truck drivers are what we call local nationals. They're basically typically more people from other countries. They get paid nothing to our but then their country is allowed to them, and so they have to do, they get contracted with the country, and they put up with benefits and they have to work out there. I know one truck driver who's doing a lot of stuff. But one truck driver I was driving, he told me in his mid-50s, he looked super tired, just run down like life that was just torn at you. But he was full of life at that age. He would tell us, crazy times of his dog. He would tell us his scary stories of the gym and interactions. He would get us going. He would totally experience it. So the truck would be down there. We would just sit and wait and see while they get down. We would just sit and wait, make sure the truck driver was all overtake. But from on the truck, good everybody would make sure everything was smoothly. So I never told this guy to sit in front of him and just start talking about the old Iraq and how he was. As we was talking, I see the old man walking from the bathroom back to his truck. So I'm telling that old man, hey, come over and come sit with us and talk to us. He did speak English, wasn't the greatest, but he did speak English. So he did, he came over and I introduced him a little bit, yeah, I really introduced him to talk. I requested a cut down in his house and the whole story and we found it with James. First, he began to tell his story. And I said, what I want really pretty much confirm the truth behind everything he's saying. So not only is he saying the story, I got someone who's got that shit. That's true. That's like, okay. There was something that he was walking down the hall, he was being followed by a chick. He said that he looked back and saw when he was coming over a black just walking briskly at him. And he said when he started running, he got a little ahead. He said he looked back again and saw him go. This guy. I think about it. So he's like, yo, give me a minute. He says nothing. He was like, okay, yeah, old lady in traffic. Okay. So then he said, like, when he turned around and saw the girl, the girl was just looking at him. And he was like, well, clearly, what's this one just looking at me? And then the girl just walked into the field. And I saw the girl walk into the field, but just this so like, okay, get that going. On one of our last missions, we were tasked to go to this blue walk through in the village. And we were ready to do it. Probably about 2 hours away from that river. And we were walking around and making sure everything was cool. So we just had full security for that village because sometimes we get so that ISIS would be running through there or potential bad guys in the area. So what we do is go up to the middle of the night and go to try to block it to make sure it's uncool, like you said. So what we started doing was make sure they have bad guys in the area. Probably about 11 p.m. we got there. Probably stopped about 400 meters from the village. And we're blacked out. So all the time we're going, we're blacked out, no lights. I was kind of correct. So we're about 400 meters out, we stopped, we go up to the side of the road, which is like the bank, it was crazy. And it was fun, it was a fun night, and it wasn't really out, it was like the days where it's not just like not stuck out, where it's just like looks like a thumbnail, it's on the field there, it's very elevated. And so there's really not a lot of light. It's really fun night. So we have to basically shy enough to look around from getting from the dead. I took the light back on, and when I turned the light back on, the freaking shadow of the man standing right in front of me. At that moment, I tell everybody, I'm like, dude, I don't believe that somebody's come over here, and I can look at this. Right? So, two, three people walked out, which is like a sergeant, lieutenant, and another soldier. They walked out towards me. And as I walk out, I'm still looking at the kid. And as I walk up towards me, the figure starts to walk to the field. And so I'm looking at him like, okay, he's walking toward the field. And so when he's walking toward the field, he's like, I'm not too sure what they call it, but like on the river bed, there's like bushes that grow, and they look like really big vines. And they grow up. They go up and really high, and they'll walk, they will walk behind that thing. They like watch you 100%. So it was like when you're walking to the field and across those big old bushes, and when you get back, like a video or whatever, when you get back, I walk this way. That's when I was like, the lieutenant, the sergeant, and the soldiers coming up, I already started saying that to look out to the gunners, to look out to the field, and scan the field because I don't have to get on this, whatever it is coming down. So, and the gunner in the first truck, he's on top of the truck still on his gun. So he looks over, he uses his knife again, he's not getting a scope, and not only that, he uses it with the red goggles. And as he's scanning, you hear on the radio, as he's scanning, radio's in on the scene. And so when he starts to, what he's seeing, he's saying that he sees what looks like to be a man or a human walking on all fours. And so we're like, wait, what? And we're looking on the radio, and then not only do we have radios that are in our ear, we can have radio that can just, you can hear it. It's just not like a sort of headset. And so he's listening to it, right? And we were not that far from him. So as our gun is telling us what's going on, the moon starts to break in everything. And I can hear him. I'm hearing him praying and everything's not in everything. I look back and I'm like, what's going on? And he doesn't say nothing. He's praying. Finally, he's done. And then I was like, yeah, wait a minute, okay. He was like, we don't want to do this. And I'm like, that's a gym. That's a gym. I'm like, what is it? So he's back to shape your boy. It's 2 weeks a week. And I'm like, okay, so I tell my lieutenant, and as he was telling me this, all these kids are talking over the radio, Gunner says, all you need to listen, it's gone. But what do you mean it's gone? It's just like that. What do you mean it's gone? I'm up in the top of my truck. I put on my infrared goggles when I'm looking. There's nothing in the field. There's nothing in the fields. Maybe about 10 minutes later, that thing appears from on the other side of the village. But when you're looking at the village straight, it's literally like the local little road that will be right straight to the village. And then on the other side is just going toward wherever the village is to. This thing somehow got in that field within maybe 5 minutes, like another 1,000 meters to the other side of the road. Right now, we're looking at this thing. I'm like, it's not a combination of still that while we had more goggles. So we see this thing and it starts walking towards us. At that point, the lieutenant was like, what's going on? So we literally get ready to we think, okay, just
stopped at this weird, I think we all thought it was still. We all stopped and we're just looking at this thing. And this thing stops. And while we're looking at it, it seems if it gets shorter and shorter, like it really doesn't really like perpendicular at it. And so we're just looking at we really just witnessing something get from a 7-foot tall figure to a 4-foot tall figure. And I don't know how to process it, but all I know what to do was shine my light at it. And when we shine our light at it, it looked like a goat with these red eyes, but it was standing like an old man bunched down. Like if you were so old that your back was straight, and you were really low to the ground. And it looked like an old man with a goat face and these red eyes. That happened. We ran. We literally ran back. We ran back because we didn't know what the hell that was. But when we got back to the truck, Louis didn't come with the fire. Louis decided to stay back because he knew what the Louis was doing. But we saw that. We ran back. We ran back toward the truck. That 7-foot figure was 200 meters behind our truck. So at this point, we don't know what we're dealing with. I started praying to God for the first time my day in my life. I don't know how long it's the first time I'm praying. Thinking that I'm not going to progress, so I'm not going to really don't know what's going on. We get back to the base. We literally didn't do our truck. We just take off. We didn't take off where the guy that was standing. By that time, when we started taking off, the figure was gone. So we just reached up on it. We went down the third row. We got back on the base of the box. Literally, we sounded like 17 crazy people. 17 crazy people were telling us that we have to report this. So this is actually the consequences. You guys are going to be in fire of what we saw. Not after this. The crazy part about it, we got over 8 people in flat. We have one more mission. And on that last mission, it was to a bar called Farm Hammer. Farm Hammer is like in the middle of nowhere. It's open field. But we were going, it was like 45 minutes from Farm Hammer. But we're getting there, and obviously we were looking at night. We were looking out and scanning the fields. And as I'm scanning the field, there's that goddamn shadow. And I tell police, I stop. I was the first truck. I stopped. So when I stop, everybody stops. And when I stop, I'm looking at the shadow. And I tell everybody, the point I was put on the radio, I don't say nothing to repeat it. And then I just tell everybody, you need to look east. And everybody looks east. And everybody looks east. That big accelerator is standing there just looking at us. And it's in the dark, but all you see red eyes. Red eyes just looking at us. At that moment, I knew I was not going to touch it. I knew it. I had to believe it because not only having one having twice, man, I wish I could say I was crazy and I wish I could say that this was make believe. But honestly, when you go experience or encounter with a kid, I feel like it not only leaves you with this memory, but you do have reoccurring dreams. I have dreams where I see this black shadow, and it freaks me out. And I feel like not only did I even there, I think it came back with me. And it's in my dream. And I'm not the only one that does dream. There's literally my 2 guys that tell me the same thing. I asked Louis, where are dreams exactly? What are they? And he said they're just like bad spirits. Like, they basically, they just transform into whatever they need to get away. Most of people just mischievous and sense. Everybody has their own vision and their own story of it. But it's all the same thing. It's all the dark figure. It's all the red eye. You see it in our dreams still. So it's the weirdest thing.
it's raining outside and it's dreary, and the house is like super big. It's very large. It's like a 5-bedroom house, and you go like when you drive up, there's like this big long, like almost like a circle that you can drive through, and there's gates on both sides, and you go in one, and then there's the house on your right, then you go out another gate. They have two, a big garage with the house on the house above the garage, and then they have their own house that has 4 big pillars that hold the house that's right. Come in the house, and it's just like really large, and like you walk in, and there's like a staircase that goes like directly at like the little gateway right then, and then there's a room to the left, and a room in front, and a room on the other side, and there's a TV room. And I'm on the phone, and my grandparents are, hey, we're leaving, and then they leave. So I was talking, and like I said, it was raining, and it was just thundering, and then boom, my fog lights went out. And I was like, what? What's happening? And so I started freaking out because there's something weird. And then I'm like, hello, are you there? So I'm on the phone, and then the phone is dead. And I just can't hear anything. So I'm like, yeah, man, take me on the little yellow phone. And I was like, what? And nothing happens. And I hear, and I was like, what is that? So I lose the phone, and it's just dead. And then I just hear like really quiet. And I was like, what the hell is that? So I like hung up the phone and freaked out. Everything was okay. It's gonna be okay. I'm fine. And then I like go to their swinging doors in the kitchen, and I go out, and I start to go towards the front door. And you can see the lights and everything, and then you see the big door and the glass door and everything. They have like big lights up there. And so all the lights are up. Then whenever I go out, like from the kitchen, and I go out, and I can see
Rice University is a big university in Texas, and they came and they tried to buy the house from them because they wanted to bulldoze the house down because it was built on a Indian railroad, and they wanted to take up product tax instead of it. I was like, oh, yeah, like, yeah. So that made me wonder if maybe they knew that I was Native American because my dad's cool. I was like, that's strange, but how would they know that? But it's just, I don't know. And they had, in my uncle, they had all these, like, pictures of natives, like, in the house, like, by the front door. Hospitals and stuff. But, I don't know, it was interesting. My cousin, when she was little, she used to be in there for free, but she would cry to my name. There was, like, something popping in the glass. She didn't know why. And then she said that something was outside of her, like, window with red eyes. She would scream. She was little. Then my uncle said that he went in there. He's very, this is not real. This isn't real. And he went in there. And he said, what are you crying about? Blah, blah. He said that he turned around and he saw, like, this dark looking pig thing. And he had, like, red glowing eyes. And he was, like, looking through the glass. And then tapping on the glass that she was hearing was, like, these tusks that were, like, hitting the glass, like, with his face. And he said that he went down to look at it and it was gone.
The history of the house is
The property that my mom lived right behind there, the right by it, was behind it. My mom ended up helping take care of my aunt for a while, and she went and she moved into that little house with the garage that I said about, and she was like staying in there. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. So anytime I had any secret, I had to go to the house. And one day I was like there with my brother and we were all hanging out and we had these goat and we were just like, I think we're just some exercise, just doing anything. And his girlfriend like turned around and she's like, oh my god, really, what's wrong with you? She's just like really, like she's just like this girl was like just like chill. I was like, you okay? What's wrong? She just like scared and turned around and we all looked at them. Looks like this woman, and she's in this period piece, like real beautiful, like a bonnet, and like this like real pretty period piece, like outfit. She was like way out there, like gates we met, and she was just walking around, and it was really strange. She had this like thing before, so this scarf that was like red, and it was just very strange. Like she was just there. We were like, what is that? And this is like a trip. It was me and a friend, two friends, and I told them about this place, and they were like, let's go. So I was like, okay, let's go. So we all did it then. And we've been in Australia and Australia for high school. I was like, yeah, 18. So we're like, we're traveling about Big Ben. And so we get a camcorder, and it's like this big. And we're like, okay, we're going to go both have the my in-laws had the house on parking. So they were living there. They moved to River Oaks instead of Place. So the house was vacant. So we're like, okay, we're going to go. Okay, so check it out. Show you. So we like drive in there. And then we're just sitting in the car. We're like, all right, we're all excited. And then we're getting everything ready. And like, GD was not because the lights on. Why are the lights on? Like above the garage? I was like, oh, that's weird. I was like, there's no power in the house. There's not supposed to be. I don't think so. So we just keep getting our stuff. We start walking towards there. And then the blinds open. And we're like, oh. But you don't see a shadow against the door. Just the blinds open. And then we like stop. And then you see a shadow walk by. And then I was like, I don't know if we should go in there. Like maybe some people are squatting in or staying in there or something like that. So we should probably be safe. And we said, yeah, okay. Let's turn around and not mess with us. So we turn around and start going. We're still like recording. So recording all this stuff. And then we just don't mess around with the camera and like show me. I'm like talking. I was talking about something else. She's like behind me. I was like, oh, I'm like house behind me. And so we're just talking. And then I go around and go to the front of the van and get in the car. And then my friend like had the camera and they put it on me. Like there. So later we're doing like the footage of what we caught on camera. And as I'm talking, like later, like you can see stuff like behind me, like through the video, like in the garage apartment. Okay. So I was like, you can see like shadows standing in front of just like the blinds, and then the lights like we're going off and on. But we didn't, I didn't know if it was like going with the t-shirt with the head camera, and I know it was doing something else, but then whenever I walked around, like you see something walking behind me, and it like walks all the way like with me. And then when you put the camera on your face, you can't see it. It's just this big light, just film, just light. And then I don't know if you can see my face, and I was like, what? And it was like just weird stuff like that. There's always something different there. Got called and lost everything. My parents, I think someone might be in the garage. And they're like, oh no, there's no power. I tried to lock 2 weeks ago. I was like, oh, someone's still might be in there with a candle or a light or something. And they were like, no, like everything's dead bolted. Like we went and checked there today. Wait, are you still looking for bars at Nirvana? When I used Nirvana, I found the exact car I was looking for in minutes. Got it on the spot. You've been at it for weeks. Just you're also working decisions. Decide. How do you know exactly what you want? I want you to take your time. I'm your partner. With my mom. Wait, are you still looking for cars on Nirvana? When I used Nirvana, I found the exact car I was looking for in minutes. Got it on the spot. You've been at it for weeks. Just you're also working decisions. Decide. How do you know exactly what you want? I want you to take your time. I'm your partner. With my mom. So my mother was going to see my aunt and uncle one day just to go visit them. And I think my cousin had just been born. Oh, she had just been born because my mom was going up there for health care. That's what it was. And then my aunt and uncle would go out on a date. We were going to date. So they leave and everything's alright. My mom always hated this house. She's a very spiritual person. She's always been very into like she practiced a lot of religions. So she was a Wiccan, she was into Egyptology, she was into astrology, she was into like everything, all sorts of things. So she had Judaism, like everything. But she said that she felt like a spiritual presence, but she didn't really understand the time. She said that it was bad. And she said she wanted to go get something to like bless the house. And since my father's Native American, she learned like a lot of stuff from their side of the family. She was like blessing the house with everything, and with sage. And she said that then, like the sage, like someone grabbed her by the wrist and was threw her arm and dropped her around. She continued to try to do her thing, like her blessings. And then she said that she turned around and she saw my aunt and uncle were Catholics, so they have a bunch of crucifixes on the wall. And so she said that when she was there, she saw like the crucifix turned upside down, like inward. And then she said it flew across the wall and it hit her like on her shoulder. And when it hit her shoulder, it burned her skin. And she had a scar for it. It was like just nuts. When it happened, she said she like freaked out and she heard a noise from the voice of a man from the top of the stairs. She said that. And the man, he told her to get out of the house. Like, you're not welcome. Like, you're not our kind. She turned around and she told him to go away. To get out in the name of Jesus. And like, she thought that she could do that. And then trees, and it's just real pretty. And you just go through, and it's hard to see the sky because there's so many trees there. It's just hovering over this whole place. And it's that way you should go down the whole street. There's lots of trees. And so you go there, and the house is like right there in the front, and you go off into, you can't see in front of the house directly. You go over to like the inside, and there's like a little backyard area. So you go in there, and you can look around, and you can have like the little play areas. The house is set underneath. And for some weird reason, my cousin had this obsession with dolls, obviously in her room, and they had this life-size dollhouse that you could go in when you go in. So they had this dollhouse that was for like children. I was always like, oh, really? This is creepy. And my cousin was like, come on, what are you guys doing? And I was like, no, I'm good. Like, this is creepy. And then like you keep going like past their stuff, and you go through a gate, and when you go out that gate, there's more like when you go inside, the ground is like I don't even know what it was. I don't think it was wood, but it was like the color of wood. But they were like these stones, and they were like all along the ground as soon as you walk in. And then the carpet on the staircase was this royal blue. You look to the left, there's this huge ribbon, really large. Then on this big flat grand piano, it's real pretty. And you look up, and it's just I don't know how high the ceilings were. I know that they could get us like a timber Christmas tree and have no problem. Like, no problem. Another thing about this house that has to do with me personally is that every time they have a nightmare or like a bad dream or something that is bad that's happened or something like that, I've even had some creepy dreams like about the house, like creepers and stuff that's happened. Okay, they've all happened there. Like almost like still to this day, when I have bad dreams, it's in the house. Something is there. And using a grand piano is included something.
To share your own story, visit true scary stories.com. just beginning of August. Let's get to First, I got a personal for my mom and dad decided to move us to a little town called Molino Heights, which that's where I got my friends around the Park Side City. We went there and did I got happy over 5 days here in California. The job that we had, I pretty much set it off. Town was very, very about it, working class, nobody bothering anybody, everybody mostly kept getting signs. And the only way we went to this house that we were still rented out to us by this family. This house is from the outside, you could say it's big, kind of look going up here, the windows down. There is time around March, which is when this way takes place. This is the only time when the facility anyone is ready. My sister, one of those rules, like a huge fan, I call her the go-to. This is the first week where the news is just going crazy about it. If you're out, my parents are probably at home working. My dad would work radio trips. My mom would work from afternoons to like 11 at night. So I have to do everything by myself. That day I knew I could just buy something when it's a little rabbits. Not saying that I don't enjoy the music or just that. I mean, I do something else. They call going into a room that we're on the chair. I was looking at the guy who likes to draw doing on different things and drawing them in that was the potty center started drawing. 15 minutes later, he said, hey, I'm walking out of the police like, hey, if I'm off the music, I'll be right back up. Okay. They told me to work the kitchen. I was talking to him in the door and walk downstairs to the basement. And I remember when that happened, he moved the stuff. Just, I don't know when he stopped it. I thought, oh, maybe the city's scared to get playing with someone trying to do probably scratch the game. Okay. And I just keep going and going. People here downstairs looking for him or something, and I didn't know. So it's the market that's not here, that isn't where I'm going from when I was sitting. I literally stepped away. Did not the house is decided and ran away. That happens to the house. So that's when I was there. And let's say 50 seconds later, we found the street. This is yeah, I just really did. You feel like almost a voice from the doctor. Like you feel like the knuckle hitting on the lip. Flying. Okay, really not doing something in there. So this knocks at the thing. Open the door and as everyone has to tell you, of course, I bring up, close the door, and as I turn to my left side, now I'm looking at the edge of my bed, where you could say the wood is at the edge of the bed, and I just recall seeing someone rise up, with their slightly hunched over, rise up from the side of the edge of my bed, and look at me, but I could see half their face. From where the half their nose was from to the other side. Right away, I could identify her. It's a woman. I remember her wearing red lipstick, her hair was straight. She looked like it was like a white shirt, like a long sleeve of dress shirt. Remember that the women would do in the 90s, how they would roll up the front end with the collar? And it looked like that color that's how the chicken face. Sorry, it was just really blue in the light blue. And literally when I saw that, I thought my sister had that blue. As I got closer, they like slowly looked back up. And I don't know if it's odd, and then walked up a little closer and split in my mind for which that was the saw. As I got closer, nothing. And I then it was this direction in my head, like, this moving feeling like, is this the real? It's like reality now, especially coming from a 7-year-old, trying to make that this is reality now. When that happened, the reason I did the door open back to the basement. When that happened, the niece immediately steps up back into the and like he just comes up to me and tells me his face. I try to tell him to shut off the music, but like, what are you talking about? It didn't. It's really funny. You shut off the music, but I was already downstairs. That was the baby's immediate bass and the bass. Shut it off. You know, I didn't. I decided not to tell my sister that. I was like, I don't want to scare my sister because my sister gets easily scared. But the one person I did mention to was my mom. That same night when she came home, she saw that I was just a little bit like, very quiet, very not active as a kid would be. Because I was a very active kid, like she was doing some playing, doing basketball. So what's wrong? And I told her, Mom, I saw someone. What did you see? The small bed. This is what I saw at the edge of my bed. I remember the face just went from being an understanding mom to just a person who just saw exactly what I saw in the book. The face was just very scared, very couldn't believe it today. The next time that happened to him, that's why he failed again. That's why he's done everything fake again. That's next time just praying and writing out things up and everything else. I would pray a lot, but not wanting to understand why did something like that happen and why.
That's what the prayers are like. Here we go. You did it.
Something like this shows up. It's not really understanding basically considering what I don't want to do. Of course, I would hear my mom talk about when she lived back in Mexico and the girl that she put the stories that she was saying and what happened to so and so neighbor and this neighbor and yeah, I would know exactly what those stories were. But then I'm having to have it this actually happen to me. It's just the shock value of it. It just makes you by surprise. My mom is from a small little ranch up there in the middle of nowhere. The only one surrounding this village is mountains. Just tons of mountains. But the one thing I remember she was more telling me when she was a kid growing up, that the one common thing that she would hear was happening was at night when they would be sleeping, they would hear horses, like a bunch of horses, like almost an army of horses running and dragging the chain. Later on, she told me that a war had happened in the village. A war had happened between the people there and another group of individuals, and they were fighting to go down and bury them in that area. To this day, we still suspect that the gold is still buried there. And when she would tell me the stories, of course, they being captivated and wanting to know more. I remember she told me the story about when she was a little girl that she would sometimes she would go and have to go get water from the village. One time it was super late and they needed water for the next day. She went out and she began to get the horses together and began dragging the chain. It seemed like it was, she said she could feel like it was coming from behind her. She had to walk down the hill to carry these wooden barrels of water. It was this big, huge wooden stick that people would put over there and the two barrels on each side. And then she said she heard the horses just running big towards and she could feel the chains. She could even feel the ground just shaking like thunder. And with that close, she just said that she was just so scared that she just collapsed and like a kid just got into a fetal position and just felt like the force of whatever was running just passed by her. But my goal was when it passed, she would look up and expecting all the kids to be raising up from whatever passes. And there was nothing else. So a lot of stories, a lot of people probably got lost, they got We already settled in Congo, California. We already settled snack shop and swapping, which at the time was doing very well, but behind the scenes we don't know what's going on with the family and it's running a successful business. My mom had pretty much had suspected my dad was being was cheating because he wasn't around the house much. He always did his job down in the valley and wasn't around much. So he could feel that the vibe wasn't very good one day at home. Very depressing, very lonely, very sought after. After how holidays were down there at home, and we really just went to bed. People at least say that 3 o'clock is the hour of the witch, or the hour of the devil. When I looked at the clock and I see it 7, I was in a good position. I had a long fix of bed. I was blinking my eyes because I knew I had to go to the restroom. And looking at the door, I read, I'm going to wake up and then go to the restroom. So I'm blinking 7 times and then give a stretch. And I remember still being in the good position, but looking up towards my left side, towards the ceiling. And that's when slowly but surely something just starts to occur. It's slowly appearing to me. And I'm blinking my eyes over and over again. Am I seeing something? Am I looking at something? What's going on? And as it slowly starts to make itself more focused, I realize that it's a young boy. It's a young boy. I can tell it's inexperienced. He was like about 15, 16. I recall him wearing this light green shirt that I just picked as a baseball shirt. It has the different colored rings on the collar and on the collars of the ends of the shirt. And he's on top of me. He's laying on top of me with his hands folded like someone's watching TV with their head on the pants. And he's laying on top of me and he has reddish hair, curly reddish hair. His hair's pretty long, and I would call it the green, or the same color as his shirt, a light gray green. He's not looking directly at me, he is looking at the wall behind me. And I keep looking and opening my eyes. Am I seeing this correctly? It's weird. And there was a big moment of everything just got quiet. I couldn't hear myself think anymore. And that's when he looks down and looks right back up to the wall. It's just a chuckle. And that's when he started to think out. At that moment, I was punching myself. I was thinking away from him, just the way I could slowly turn my way. And at that moment, that's when it was just a shock of happiness. I would call it right back to my sporting days. I would have that day that would send me running to my parents' room and pretty much cry at them if I wanted to sit with them. But at the time I'm 19, and I felt that feeling once again of being a kid. I want to run to my parents' room right now. And I'm still awake. I'm pushing myself. This has to be me. I was young. I would fall asleep and I would wake up. The problem from this apparition wasn't a negative one. I could think this was just passing through. And you could say one was making self-notice. But then like I said, if I really wasn't there to work more on it, but about 3 weeks later, another apparition showed itself. This one was a little more frightening. The apparitions all described look back at dark. The rest of the story, the next. rumors are still around the area. My mom is still suspecting that my father is not being very loyal to her. Same thing. Go back to my husband's work from my middle school, go to bed, and this time I recall waking up at 3:06. Then I wake up, I've gone to the bigger bed, precinct bed. I remember being on my left side this time. When I looked up, I looked at my clock, 3:06, and I turned towards my right side, blinking again to wake myself up to go to the restroom. As I'm blinking, I'm looking towards to what would be my TV at the other side of my room. I'm blinking, and then once again, I could see something like really, really start to appear. Slowly but surely appear, and I started to do the same thing. Blinking to make sure that I'm fully awake. And it's starting to like literally walk up towards me. And I can tell it's a woman. And she's literally wearing this pink dress that would look something out of 1912, like the movie Titanic. She was wearing this hat that resembles the same thing. And the outfit just looks like something from that time period. But her face was just very decrepit, very, like she almost looked like she just died. She was like literally almost inches away from what could be my face. And I remember this. Immediately, I just heard myself curse and just get to my left side and just on top of me, just staring at my body. And when I had the sheets on top of me, I could literally feel her like on the other side of the sheets. I feel this heavy energy that just was not a good one. It was not a good one. I remember I began to pray. Every time I walked out, whenever that happened, this prayer brought me back to the first I believe in something. I began to pray. And slowly but surely, I feel the ambulance had to change from a heavy move to a lighter move. And I remember I just took the sheets off and just looked and boom, I rose up and
If you're the facilities manager at the university, you know students rely on the cafeteria for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and the occasional weekend snack. So when the dishwasher breaks down and dirty plates pile up, the mess hall can turn messy into a bloody crime. Enter Granger. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast delivery, the product you need now is never far away. So you can turn that dishwasher back into a clean washing machine. Call Granger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
we were still there at the time, mom and dad were getting their married. Come back from our getting work from the store. Went to bed. Now I'm on the right side, in a good position. Wake up, look at the clock, 3:05. And at this point I'm like, if I turn around, what's going to be waiting for you? And I remember wait, make sure you're awake, make sure you're fully awake. So I turn around to my right side. Once again, something slowly but surely starts to appear. And this time it's a young lady in a white shirt and like light blue denim jeans. And her hair is like in a flat top. And her face is just completely just, she looks like death itself. I remember she had her eyes, this one is different because the ambulance is, it didn't feel black, it felt very heavy. And I could feel it in my chest. And that thing that I got was the exact same one when I had night clothes. And I remember the next thing she did feeling almost comes to the foot. My other side, to the point where I fell off the bed. I remember hitting my head against the furniture that I had next to my bed. And yeah, thankfully I was hurt, but this time it was just, okay, what's going on? Why is this happening? Why am I concerned? These operations show up, everything is hard. I, example, when I went to the restaurant, splashed some water on my face. I didn't see that all like that at all. My dad finally reveals to my mom that he has been cheating on her, that he has been on with this other woman. And he says that he's going to leave. By this time, I'm 21. Now I have an understanding that some relationships are not going to work out. I'm old enough to know they're grown adults and maybe they don't feel that fine that they used to feel for each other. And unfortunately, those are the circumstances that happen. That they want to leave. This is just me and my mom kind of manage the story just between us two. During this time, this is like the worst period I've seen my mom. She had no energy. She had no motivation to keep the store going. My mom had called me during this time. She had found out, and she told me that, hey, why don't you come to the Bay Area? I'll get you there. My mom did. She drives me when I was by myself during this period of time when my mom decided to leave and my dad was in the house, and I was pretty much by myself. Said that nothing happened during that time that I was alone. Nothing happened. I was just managing the store by myself, trying to keep it going. A month had passed, and my mom came back. She looks a little better, but I recall her saying that she didn't want to come back because along the way coming back home, she said she felt not right. She felt as though someone was out to get her. She could feel someone, like if someone didn't like her. I remember she got home and my dad decided to show up. My dad at this point is still paying the mortgage, the bills that arrive, and of course I'm trying to get my part to keep the store going and paying bills that we start working out in the truth. He comes back, my aunt was back to the area that same night, and my mom keeps telling me I don't feel it. There's just something that's just not right, and it has to do with your dad. There's just something not right. I don't know, I just feel something wrong. I feel like I need to run away or get away from his body. There's just this energy or this something. My mom came up, just try not to think about it, just feel it on your mind. And it was a good feeling. You could tell me everything that happened in the area. So, around that night, we went to go get him out, and we came back, and my mom had told me, I feel like something, something's telling me to run. And every time she just tells me that, it just switch up and sound like shivering down my spine. And like, it's feeling in my bed. I remember we got home, took the kid out of the car, began to give each person their meal. And then when my dad went to the restroom to wash his hands, and once again my mom states, I don't feel like it's something that's in his house, and I don't know what it is, but it's attached to your dad. My mom took the very superstition, along with me. And when my dad comes back, we all sit down, there's 6 of you in it, we get eating, and for the past month, I don't think the TV's turned on, there's nothing, there's no noise on music. And as I chew it, I just feel like I just see my mom just stand up really fast and then start walking out the front door. And then my mom was like, "Mom, dude," she said she just doesn't feel comfortable on her dad, maybe she just wants to go to the wash. I didn't know if she will. She gets sick there. She wants to get away from my dad and feels she wants to get like walk away. But maybe that's what she feels. She just wants to alleviate herself from here. But it kind of made me suspicious when I heard the cup that she was drinking the soda from fall to the floor outside, and I could hear the ice just spill on the pavement. And I turned around and I could see her just breathe, and I got up, went out the front door, and I looked down the street and I could see her chilling, like just walking away. And I'm like, okay, that's strange. Like, okay, maybe she does just like stay away. I go back to the house, sit down, and something just not feel right. And everything just kept coming with light. My dad at the time was being very considerate of my mom. Had this like tough guy kind of attitude or something. Mom, like, I don't know, man. She just says that she just doesn't do it. Like something wrong with her stomach. Feeling cool about those things. I'm like, yeah, please jump in my car and started to begin to just follow the trail that she wanted to. But it wasn't even moving. I was like almost like a square. And I was just looking at her. You know where she was going to be far. You know where to be far. Like the streets and everything. And it wasn't until I moved around, back around the house, the corner she turned. I remember I was driving and I looked back in my rearview mirror and she was literally now behind the car. And I was like, wait, what? I could have sworn I looked all over her. How is it that now she's behind the car? I found her. And I just put the car to the sidewalk. Then I went to the sidewalk and get off. I'm still like, now I'm still like a couple feet away. And out of the car, she's walking. She's not walking towards me, but she's fucking strong. I've never seen her do that. My mom really suffers from her bones, especially over the years. As when she worked in a farm and heavy work and taking jobs that would almost make people afraid. She's taking strides like she's about to drop. Like her legs is almost like hyperextended, her arms too. And that's when I get close to her and I say, Mom, I'm not the best. Mom, what's wrong? Mom, I'm not. And I remember she just stopped suddenly. And she was looking ahead of her and I'm like, Mom, what's wrong? And then she slowly starts to turn towards me. And her eyes just got wide. Like wider than I've ever seen her open eyes. And her face is like someone who just, I could describe as someone who wants it really, really beautiful about someone. Like,
I've already heard this one. I think this is replaying this one.
she's divided her feet.
This is such a fun little podcast. I put it on because it was festive, but it's actually low-key really good to fall asleep to. I think it's because the voices aren't so audio engineered. Just people talking.
She had brought it back to her son from her church. And the first thing I did was to take the rosary out and we got it at this small private Muslim. I began praying. And then I got prayed and prayed. My mom was singing. It's almost like she snapped out of the trance. I said, Mom, are you okay? Mom. She's not. I said, Mom, do you love me right now? She said, yeah. You're open. All right, what am I to do? You're my son. Okay. Mom, do you know where you are right now? And she said, yeah. We're in the kitchen eating. I'm like, no, Mom, we're not here. We're literally a block away from my house. So I can tell her, Mom,
I have a true scary story for you. This involves a friend of mine. Once upon a time, a friend of mine named William, who had a little brother named Dylan, was spending Christmas holidays with his mother, who at the time was good looking and drunkard and worked at Boeing. She had a lot of siblings, including 5 brothers, meaning 5 uncles, all of whom ended up being gay, Catholic, and priest, except for one guy whose last name is O'Toole, and he wrote the screenplay for Waterworld. No joke. Anyway, I heard the story secondhand from both of the kids involved. So their mom was intoxicated. All of their Irish relatives were having a good time. They're at some large family function. I don't know whose house it's at. Little brother Dylan, he is in 1st or 2nd grade. So for those of you who don't know, he's probably 7, maybe 6. And for some reason, their mom, who's hilarious, turns. Oh, it's only funny because I know them now, I have to say. Because if I was watching this in real time, I would be horrified and like trying to like convince the children that it was okay. So Billy, who's a year or two older than him, so he's 8 or 9. I don't remember their age difference. 8 or 9 year old boy, 7 year old boy. They're with 5+ uncles, a bunch of cousins, relatives, Christmas holidays. Their mom turns to them and she does this voice that is like, sounds robotic basically. She makes up a totally made up voice and she tells on Christmas Day, she tells both of them that they're aliens in this scary, like, robotic voice. Dylan starts crying. It's only funny because I know them as adults, okay? If I was there, it would not be funny. Dylan starts crying because he doesn't want to be an alien. Billy's just stone cold accepting, like, okay, we're aliens, all right? Anyway, oh man, it's so funny to me only because of who they are as adults. Anyway, pretty sure that is the scariest Christmas story ever for anybody that I know because of Dylan, who didn't just cry like as a one-off, but like was crying all day because that is some fucked up shit for your mom to do to you while drunk on Christmas Day. Anyway, I paused this podcast just to say that short, true, scary story because I think it's hilarious and it reminds me of who this guy said. And the fact that they both had totally different reactions, like Dylan busted out crying, like that would be my reaction too, Loki. That's the reaction I feel like I would have too. And that Billy was just like, okay, all right. Like, checks out.
Someone who just woke up and she can't even find her footing. And I look back in the car, and after I threw a corner of the street, my dad popped up. At the time, I was saying, yeah, you can consider it. At the time, I could feel it. Like, hey, what's wrong with the dog? And I think this is the first time in my life that I actually pushed on my dad because I was so angry. I pushed her on and I said, you know what? Let's get back to the house. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. And I remember just one of the times that I was like when someone said what I drove my mom back to the house, gently down around, walked her towards the kitchen, and my dad was not really understanding for a thing. So what's wrong? What's going on? My dad, calm down, man. Just calm down. I don't know what's wrong. We can constantly take her to the doctor. Maybe she's having a nervous breakdown. My mom, I remember she went into the kitchen and was reading a next the comment from the kitchen. My mom, are you sure you're alright? She's still seeing that she was doing it. And when she said, yeah, I'm fine, my dad started to get more riled up. And started going, come on, tell us what's wrong. What's really wrong with you? And he starts to approach her. My mom's eyes just widen even more. And as she turned, as if she was just a little child, just fearing for her life. She began to make these crying noises, but she was crying like a little girl. And she's looking at my dad. It's almost like she's singing like a demon. She was scared. My dad, just go drive somewhere to sleep. I remember my dad leaving, and that's when my mom said, just calm down a little bit more, and just calm down from whatever was going on. That night, I remember I gave her like some sleeping pills, so she could go to bed and just go sleep on her bed. The next day, I told her, Mom, do you know what happened to you yesterday? Honestly, she was like 100% better. You want to know the truth? When I was around your dad, I could actually see something behind me. I saw a shadow. And it just engulfed this whole, like, what was behind me. And somehow my mom says is she just lied and got up and she was walking outside and she said it's like she saw somebody call you and you waited at the door. It's not this way. And she kept following. And I told her I could not find you until I saw you behind me. I couldn't find the explanation how she got behind me. That's what happened.
Vegas is the place to go, by the way. If you're a performer in any way, you can get a gig in Vegas. Do you know what the law says about Vegas? If you're there performing, from magician to stand-up comedian, it says that your room, board, food, and the daily stipend is legally required, aside from your pay. People give shit to Vegas performers, but that's the law there. I think that's pretty good. Pretty good.
I heard this voice and it was calling me. Do you remember what kind of vibe it was? She said, how do you feel any vibe? I just knew that I just needed a father. And that's the only thing I felt. So now, about a couple months passed by, and she revealed to me that she actually had
I'm all about the pro diem. It's mandatory.
gone to where they set up movement. And the media told her, my mom just wanted to know what was going on with my dad and everything. Why was it that the marriage just simply fell apart? Oh, there was a loving woman, more dependent on my dad and everything. And then when she told me the story, that this lady told me that, okay,
And I've been thinking about my 2-page knock-knock lawsuits that are going out. Those are definitely going out. And then I was thinking about how it'll be so fun to be like, here are the text messages from my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser that began over a year ago, telling me that my neighbors and the police and my disabled children would all be doing this very specific thing that's all occurred. Here are my diary entries from September of 2023 saying what was threatened. Here are the YouTube live streams of the anonymous letter that was actually from one of my 2 neighbors that will be convicted of stalking, one of whom works at this specific department, from September 2023, threatening to harass me with the police. Here's an assortment of live streams of those same people standing outside my door. Not every time, but quite a few times. Here's the diary letter after I got off the phone for what was supposed to be an annual phone call that ended up taking over 17 hours, deliberately intended, obviously, to garner some sort of reaction, wherein I was threatened with these crimes. And here's what happened on October 1st of 2023. And then I'm really going to love when I address the fact that over weeks before the first actionable kidnapping of August, I informed everyone that they were going to be convicted of these 12 plus instances of child abuse from this precinct to this department to that unit. And so they kidnapped my children. You know, when I break it down and then point out the real obvious, yeah, after my kids were kidnapped after my kids were kidnapped on August 17th and then returned home, having been subjected to someone that this court has documented, as well as a variety of other courts nationwide, as being literally delusional and over 92% likely to lie, who spent 16 years running around the country stating that I'm a crazy prostitute, which has been proven false by judges, commissioners, and even magistrates. That's like a Southern commissioner, if you don't know. And then they came home and mommy was being held hostage and had to run YouTube live streams and was orally admonishing those holding her hostage. Anyway, I've been thinking about the 2-page knock-knock lawsuits, and I've been thinking about the looming injunctions, punitive damages, and how very, very, very busy I'm going to be starting the first business day that I'm released. And that's what I'm doing a lot of today on day 87 of being held hostage, which will be day 88 at 11:55 p.m. PST. and was brought about by the very people that occupy and are currently in the unit directly above my home of 12 years, who decided to take the bad legal advice they got from fellow federal felons going to prison for the rest of their lives and to use plausible deniability, which in this case constitutes not only fraud but also domestic terrorism, and in more than 5 people's personalized indictments, RICO charges. RICO charges. When little kids play, sometimes they like to play cowboys and Indians. I'm almost 39, I will be next month, and I feel like an Indian. But I don't get moved to any reservation. Nah, I skinned some heads, like the Whitman massacre of Eastern Washington, without even leaving my home, thanks to the FBI, symbolically speaking.
Your husband has had this picture in hiding for a couple of years now.
Anyway, at day 87,
How dramatic you knew about it.
can't wait. Can't wait for my first day out.
She told me that the meeting I told you.
And I hope everyone watching this is equally as excited, because I guarantee you some paperwork will be brought to a door sill near you.
And have decided that you need to be removed out of the picture. This has been happening for a couple of years now. And that's not something exactly what I'm starting to the operations.
And I haven't looked to see what you have or haven't deleted. Those who are hacked on all my devices, but the FBI has stated there's not a single thing that's been erased that they don't have.
Is that why my mom got on me? I heard this voice. She told me that it literally said chicken down my spine. But then she said, right now, I need to tell your husband to take this. They're going to sit back and normal. Here's the thing. It seems the witchcraft that they're trying to do on you, it seems like they did it wrong. They now trying to back on you. Yeah, like, we all know that. Unless with those kind of things, Santeria, then you have to be very careful.
And then, of course, we'll cover the little nuances. Yes, knowing for over a year that any deviation to his routine causes regression. They decided to take away part of his routine since 3rd grade. I requested they fix this crime. How many times? At least 10. They didn't, because they wanted him to come home and to escalate and regress. And boy, did he. As you can see in this email, it was the biggest escalation of his life. Yeah. I can't wait until the first day I'm out. I'm going to be having a parte, an ex parte. And then when I'm done, I'm going to walk over to the North Everett precinct and ask for the name of who to serve for the specific precinct, since I'm going to have the names of all of the officers that will be served first. And when they come to court, we'll be asking them the names of whoever authorized the knocking. And then I'll be serving them second. And so on. And so it goes. So busy. So very busy. And I've decided that if you haven't been detained upon my release, I'm going to wait to even get my children back until I've sued each and every one of you and collected my funds. So busy. So busy.
How you approach it. Because if you don't feel anything right, you can follow that one with twice as worse. That's what happens to my dad's brother. The person that was shooting the rest my dad. My aunt did it quite good for years. However, she ended up getting diabetes and all these sicknesses. And it wasn't going very well for them. The day my mom was like to leave, the day when my aunt called her.
And some of the federal felons are excited. They're like, well, this is what we wanted. Then we can get her to testify against Erica, or we can get her in trouble for obstructing justice with Erica. No, guys. You seem to forget. I am a legally ordained minister. I made the decision never to step foot in that courthouse again 5 years ago, and I didn't. And it was to my detriment. And I let default order after default order be issued by my refusal to go in there. Then you started holding me hostage, kidnapped my children, kidnapped, stole over $21,000 from me since February, prevented me from working off of any of the work sites that I work off. As recently as the Friday before last, stealing $500 from me, and of course, as recently as today. I'm going to be compensated for each and every one of you if you've not been detained upon the day of my release. And the big question is, will you be detained before my release or not? I truly do not know. Some of you may be wondering who I'm speaking to. I'm speaking to the FBI agents and everyone who's going to prison that's watching this in real time while using what they call backdoors and which the FBI calls their POC.
I remember I had this sense of I had to go downstairs.
Proxies, servers. These words mean nothing when it comes to security and preventing the nerd squad from being all on your sheet.
My mom later revealed to me that, did you know when I heard you come downstairs, that's the same time that aunt called me. Your aunt called me to say that she knew that something was going to happen to me. Like, she sensed that something was wrong. She was telling me that she was actually going to swallow the pill. But yeah, somehow me and my mom sensed this. And that's why I got downstairs and like my mom, I called her. Somehow we sensed it. And I was all the way down in the Bay Area, and I'm in here in Calgary. Here at this house, and we both sensed it simultaneously. I never thought that this had gotten to happen with my family. No one, like I said, would tell me stories of these things that people would do. Always telling people, be careful who you interact with. Be careful that you don't make the wrong person laugh. You have to tell you from experience, from negative experiences, that some people practice some things that are not holy. And that the army will always have a good spirit, will always have a good heart. Don't forget everybody. Don't get involved in it. And the next thing she said was something that I always studied. Was she told me that. Well, Anita, get someone to fight. Anything in this life that we do, we're going to pay for it. But you started to make a little more sense. Recently, when the secret that was revealed to me through my cousin from my mom's side of town, through here, I got some depressing moments in my life that I like to say the most depressing one had to do from 2012 to 2017. I was in a very different place. I was getting out of a relationship with the girlfriend I didn't really after 4 years. I was so distraught that, like, even my room was so colored, like that color. And I guess I was kind of ready to watch everything that I was feeling. And I never really took any look at it or took it to account until when visitors would come and family would come to visit us. And my mom would make sure you have that good thing because remember they're going to stay in your room. Okay. So every time when someone would, from my mom's side of the family, would come to stay in my room, they would say, no, it's fine, let's sit back here. And it was every time. And that never really allowed for people. When I stay in the room, I feel a lot of sadness, a lot of depression. And they would always come to get throughout the years. And then recently, my cousin tells me, well, the reason why we never want to stay in the room is because have you noticed that there's spaces in your walls? As we'll find out in the next episode, Alden's family is about to make some strange discovery. I have a story of mystery about Joe Campbell and Maxwell. But below by visiting truescarystory.com. Send me an email to see if we can get you to tell your full experience. Then be sure to check out my other podcast called Hey Dark Everett, where I tell you about experience your dark mystery song. You can find it by searching on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen now. Also, we have been collecting stories in Spanish and launching pretty soon. If you know someone who has a story to tell, send them my way. Thank you very much for listening. See you soon.
When it comes to cleaning your house, who doesn't wish un galán would take trust fund swept in and pass them off to the evil stepmom like in the telenovelas? Hola, it's Chiquis here, and although life isn't always like in the soap operas, Fabuloso does bring a clean that's always over the top. Get your home dramatically clean anytime you like without any evil mama drama. Just long-lasting lavender freshness. That's Fabuloso, taking the drama out of any mess. Fabuloso's 2 times concentrated formula provides 2 times more cleaning ingredients versus non-concentrated Fabuloso original. Use as directed.
Federal felons, boom, 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 boom. You're going to pay, boom, 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 boom. The FBI said I can use every word you said, and more than just your conviction. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, whistleblowers. Do, 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 do. Don't fucking worry. Do, 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 do. But everyone else, I'm taking you to the cleaners. Check, check.
If you think this episode almost tells us about your experience, including a possible possession of these buttons, soon start to realize that with the intent, it sense this more than others. My name is Everett. It's all the truth.
If that November 2nd letter isn't manually brought in by you and or filed by you, each and every one of you that think you have a case with me, I don't know, since I haven't been served since February 2023. That is a crime. It's also a violation of an assortment of court rules. To be clear, before any future hearing, even if there's one tomorrow.
So, the reason why we didn't want to say it in the room is because how you notice that there's spaces in your life, but when you look at it, it seems like faces, bigger faces. Did you do that on purpose? Or as I would call them, have you ever made a pattern to the room? Maybe you have noted like a certain like a text, but they're looking to draw or hate. But yeah, there's a lot of negative energy coming from the room. I believe that we can change that color from the room. Like country,
Real talk though, I'm hoping you're all detained before my release. But I was already told last month that on November 21st, I'd be wearing makeup and spray tan for the first time in 2 years. This highly suggests to me that I'll be in the courthouse, preparing to acquire all of the money I'm going to acquire from each and every one of you, as well as your personal restraining orders while we wait for your conviction and what the FBI has promised will be permanent injunctions.
I've become a very spiritual person, which is very true with the earth.
I don't know why I'd be wearing makeup if I was just staying inside my house. Oh, I wouldn't be. That's right.
Then I say to my mom, she goes, oh, I think it's time that you do a
So-
your cousin thinks
If I'm wearing makeup on November 21st, that strongly suggests something. But also, the FBI has stated repeatedly that I will 100% be running a YouTube live stream when you're all detained, and that I absolutely will hear it and be able to run around the building with my little live stream. Which I not only will be doing, but I'll also be cheering, clapping. And then adding that video to my future Google reviews. Bow, bow, bow.
I always felt when I would go to this person's house, and I was not welcome at all. The next day, my uncle was also a really good friend. It's pretty much the concept of him was my cousin. I grew up with her. Some people didn't want to bring us up, but I could say so was only my cousin. I actually saw someone go up to a room last night. He seems little man. He's like this really little man. And he gets close to the stairs, he starts to get bigger and bigger. He gets up to the first step, he puts his on all fours, and then he begins to crawl up to the room. That's what I just saw. I can tell you that. Oh my God. I was up to a point where I've attracted dark energy and maybe downstairs. Because that's not the first time someone told me that they've seen a man.
And then I truly have no idea what's been filed in court, but it is worth noting that I have been told that there has not been a single thing filed in any case with my name that I can't use against those who filed it to convict them and be paid. Not a single thing. Isn't that something? Not even a notice of appearance. Even a notice of appearance I could use against whoever filed it. You can bet your sweet ass that I 100% mean what I'm saying about the day on my release.
My great grandma was like rich. From what she said, she was one of the best one in that place that I heard. And it wasn't just her. It was almost, there was a group of them. What we could say was a couple of witches. She said that my great grandma never had this thing when people were with everybody. It was always to be positive things. When she said that to us, it's almost like everything made sense. That's why when I was a kid, that's why when I was my sister's, I didn't feel like
But I am going to be beginning with the first of the recipients of the door knock 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 lawsuit. That's who I'm starting with because it's the easiest. And it's a done deal. All that hasn't been addressed is the judgment for how much you're going to pay me for each and every incident. Were you knocked or you were standing outside with the knockers? For the fat women, that means about 20 grand. For the fat officer, that means about 20 grand, unless he was also the same officer that tried to walk into my house, then that means over 100 grand, and he's losing his job, and I'm going to take his severance pay.
feel like that? Yeah, a lot. And she would tell me, it's because you have a sixth sense. You have a sixth sense. Do you ever feel like something's protecting you? Like, yeah, all the time. And so there was some situations where I felt that thing. But never like that. I always felt that there was something protecting me at the same time. When these things would happen, she revealed to me, yeah, it's because of that. My grandma, who could say, bless this, whatever she was doing, she didn't want him down the line. I could see that's probably why my mom didn't go through for what she was going to do. And maybe that day, the night, the way she was walking and the way she looked, like almost was nice. Maybe going up to her and praying. Maybe because I had good spirits that could say around me. And that saved me. It's because of us, my grandma. I was in grade 20. A friend of mine invited me to a party. And we went to the party and everyone's having a good time and drinking and stuff like that. Towards some point, the vibe that I felt went from fun, happiness, to just need to get out of here now. I remember at the time I said, hey, you know what? Let's go, man. But thankfully, like, yeah, this is not feeling it anymore. Let's go. And they were just telling me, hey, listen, we'll see you later. We're going to go home. Feeling the strong, bad vibe. Getting in the car and leaving, and then once you get to my house, you get a phone call from my friend saying, hey, you guys are lucky that you guys didn't do it, because when you left, things just went bad quickly. I broke out, and the next thing you know, it's just gunshots. And it wasn't just the first time something like that happened. It was when you leave, hanging out with some friends at the park, or hanging out, in an area. Ours lead to the gunshots, but it would lead to a fight. A couple of years ago, there was a neighbor that we had here. Me and my friends were just kind of hanging outside my house. Like, if you guys want to go somewhere else, I don't know, something just doesn't feel like that. Let's go somewhere else. Ah. And we went to the gas station, I guess, and said, this time I had no car, and we would walk, and as we were walking back, there's the ambulance. Turns out, a massive fight happened between a couple of neighbors, and someone ended up getting stabbed. So, it was like that. My cousin saying, you ever feel these vibes? Yeah, of course. They're strong, but they're not very strong. And something tells you gotta get out of here now. Even at my old job, I'm going to pick up on people's vibes. Carry it with me, and then I tell my mom, man, I feel somewhere right now. And my mom, the thing to this day, you gotta clear with an egg. It's a sort of a cleansing. And like my culture, I'll clean myself with an egg, and around the first time like it touched my head, and it really cracks. And when it cracked, the yolk is just rotten. Just badly rotten. I look like someone in the job is not like you. The one that can do it, like, it's just bad. I've never been the type of person like, oh, this is annoying, this is superstition. Oh, it's like something like, since I was a kid, always told me, listen to what's going on, listen to yourself, and just evade what's going on, and look at the situation, and take it, whoever's around you, just take them with you. And it just goes back to my cousin said, maybe it's because of my great grandma, whatever she was trying to say, was trying to save her family from whatever people doing, like someone might have tried to harm on us, or any harm happening to us, because I feel it all the time. I feel like there's something around me that's protecting me. And that's what a lot of people say too, like people will tell people they're really calm, there's someone beside you and they're taking care of you. My mom, she experienced when she was younger, when we were a little village, people would do either good things or bad things, especially being a woman of faith. My mom is very hardcore Catholic, and always tells me, we home to buy, no, especially if it's religious, what are you going to piece of wood from a certain part of Mexico, and you put the piece of wood in your water, it'll give you good luck. That relative I was telling you about decided to do witchcraft on my mom. I do recall when I was around 9 years old. She was not so very religious, but then somewhere around the middle we began to change course. She began to hang out with what they call extranjeros, with like the Korea. And these are people directly from Cuba. They were always very white. And my mom would surround herself with these people. And that's what my mom was trying to back away from this relative. Because my mom being superstitious and religious and really want to step in that realm with her. Because my aunt, this relative, would tell me, yeah, you should start getting into this. You should start cleaning your house with this, with doing this. And because going to one of these individuals' houses, not to say anything bad about that now, because they do not want certain practice to be good things, but sometimes it can be bad things with any kind of, any kind of spirituality that anybody has done. The most good is evil. Once I went to their house and I remember seeing a lot of things that I wasn't used to. I used to roses, I used to a statue of Jesus on the cross, the Bible, but stepping into the specific house, which is very different. You have different beliefs. I would see a lot of beads. At one point I saw a turtle shell, actual turtle shells, just in a line in a garage. I remember when I went to this individual's house, the garage was very empty. I remember just feeling this very negative feeling in the space of the garage that maybe I shouldn't be here. I hesitated, but at the same time I was those relatives who invited me to go there. They were charging me, so I couldn't decide to leave. I remember this person's house was just very dilapidated. There was something on the side of the morning. Going to the backyard and they had this great tree, and the tree was just like something wrong. Like it was like a big scary thing. The scariest vibe. And I don't think this is the right person. But this is the same relative who was wanting my mom to get hurt or get that she was ever good enough for my dad. And it's strange because this relative now gets along with my mom. My mom never brings up that, oh yeah, I don't like to do this to you. Just go find out if you find out. We don't really have communication with this relative as much. Whatever it's doing, we're going to find her running. So, hey, how's it going? How's life? How's it going? Up next, Albo tells about a terrifying experience in his own house.
Busy days and long to-do lists? Don't forget about blogs. Pearl Vision has stylish frames from brands like Vogue, Michael Kors, and more. Visit pearlvision.com to schedule your eye exam and get 40% off lenses. Valid prescription required. Valid at participating locations. Restrictions apply. Taxes extra. See store for details. Ends December 31st, 24. Exams available at the independent doctors of optometry at or next to Pearl Vision. Some doctors employed by Pearl Vision.
Ryan Reynolds here for, I guess, my 100th date commercial. No. Honestly, when I started this, I thought I wanted to do like 4 of these. It's unlimited premium wireless for $15. So how are there still people paying 2 or 3 times that much? So I shouldn't be thinking. Give it a try at bitmobile.com/switch whenever you're ready.
$45 upfront payment equivalent to $15 per month. Customers on first 2 month plan only. Taxes and fees extra. Speed slower above 40 gigabytes per details.
My mom's side of the family is a little more communicative and feels certain feelings. My dad's side of the family doesn't really pay attention to that. They're more hardcore Catholic except for this one relative that is very more in tune with somebody and stuff like that. I've actually seen them do cleansings on people. Usually the cleansing on these schools is so that each other, hey, shapeshifting to because or use different voices or even shapeshifting to an element. I remember that was the story my mom was telling me when she was in the ranch. People would practice doing that and they would call them once. Would tell me, did you hear a wolf howl at night? Make sure you lock all the doors. Because that stuff. The word of God, again, what you said, that's the way. I would actually see it pass by, like from the corner of my eye, and see it pass by. And I would tell my mom, I just saw this Cerrito. Like, you know that song too? Or if you hear, like, I recognize his whimper or recognize the way he scratched the door. I would hear him scratching or whimpering for a better man. And I just have to recall and say, oh, he's not here anymore. He passed away a couple of years ago. But my mom, she was doing the graveyard shift in Valencia working. And she came back, and usually she would go to the backyard to just go trash away and to just walk around for a little bit. And one night, when she was wanted to go in the backyard, and as soon as she closed the door, she immediately threw a flare. And we ended up burying my dog in the backyard, and we put this sculpture for her. And she fell like this, and it's almost like my puppy was telling her, don't come back here, mommy, don't come back. Stay inside, don't come back here. And a couple of days after that, I had a day off in work and decided, hey, I'm going to do an opening. I want to watch the TV, get some alcohol, just watch different shows on YouTube. And I was with my new dog at the time. We were both watching TV and around, it was only like 1 a.m. So I watched the TV and then out of nowhere, I heard 3 knocks. And it was loud enough to a point where my dog, the new one, heard it and they were barking. And I stood up very frightened and I was like, did something just sneak into our backyard? And my dog, the new dog, Roxy, she was right in front of the window where the dog came from. And immediately she got into a position that was like almost like fight mode. But a fight mode where it's almost like a killer dog. Because she was snarling, she was snapping her guts. But you could hear her, she was just like slap. And she was like snapping and turning the closest thing to a pit bull. And I remember I yelled, Roxy, calm down. And she just got quiet and looked at me with innocent eyes. And I said, no, you're not. And Roxy immediately turned once again, into a vicious dog, like fighting dog. And like someone has to be in the backyard. I remember I flashed the lights in the backyard, and turned them on and off. I would stay quiet, but if you agitate these person's footsteps, run away. And you know what? I'm just going to open the door and see what's going on. We went in the backyard, exactly. I remember Roxy just runs past me. They starts looking at me, slipping and looking for everything. say I was probably connected to when my mom had this presence that tell her God that passed away, telling me like don't go back there, don't go back there. I can remember when before that happened, in my head I was thinking, I feel like something is here. Something is here and I don't know what it is. It's hard to once again get up and sleep over. And that's when I get the few months. But you know, but if that's a logical explanation, oh, something fell against the board. No. I don't know. So like right person I also told you that spirits come and go. Some people if you get the same spirit, some you can see that they're just passing through. And they just happen to appear to those people that have an understanding to apparitions or the gateway to the spirit world. They just seem to appear themselves. Some can be good, some can be bad. It's depending on how you feel about it. Like going back to people saying, if you're displaying negative energy into your own anger and fighting, the negative energy will come towards you and will attach itself to you. But if you could say you're a lighthearted person with good intention, you'll see them pass by, and they'll say, yeah, you could say, being, I guess, I always been interested in strange and unusual. And what's more, like, what's more to this thing? I know there has to be another, like, after death. Do you have a strange experience that I explained? Share it with us by going to charityspiritstory.com and finding the link in the description of this episode. Let me hear about it. For now, please stop following me for ratings for this podcast episode. Check out Josh Pittman on their podcast it's have scary stories in Spanish or know of someone who does, please reach out to me to share them in the Spanish version of the show. Thank you very much for listening. Same. Tell people apart in their home on the way they walk in the office. What is what you're feeling? Either of those things. This story takes place in Mesquite, Texas, not too long ago. My name is Everett. The year was nearly
So all of these events happened around 3 years ago at my in-law house. I still live in the house, but I'm no longer living with them. The house is nothing out of the ordinary, just a little neighborhood in Mesquite, Texas. We live in that nothing out of it. You go in, it's a weird layout. You go straight to the living room, then you got the dining room, and then there's a staircase that goes horizontal up to the upstairs bedrooms. There's only two of them up there where my sister-in-law stayed. And where I was staying was a room that used to be a garage. It was back towards the back of the house. When it first started, my sister-in-laws, they were just complaining that they felt or they would hear that someone was home.
Knock, knock.
And then the day my mother-in-laws
This is when everybody says who's there, and I say boo, and then you say boo hoo, and I say that's what you'll be saying after I sue you. Naheim, Jew.
So they're gone, I'm gone.
I'm a Jew. That's why I'm lame.
School break. And they would just tell us that, yeah, we're pretty sure someone walking around the house. And everyone was just like, okay, it's weird. And everyone tells each other I was here, I was there, but what's that house?
I said,
And
boo,
no one paid
boo.
attention to it.
That's what you'll be saying after I sue you.
And my sister-in-laws are the type of people who.
Let's go over it again. Knock, knock. Here's where you say who's there. Who's there? Boo. Boo, hoo. That's what you'll be saying after I sue you. Laheim.
So for them to come to us, we could say that they're seeing the lights flicker, or they're hearing footsteps going up and down the stairs.
Don't worry. You too can be part of the 2-page knock knock lawsuit, of which there will be over 20-something incidents I'll be paid for of the 31 plus that have occurred due to my hostage holders. All recorded on YouTube live streams.
Somebody just pacing back and forth under the door, so they were all in one room on their door. And they know, nobody home.
That was pretty good though, wasn't it? Knock knock. I mean, come on. Hear anything, they're going to have it. An image of the screen. It's not even on here.
stay quiet, they view it just walking back and forth, and they see the hallway light upstairs. Just go on, and it'll go on. Then you just wait there till someone get home, or they would call somebody directly and get you to get home now and get someone in the house. So they think paranormal information. They thought someone had broken in. So of course, we all went there as fast as we could. We found nobody. Not gonna lie, we just see things. We're the type of people where we gotta see it to believe it. And we didn't think much of it. You guys have probably just seen something. So fast forward a couple months, nothing happened until this one night. And this is now happening to my mother-in-law. This happened late at night, so it's super dark in the house. She just got up in the middle of the night, go to the drink of water. We walk out of the master bedroom. It's a hallway, and you see straight into the staircase. And the staircase isn't facing the roof, completely clear, so you just see the steps going off as soon as you walk out. They're very energy conservative, like they just use a flash on a flashlight to walk out, so that's all she uses to walk into the dark house. But she said I could saw her eye on the staircase, apparently blinked, just standing there. But she didn't look like, she just like, oh my god, like, Natalie, you scared me. Natalie was the name of one of my sister-in-laws. She's the most powerful, so she thought it was just her just standing on the staircase in the middle of the night, just with no light. So why would you do that? You scared me. But she didn't look up at her for her face, but she just saw the light. So she kept on walking, got her water, and came back to the room. The figure was gone. She was in there. She went to the room, and talked to her wife, and she was like, Natalie scared me. She was just standing in the dark. I don't know why did she do that. And her wife said, what are you talking about? The girls are gone. They're kind of sleepover. They should know shit. And that's when she said that she froze. And she said, I know what I saw. I saw someone standing there, and you're telling me you know where he's here. A physical apparition would say. And all she saw was a pale and barefooted lady just standing there in complete darkness. And that's when I got really freaked out. The next day, they told everybody what she saw, experienced, and now we're taking it a little bit more serious. Okay, now there's 4 people in the house that experience it. That there's something going on. And so now we get some sage and burn it, maybe cleanse the house a little bit. But anyway, 2 months later, it was my turn.
Slowly, everyone in the house begins to discover that the future is a month. Many of the happenings to
Me and my fiance were sleeping in the room, and we have a couple of dogs, and they start barking in the middle of the night. And I'm a light sleeper, and you could turn off the light and I'll wake up. So of course it wakes me up. And that was weird that they were barking in the middle of the night. So I wake my fiance and I hear like the barking. The whole shit come up, like I'm trying to sleep. And right before he gets up, he hears a little girl giggle. Like right outside the door. And we both breathe. And we look at each other and just like almost telling each other, we should just do that. Like, I would have just seen here because I heard that just off the back. So now my heart is pumping. straight out of a like horror movie, but of a little girl laughing. And we sit there in the silence in the dark, you know, nature calling. I didn't get to go to the restaurant, but I did not want to go out there, but I had to. So I got my courage, got my phone, got my flashlight, and decided, okay, I'm gonna do it. I need to go. And then when I opened the door of our room, I could see straight into the kitchen with Johnny Candy. And I don't know why, but all of the cabinets in the kitchen were swung wide. Usually that's not a terrifying sight, but something in me told me like that.
Oh, I
is
don't
not
know.
right.
I always say the wrong one.
And
It
my
looks like a
heart
Dodge Caravan, but it's not. It's some fucking
at the sight of it.
weird ass thing.
I ran to the restroom and stood in it. I had to gather my courage again and come back, ran to the room, and again I glanced real quick at the kitchen.
I
And I
don't
stood
know
on the
enough to-
counter. And so I tell my baby, like, this cabinets are open, and it just scares me to look at it. I don't like, how do I do that in the house? And we know when someone comes into the kitchen because we can see through the door the light that's off of the door has see-through panels right down the middle, so we could see straight into it. We just have a curtain that covers it, but we can still see the light illuminated through it. And anytime that anyone comes into the kitchen, they turn it on, so we know someone did that. But nothing like that happened. It stays pitch black, so we both know we heard something that night. So we tried our best to go to sleep, and we did. And the next morning, we're just like, okay, like, we're gonna tell everybody once we get back home that what we experienced, that was pretty crazy. This is something on the top, for sure. And we were like, okay. And especially in chores, and I'm just in the room saying, I'm holding my laundry. And my fiance goes outside to clean up outside off the dog. And I'm just minding my business, and all of a sudden I hear footsteps running quick, and it's my fiance coming into the room. His face is just pure white and swelling. Like, would you please tell me you called after me? The juice in my hand. And I'm confused. I'm sitting there, no, I didn't call you in. I'm just holding the clothes. Are you okay? What's happening? And he said while he was out there, he heard a female voice whisper his name for him. And it was like calm notes, like very faint that he heard it. And I'm like, no, I can call your name and sure you heard it. He said, I know, I was freaking out. We have to do something about this. So once his family comes home that night, we sit down with them again, have a little family meeting. We're like, hey, this is what we experienced. This is, we heard this. We both heard it. And in my fiance's case, he heard it in 2 separate occasions. So we just sit down and agree that we need a professional. We need to get somebody in here with a medium and try to fix the bond with us. Everyone was a skeptic because everyone was like, I see it to believe it. I was trying to factor, wow, that's crazy. We went through that, but I don't know how I feel about it. I don't really have a stance on it until I experience it. And sure enough, we all had experiences throughout the whole time. Came after like one more money.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Boo.
So we left that up to his mom.
Boo. That's what you'll be saying when I'm done suing you.
This is her home. And that you guys are truly home. We did try to ask questions. Did she live here? Did she die here? What happened? And we couldn't find anything. He couldn't give us an answer. We didn't know it was like a little girl spirit until after my mother-in-law passed. Because when my sister-in-laws were upstairs in their room and they saw footsteps and they saw the shadow going back and forth, they expected the footsteps on heavy. They thought it was a man in the house, like going through the things. So why would a control spirit be making such loud noises and big thuds? So that's why I always thought this was something trying to portray itself this little girl, when in reality it was probably something much more than that. So we just continue the blessing of the house. You know, they lit up some incense and sage, I think, and we went all around just saying that this is not your home, stop messing with these people, you need to move on, you need to cross over something. And after we left, nothing. Just they all stopped. You know, we like to, even now, we talk about it. That was years, like, that we just experienced that. Like, we still on to know what we heard or what we saw. It was just so just unexplained. So we're just thankful that it stopped after she completely damaged. The only thing that I could think of that still happens when I visit is if there are eyes on you, you know, it's sure that something is watching. And the dogs, they have 4 dogs there. And they would just play, and then all of a sudden they all just stood on a corner or in the middle of the air. And I was trying to stop them like, hey, we're sitting here because it freaks me out, and I don't want to think about that. You're looking at the farm, just over here, it's playing, and they're fixated. And that's the only thing that happens now. Very rare cases that we brought at night. And we don't want to give it attention. If it's still something lingering, we start to tell them your fear is what keeps it. It makes it stronger, it makes it more real. If you choose to ignore it, do not give it that power, it holds nothing above you. And that's every time we see anything like that, I feel like that, we just get to that stick on. We don't pay any mind. And it seems like it's working with this. We've been without any kind of incidents like that. So I thought this little girl was not a little girl. I don't want to use the word demon, but just something negative that was portraying as a little girl. And for other scary stories where the people experience little girls, but they reduce the missions things. That's awesome. Like those people entities with trying to get your compassion and draw you closer by portraying something innocent when in reality it's like I experienced like little tiny things that I couldn't explain, but nothing was solid as the experience I had in that house. There's no doubt about it. So now it's for sure I'm not gonna mess with that stuff, like it's out there. Honestly, I didn't want to leave this house, but this is like how I truly felt. This mother had this Santeria, and I talked to her about it, and she said it's all good, they still work through God, and I believe that truly. But anytime I heard about it outside of her, that was expected. That you're dealing with like some that one thing. So there's something in me that thought that's what brought it. Point the finger, I didn't want to act like accuse because that's her religion. I respect that, and I didn't want to make her feel bad or anything. It's just my theory. You not want to be surprised. You gotta be very pure, very good intention, and you can't mess with them. At Western National Insurance, we're passionate about the power of medicine.
Na 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 na. Hey hey hey. Goodbye.
Share your story with us by going to peoplescarystories.com or by sending me a message on Instagram, Facebook, or via email. Hello.
It would have been wise had they stuck to the original plan and vacated the building on the end of October. That would have been the wise decision. But we're rolling into the plausible deniability, soon to be convicted. Will you be sued before or after you're detained?
Thank you very much for your support and making this podcast. You should be able to listen to it completely ad-free on scaryplus.com or by trying out the Scary Plus feature.
Anyway, I'm back on my fast. If anybody's wondering, after 3 weeks of fasting, I've probably lost somewhere between 10 and 12 pounds. I can feel it in my body. I still need to lose at least double that amount. But between now, November 2nd, and November 21st, I guarantee you I'll lose at least, at minimum, 18 pounds. It just falls off after the 4th week. So one more week of it not really being too noticeable, and then the week after that it's like Shazam, and the week after that it's like abracadabra, and then the week after that it's like all fuck. Na 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 na. Hey hey hey. Get on your knees and pray.
Jackson was bored about watching scary movies, so listening to scary podcasts. And the consequences. Being told that these might open a pathway for the paranormal. Today, sharing this experience. My name is Everett. Experience Jackson. True experience. They were at Pensacola Christian College. It's your average Christian college, but it got your head feelings like the rules and regulations, were strict, and some of the going up older, but that's normal like most colleges. I wanted to be able to branch out into something more me, because my entire life, I followed doing what my parents expected of me, and I thought I'd do something new in my life, like watching scary movies, or maybe going out and about by myself in town for once, maybe trying to be responsible for my own money, just things that your average like to do. And on top of my list was, of course, watching scary movies or doing things like listening to podcasts. And obviously, scary story podcast was the first one I listened to. It was in 2021, the last year, October 28th, I believe. It was close to Halloween, and so my friends told me they're going to watch the scary movies on campus for Halloween. We get the second of the week because the holiday is celebrated, and they don't allow costume dress-ups or movie elements so on campus yet to see anything like that. But I decided to get in with my friends because, why not check with them? And the first scary movie I ever watched was the very first paranormal activity. That I was shook after that. I like the aspect of movies where it feels so real. It felt so real. The environments, the aspect of it, and I really enjoyed it. But obviously, nothing weird happened in the graphic. My parents always say, watch movies like that. They could find something with real life, blah blah blah. But I never took it for something that serious. Now, but it'll take their word for it. Yeah, I'm sure it's scary movies today. But I remember that first time, some unexplained things would happen. I was working at a maintenance warehouse at the time on campus. We would go and fix things. I would get off work closer to 10 o'clock in the afternoon after the traffic and everything got out. And I just wanted to go back to my room, change, get
I called out and I said, hey, I'm in the shower, leave me alone. There's no response. So I just waved it off. I was, okay, maybe I just was weird. This is how I know it's not helping. The shower had on the 4-foot tiles, on the walls, on the ground, and the sheet had to fall down. The sheet, if she got wet, it would stick it to the porcelain on the sides to keep it closed. So I didn't even like stick it over the times. I took the curtain and stuck it to the sides after I called my friend or whoever I thought was out there. And I just put it there and went back to do my shower. But the weirdest thing happened afterwards. I think it was maybe 5 minutes afterwards because I remember the song I was listening to in the bathroom just playing on my laptop. It put on rewind. So I did the same song over and over. That curtain I was talking about, the one that's supposed to stick to the walls, it just flew open as if someone ripped it open to the other side. And I turned around expecting someone to stand there, but there was no one there. So my initial reaction was get the person that opened it. So I looked out and see if anyone had just gotten out of the bathroom. But there was nothing there. I just open up on its own. There were times if you let it dry out after that done the shower, it just dry off and then come back to a position and it was like flown open. And I have to say I was scared. I was definitely a little bit on edge. I was even thinking when my parents told me it was like stepping into the light. And I thought, surely, like, this is like one of those things where you play demons that are kind of hurt you. I just felt anything. And to this day, I think it's been wrong. I think I told one person, my best friend Ethan, I mentioned him this story, and I thought he was the one who I remember telling me, like, hey, this happened. And his reaction was either like, whoa, dude, that's crazy, or I don't know if he has a, but I was thinking to myself, if I told my family, it was, they would either wave it off and it's basically crazy because they would try to find schemes like to why I could have been my adult place, or just say, oh, he's got scary movies. We're currently building a shop, just like we call it a shop, that's the big house that's built like a shop, like a warehouse. But at the moment, we're living in an RV on it. To get around, we have an UTV, and it's one of those ranger types. At night, I decide to head over to this little shed that me and my brother were like, that's where we're camping out. The RV camp, they were all 7 of us. There are 8 of them in total. My brother's in college, but me and the rest of the family are here waiting for us to go. But anyway, I UTV about to drive over to the shed for the night because I get up early in the morning for work. And it gets very dark up here. It was about 9:20. I head back to it dark. I get the UTV and I set off the brake, I back up, and I start driving on the little road to the shed. And I look at the rear mirror, just like this is how you do when you're driving. Just so you look at the mirror from where you're sitting, and it's a pretty small driving car because it's like power sports and trucks. Just driving over the countryside. And the mirror is in a position to where the glass behind you, that was the behind. The glass is plastic. I don't even know what it's plastic. But it's plastic, so you can see the reflection. So if you look at the mirror, you can see the reflection of the back of your head from the mirror. So you're seeing yourself and the silhouette. So there's a weird thing. I was saying, like the lens is plastic that was shown in the mirror. And I thought the silhouette version of myself was looking back at me. Not like the reflection type, but as like the silhouette on that side had turned around and started staring at me just a little bit. I'm sitting there driving, the silhouette version got up into the hatch and she started staring at me. And I was like, oh, heck no. I stopped and I'm like, I'm waiting, just watching the reflection. Is there anything? And it felt that's normal, but I felt like I felt threatened, but I felt like, what the heck is going on? While exploring the curiosity that I myself feel when it comes to the paranormal, Jackson begins to experience this
Knock, knock.
Getting on sweet policy means you told me just with one pump every line. It's the most rate of here.
let's just say I am beyond excited about 19 days from now.
When it comes to cleaning your house, you probably wish you was the shepherd with a millionaire heirs and suddenly had a staff like in the telenovela.
But I am euphoric. When I think about 6 months from now, I'm fucking euphoric. Borderline orgasmic.
Always like in the telenovelas, Fabuloso brings a clean and always open top with 2 times more active ingredients to take the drama out of any mess and a remarkable lavender fragrance for your floors, counters, windows, and cards. A dramatically clean home? Now that's
Na 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 na. Na na na
Fabuloso is
na.
also bringing the
Hey, hey, hey.
network.
Goodbye.
Listen to new episodes of your favorite Michael Flora shows on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Fabuloso's 2 times concentrated formula provides
Oh, and shout out to the mailman today. He didn't break the ADA law. There wasn't a single knock, although it said I was expecting a delivery from someone who knew it was prohibited, but did it anyway because of those that are going to prison that continue to tell themselves they're smarter than the Federal Bureau of Investigations. And also that they can just keep holding me hostage and never have to pay me and get restrained. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Knock knock cunts. You're getting sued. And to be clear, the knock knock lawsuits, remember, all of the individuals on the live stream are being sued first. Then they're going to need to say who authorized that, and then those people are getting sued, and then those who authorized that are going to need to either blow the whistle on those who orchestrated that or not, and then the precinct and departments will be sued. All for the knock knocks. I'm doing all the knock knocks first in the event you've not been detained before my release. Once I've got over 16 grand in my bank account, then I'll get my kids back in the event you've not been detained by then. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. That won't even take me 1 month.
And I had roommates at the time, it's the same roommates as before. And I told them, just look, don't touch the doll. This is my experiment, my homework, and everything will be fine. So the first day, nothing happens. But at night, I set up the doll in the bathroom with the lights on and everything. I just keep it just as light as possible. And I set up my laptop with the computer on. I recorded it all night, just sitting right there in front of the camera. I wanted to see who that was in. So we tear anything, and that first night, nothing happened.
And to be clear, not only do you have no immunity, you have no right to a public defender or any other person coming to your defense like a supervisor, unless that person would like to be sued too right then and there, and that will be an easy win. Believe me, the knock knock lawsuits, the only people not paying me for those knocks will be, as I've already stated, the guy whose testicles I shot out of, and Ashley May. Everyone else, you're going to pay me thousands just for that. And that is first in the event that I am released before your detention.
I would have their lamp light up against the wall. It's shining just in that light where it would make it up and the computer's still recording. And one night, that happened. So I thought, okay, maybe Sue's just exaggerating a little bit. Maybe it's just her being sensitive. But one of my friends, I just put back in the bathroom when I'm not in the room with it, just in case it happens. And I keep my laptop in there.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na. ADA. FEA, FHA, civil rights, You've had no immunity. And when I say it will be easy, I mean there will be zero continuances. There will be less than 10 minutes total of talking from both of us. And then there will be a judgment. And if you do not pay within 2 weeks, I will go to your employer and it will be garnished from your paychecks. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Get on your knees and pray. After the knock knock lawsuits begin, that first wave. Next will be the restraining orders with punitive damages. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Some of you will be sued more than once. Or to put it another way, although the FBI endorses my use of April Fool's Month for last year, this upcoming April Fool's Month, I am paid in full by each and every one of those fools. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hey, it's a good idea to keep holding me hostage. And my mood this Sabbath evening is Jewish, which I described earlier. I describe as feeling as though you're in the sequel to the film Idiocracy. I've had a solution for your agricultural problems and provided it to you for 14 months, but you didn't listen to me. Metaphorically speaking. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. I promise you're gonna get sued. Well, is there anything that could prevent that? Yeah, the settlement. Actually, rather, the invoice. Over $2.4 million paid promptly before you release me or you're detained. That's the only way you won't be individually getting sued. Asterisk, whistleblowers excluded. But we may have to do that covertly. It may be that I sue you and you show up at court and you say, I blew the whistle, and which I will say, I did make an agreement that anyone who blew the whistle to testify against the big fish that the FBI has already got on their boat, who are too stupid to realize they're about to get gutted, symbolically speaking. Some swordfishes, big ass marlins. Anyway, then when they say that, I'll say, no, never mind, Your Honor. I'm withdrawing this. Can we seal this court order? Because, their friends are going to prison for the rest of their lives. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Get on your knees and pray. And some of you may be thinking, particularly one, I don't have any money. And that's why the judgment enables me to garnish your paychecks from any of your employers or to provide it to the IRS and have that garnished when you get your refund. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. The knock-knock lawsuits coming your way.
Who doesn't wish the land would be trucked but swept in and cast them off to the people step off like in the telenovelas? Hola, it's Chiquis here, and although life is
Oh, and
always
also worth noting, the FBI has stated that the Supreme Court
always open top.
apparently came on the premises on a Saturday, a rarity, and did not display how very, very, very concerned she is. Na 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 na, na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye.
From Victorian beach towns to Revolutionary War battlegrounds. Explore wow after wow in more than 463 historic landmarks, in museums, lighthouses, and over 58 state and national parks. It's one wow after another after another. You get it. Find your wow and visit nj.org/history. New Jersey, Little State, wow, wow. Are you looking for the powerful roar of a work truck, the quiet performance of an EV, or the creature comforts of a hybrid SUV? Whatever you need, the best place to see
Anyone who doesn't bring that letter in hand and present it to any judge or commissioner that went out today and on October 20th and on October 15th and on September 15th is looking at 4 separate counts of obstruction of justice. Na 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 na, na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. You're smarter than me, but not the FBI. And for those of you wondering, let's go over the quotes from the FBI that are always pertinent. The FBI on Unit 207, quote, "They are not nearly as smooth as they like to imagine." On the North Everett precinct, which is collectively known by every FBI employee in the state of Washington, from paper pushers to field agents, as, quote, "the precinct of fraudsters." Quote, "Most officers take an oath to serve and protect. The North Everett precinct takes an oath to abuse and deflect." Quote, ... "That constitutes domestic terrorism." And a quote from the Seattle Federal Marshals, which is way too long for me to remember, but I remember the key few words. Quote, ... "That's a real threat to the judiciary."
Said that when she first moved into the apartment, she put off. She just started out to be like, oh, maybe.
And here's how it'll go. Yes, Your Honor. Here's the ADA signs. Yes, Your Honor. Here is the 13, 14, 12, 11 months of cease and desist letters. Yes, Your Honor. Here's the YouTube live stream. And then here's you. "Well, I was told if I just did it and then denied that I did it, then it would be okay, or that I could say it was an extended circumstance because, you know, she's crazy, we decided. In an attempt to create a non-existent federal defense, she's crazy." And then the commissioner, "You clearly knocked on the door, son. You owe her $5,000. You clearly knew that they were going to knock on her door, son. You chose intentional misconduct. You're going to pay her $5,000." And on and on. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Day 1 of my release, you're getting sued.
She continued, she moved in, everything was fine for the first 3 months. And then when my baby cousin turned 1, she said that when my baby cousin started talking about this girl would come and play with her. Like my auntie did not let anyone in her house.
Might be a mute point, though. Might not be a mute point. Here's why I can't tell you. 1, the 21st, I've got a spray tan and makeup on for the first time in 2 years. Highly indicative of me not being held hostage.
But
2, no one's being detained until at least the day after Thanksgiving. 3, in the event that I am released before anyone's detention, I am going to do a wave of knock-knock lawsuits to acquire at minimum $16,000. That means at least 3 people, or just doing one person who came to my house more than once. Na 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 na, na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Just coming here is an ADA violation because of the cease and desist letters that every department, association, LLC, and precinct received months before they came openly with their soon-to-be revoked badges.
She explained the situation to her. She said something really weird is going on with my daughter. She's been crying.
Because I will have at minimum $16,000 in my bank account before I retrieve my children.
And so the police went to bless the house, and he said that when he walked in.
And it will take roughly 2 weeks after I sue, which will be day 1 of my release, until there's a judgment for you to pay. And then I'm assuming it will take 2 to 4 weeks for you to pay. And then I'll begin the second wave of the knock-knock lawsuits. I'm going to do all the knock-knock lawsuits first, in the event that I'm released before your detention.
That really freaked her out. She was like, okay, something is really not
And it's funny because the FBI has stated it's going to be the quickest tens of thousands that I've ever acquired over a short period of time. That's a bold statement. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. I hope you get detained the day after there's a judgment for you to pay me. Which, remember, will be 12 to 14 days after I'm released. I won't be going the personal injury route. I'll be going the restraining order with punitive damages route, so that the restraining order may or may not be awarded, but the $5,000 for every door knock or repeated each individual and each criminal trespass, minus again the guy whose testes I shot out of in 1985 at Meadowville Park in Edmonds, Washington, and Ashley May.
So she called my grandma, and my grandma was like, okay, maybe something is wrong. Again, she wanted this spirit.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Boo. Boo, boo. That's what you'll be saying when I'm done suing you.
And so my auntie called him, and he came over again, and this time she refused to step in the house. He said something was very wrong, and that he couldn't bless the house because the spirit wouldn't let him in. And my auntie she was really traumatized. She was really scared when he had said, I can't come in, like, they're not letting me come in. And so the thing is that I could just bless the doorway, but I can't come in. Because if I come in, they're going to do something. He just blessed the doorway to come in, do whatever you can. And so my auntie, she said it was people about it, because I'm going to single out if it's wrong. But it was the spirit that locked her in that apartment and wouldn't let her live. I wouldn't let her go out and do stuff because she was always in pain. Something was always wrong with her.
And some may wonder what's inspired the knock-knock lawsuit. Donald Trump in his orangutan lawsuit. That's exactly what inspired it, baby. I like to work smarter, not harder. And it is in my son's best interest for none of them to come home until you've all been detained. So if I am released and you've not been detained, we're doing the wave of knock-knock lawsuits, so that according to the FBI, we can collect a good $40,000 in less than 90 days. Na, 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 na. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. I'm gonna be well paid.
That she felt in the house was the cabinet doors were there was knives and it would always be open at the night. So it would be like if someone went to the whole drawer and just ruined the whole thing. My mom is a really organized person, so she always made sure everything was clean. But every time the door would be open, the knives were just everywhere.
And just to expound, so remember, the knock knock lawsuits will be first in the event that I am released on the 21st of November, which, since none of you are being detained until the day after Thanksgiving at the earliest, means what? Means that I'm going to begin the knock knock lawsuits. And I'm not supposed to be addressing the federal felons directly. So just assume that I'm addressing anyone and everyone that's watching this. Ha ha. Anyway, those knock knock lawsuits are going out to all of the named individuals that I've got the YouTube live streams on first. And when they're in court about to be ordered to pay me $5,000, or in some instances upwards of $25,000, as is the case with 2 morbidly obese women and a morbidly obese, hands down, ugliest police officer I've ever seen in my life. You know, the white guy that looked like Bubba Gump. In fact, I think I'm going to start with them first. I think that I just picked my first 3, and I'm not going after the petite policeman, because I could tell by the look in his eyes when I told him the DOJ had already confirmed that their special criminal task force, i.e. the FBI, was on the case. There was a glimmer in his eyes that said very clearly, fuck, why did I follow peer pressure? But those will be the first 3 recipients of the knock knock lawsuit, minus Erica Owens. I'm handling her and Richard last.
She remembers that she fell asleep at the she fell into a really deep sleep. And my aunt is not a deep sleeper. Like anything could wake up. If you walk in or you just check up on her, like she'll wake up. And so she said that she fell asleep and she did it was like before she fell asleep, she felt heavily tired. So she ended up like falling asleep really fast. My auntie said that she felt something very strange cover her, and she said that it felt like she couldn't open her eyes, and she thought it was like, well, like when I was in school, I was like, she didn't tell me the specific reason when I was younger, but as I got older, she would tell me these things, and I feel like sleep paralysis because I've had that before, and it was like the same feeling, but she said that it was somebody was sitting on her, and I understood that feeling, but she said that it was like someone was physically there, and she couldn't open her eyes. She just couldn't open her eyes at all. She did try to wake up, but she couldn't in that moment. She knew that it wasn't a dream, and she could hear the sirens of the police officers because it was always like crying throughout where she lived. She knew that it wasn't a dream because she could hear the gunshots and everything else happening around her. She was like, if I just go back to sleep, everything's gonna be fine, and it's just gonna be a dream. She did that, but when she tried to fall asleep, she said she
I feel like I've heard of all of these people now because I'm pretty sure I took a survey that had to do with
felt like
this.
she was levitating, and she thought, oh my god, like she was freaking out on the inside, but she
The gays always stand out, man. Is that illegal? Is it illegal to say that some, not all, some of the best home interiors are married gay couples? Is that illegal? Is it illegal for me to say that true statement? No, it's not. Thank goodness. I wonder if it'll be illegal in 50 years. Also, just a friendly reminder, everybody. Twitter, aka X, would love for any of you to make an issue of anything on Twitter because they are hoping they'll be retaining a lawyer for me. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. No one wants you in California, Texas, Washington, D.C., North Carolina, and even in Upper New York. Oh. And the entire city of Redmond.
she told me the story. She said that when she was levitating and felt like somebody was scratching her all over her body, my mom was like, something is really wrong, and so that's why everybody was being called, the whole family was being called to go help her get her stuff and leave that same night. And so they left the house, they grabbed everything. As soon as she jumped to the floor and called my grandma back, that's when everybody comes to the house and just helped her move everything out that same night. And literally for hours they were done. And there was a lot of stuff. And she got to my grandma's house. She said she always feeling a weak sensation on her hand. She thought it was like the fact that she fell to the floor. So she just checked it and then looked at the stripes to make sure. And she had a large scratches on her hand. And so my grandma, she didn't want to wake up the priest because it was like 5 in the morning. But she said you need to do this because there's something is attached to her and she needs to sleep now. And so they called the priest, and he lived like 3 houses down, so he really wasn't that far. And so they called him. He really did. He wanted to help my auntie, so he was like, okay, I'm leaving right now. And so he blessed my grandma's house and told her like, okay, this is gonna come really weird, but here's the thing, we need to do exorcism on your daughter because something is very terribly attached and it's really people. And he could feel it. He could sense it. And then because my grandma said,
Knock, knock.
my auntie had a really strong smell on her.
I got another joke. Here's a better one. How did the chicken cross the road? Or what? No. Why did the chicken cross the road? Why? Why did the chicken cross the road?
Really bad, and everybody was like, okay, it's fine. They didn't tell her anything, but my grandma did remember that. And she told me this. She smelled really weird on the way here. So she ended up telling the priest that she smelled rotten meat, and that's when the priest called
To
her.
get to the other side.
Definitely attached to your daughter, and we need to do that.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na. I only state facts. I don't make claims or allegations.
But since my grandma was really hysterical, she was like sobbing and she couldn't get a hold of herself. So
And in the event that I'm released before your detention, I plan on suing you for every individual fact separately that you in any way pretended wasn't. From federal to state statues, I'm coming for you.
she said that afterwards, after the whole situation, she felt like something was still different in my grandma's house. He was like, okay, we need to watch the house a few times this whole month, but non-stop. The precinct come and watch the house every single week he would come. And up until like my uncle ended up moving back to my grandma's house, and he didn't feel that way anymore. But my grandma wouldn't have the time afterwards. She would say that she would still get that weird smell for years. So she would get that weird smell. She didn't know why. She said that every day
problem I have with these home shows is that I don't know the titles of any of the shows that I've seen.
And they always have their
Just the host.
every day of their life. And so she thought it was very strange. So she ended up putting rope around the car doors to try to keep out of the wind. So she just locked it just to see if it was that. And they saw it for a while. And during that, like, whole thing, my grandma was still, she was still traumatized by it. And my auntie, she refused to talk about it. She didn't want to bring it up anymore. Nobody wanted to talk about it. But my grandma, she still had that emotional feeling because she felt so helpless. And the fact that she couldn't be there to help her auntie. She didn't know why it was happening. And so she called her priest friend, and he went over to the house, and he was like, yeah, something is still here. Still something lingering. He didn't respond to my grandma. But he was just like, hey, we need to bless the house. And that's when he started coming to bless my grandma's house every single day. Non-stop, every single day for 2 months. He was coming to bless my grandma's house. The priest found that there was something still there. So he had to call, like, I don't know what it was called back then, but he had to call someone else that was better and much more advanced at what he was doing. I know that he was a guy, but this other guy that was like really tough, he didn't really care. He just walked into like, okay, what's it, this guy? And I remember my grandma said that the guy refused to come in. He really did not spend anywhere near the house. He was like, you know, I didn't care. And that's why grandma did come in. She had no money left. She had nothing. All of her money was put into that home. So she couldn't leave even if she wanted to. And that's when she told my aunt, you need to move out. I don't want this to like haunt like your daughter or you or anyone else in the house. I don't care about myself. Take care of yourself. And so my auntie, she refused to leave the house. And she was like, you're not going to leave here by yourself. Very crazy. And my mom was like, it's not going to leave. The priest basically told her, you need to move out or you're going to have to leave. Because every time you would come to the house, nothing would change.
Jackie eventually traveled down to Mexico to meet her family for herself. That's when she discovered that there's a whole other world out there. Things that will never truly understand.
My mom felt like she needed to do something to
Oh my
like
gosh. As a side note, dude, I had awful dreams the night before last about doing fucking surveys. Literally dreaming of doing surveys. Do you like it zero or like it a lot?
So I was really excited about this. My mom was like, you're gonna be okay, you're gonna be fine. Everybody knows you, everybody's there to stop you. That felt calming, but I was living with my mom. We were gonna go for 2 weeks. The day of, my mom, she cried. She was like, if something bad, if you see something, tell someone. Or if something bad happens to you, call me or tell someone in the family so that they can help you. Then I was like, why would she tell me? Because someone 8 years old and I'm speaking about the worst thing that can happen to me. felt really weird. And like I'm 8 years old, like I really don't know what's wrong. I just thought it was like a stomach bug and the fact that I was really heavy. And my stomach just felt good and really straight. And that was the first time I ever felt like that. Because I had never really gotten sick as a child, so that was really weird. Everybody was kind of like looking at me and they're like opening the door because when they opened the door, this was my first time ever like really excited, and I felt really strange. And I was like, okay, I'm open the door, everything's gonna be fine. I'm just nervous. And we opened the door, everybody's like getting situated, everybody's coming over into my grandma's house. This is a two-story house, so this is the living room. And then next to the living room is the kitchen. Then there's in the living room there's a staircase that's kind of like a spiral. And there's, I believe, 3 rows upstairs, which is where my auntie slept, and where like my cousin's room, and then my grandma, my grandma. And then in the middle of their room and my baby cousin was the bathroom. My baby cousin, when I got there, I believe she was around, she was about 7, she was like 1 year older than me. She went up to her room, and her room was a nice building, and the one 3 floors. So they were literally, compared to here, in California, everybody like started like a toy with dolls and everything. Like, they appreciate everything. So her room was full of dolls. Like, everyone was with dolls. hearing something was like tapping, and I thought it was my cousin like coming to find me or trying to like see if I would peek out and see him. I didn't look at first because I thought like I didn't gonna find me. When I kept hearing the knocking, it was like constant knocking, like it felt like somebody was like, she had a little desk, but she had a like a princess type of elevator that we used to have, and she had that, and it felt like somebody was like tapping on the TV like constantly. So I was like, I just standing for 5 minutes back and said, come through. He literally took forever to I try to find like another hiding spot, but as I was just getting out of my cousin's bed, I felt like grabbed my ankle. I went to the other room. It didn't feel unsafe, but he found me in my grandma's room, and he was like, I saw you once. And Amy's room, I was like, well, I was in there for a while, forever, so I think my grandma's room. And he's like, oh, I felt like you were sitting on the bed, and you were just looking really sad. I thought you were trying to scare me, and I said, stop playing, like, my aunt told you not to do that. And he said, no, I'm being really serious. Something was happening. Later on in the day, when everybody like came back into the house, my older cousin had told my aunt like I saw something sitting on Amy's bed, but it was in Jackie because Jackie was in my grandma's room, and she was thinking maybe like he saw somebody else, and so my cousin was like, no, but it was a little boy. He said that it was a little boy, and he like was like his head was down. And he was really sad because he had it like in his face, like he was crying. When he kind of actually looked at me, and he was like, did you see anything? I was like, no, I didn't see anything. And my grandma's house is really not that big. So some people have to take the last places throughout the house just to find it like a safe. So me, my grandma, and my grandpa, we slept downstairs in the living room because everybody else was like in their own room. And so I was just next to my grandma. And my grandma was like a really deep sleeper. So I was meant to like kind of sleeping to this house. And I'm not used to that. So I was like, my grandma was like helping me. She was like, just go to sleep. Like, you'll be fine. I ended up waking up a few times because I felt like somebody was tapping me like on my shoulder. And I thought it was one of my cousins that couldn't go to sleep. But every time I would open my eyes, there would be nothing there. So I was just listening, and I kept on going to sleep. And then I remember my grandpa had his phone on the charger, and so I grabbed his phone just to look at what time it was because I couldn't go to sleep at all. And my older cousins were upstairs just sleeping in my grandma's room. So my intention was to go grab my grandpa's phone, go upstairs, and try and see if I could listen like my grandpa's phone with a flash. But I'm not a really quiet person, so I felt like someone coming to my head. I was like, I would wake up everyone in the room. So I grabbed my grandpa's phone, but as I was getting up, when I grabbed my grandpa's phone, I sat on the floor for a while because I could unlock the phone to get passwords. And then I ended up locking, so I ended up putting it back and put it back on the charger. And I tried to go back to sleep. I couldn't go to sleep. My grandma did not wake out after she went on my bed. And she was like, it's fine, go to sleep. And she would just go back to sleep like something. I really tried to not look towards the kitchen because the kitchen like really freaked me out. It was really dark in the kitchen, like you really couldn't see anything. Not even the fridge, you couldn't see anything. She had this little door next to the kitchen. It was just like a little backyard. And she had a storage room back there. I could see the window above the window whenever what you could see outside. And so when she did not look at the window, look somewhere else, try to distract herself. And I couldn't go to sleep, so I ended up looking at the window. And I remember seeing there was like a family holding hands in outside my grandma's window. And it got really freaked me out, and I thought it was probably like my family outside car, and she wouldn't wake up. When I went to go tap my grandpa, and my grandpa was like, "You woke up," because if there's nothing there, just go to sleep. I felt so wrong because I felt like, I mean, I could see it, and nobody else was like, nobody cared. Everybody was held tired, so nobody was like, "Oh my god, there's something there." Everyone was just asleep. They kept getting closer and closer. And I remember I started crying. I started tapping my grandma like really hard, trying to, I was like shoving her. And she was just like, just go to sleep, there's nothing there. I could talk about something from the kitchen, and she won't wake up. So we got to a point. I genuinely to this day, I think that I walked out as soon as they got like into the way from my face because I couldn't handle it. It was really scaring me because I remember just turning around and talking to my grandma. Something was really there. Something was like sitting, like standing right next to me. I feel like she knew, but she really tried to ignore it. I was scared because I really did have my feelings like to this day. I keep going. I'm like, she really yelled like this like not well at all. My grandma eventually did ask me what else did you see. It was just that I could see that the woman had like long hair and it was parted. Like I couldn't see that much of detail. And all the boys had like those slick back hair and they looked like they were all wearing dresses like things, but it was just like really dark shadow. I couldn't really see the color in it. Like, it was just black.
Hey,
And
knock, knock.
that really scarred
It's
me.
all right.
They were
It's
like
all
all
right.
across the
It's all
night.
right. Soon to be convicted stalkers. It's all right. The FBI moves in mysterious ways. Do 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 da da da. You're gonna find everything this Jew has said is true.
And my cousin, when she heard about what I saw, we were playing upstairs. Everything was fine. I was really trying to forget about it. We were playing upstairs with her dogs, and she's like, "I heard about what you saw." And I was like, "Yeah, that was really scary." And she's like, "I just want you to know that I see that all the time in my room.
Our families go the extra mile to protect us. You know what made them fight for you? This story reminds me of something similar to where you have your own tale to share. Let me know. Find me on social media at Edward Co. That's EWINCO. Learn more of this on our website, truescarystories.com. All the links are in the description of this episode. To share your own story, it's pretty simple. First, you write and send me a short summary of it, and then we'll ask for more details about it right away. Then schedule a call that's kind of Zoom, but keep it sound, and you can share your story with everyone. Please remember to tap follow on your app if you get interesting stories. I also want to thank our Scary Plus members for supporting the show on our channel at scaryplus.com. Thank you very much for listening. See you soon.
Let's do a nighttime gratitude. Dear Godzilla, this Sabbath we thank you for Elijah, the invisible man, being in each and every borough. We hope that his presence is felt by everyone, but especially the anti-Semitic pieces of crap that shouldn't be employed by any municipality. And we thank you that we're all alive. Amen.
I don't know about you, but when I smell Fabuloso's remarkable lavender pasta, I know it's all going to be properly done. Fabuloso's 2 times concentrated formula provides 2 times more active ingredients versus non-concentrated Fabuloso Original. Choose as directed. Just a friendly reminder that right now, get any size iced coffee for $4.11.
Oh, listen to that. It's the sound of somebody who's overly confident in the alley.
Hola mi gente, Rosalyn Sanchez here from He Said AWO. And although I like a drama to thrillers, when it comes to real life, I prefer a drama-free casa. as we went. Did you know a 2018 study showed half of female veterans tested with unacceptable levels of heavy metals? I'm Kat, mother of three and founder of Bridgeway. When I was 4 months pregnant, I began a fatal untrust. So female, ours is irretraceable, third-party tested for heavy metals, and recently earned Clear Label, Clean Label Project. But don't just take my word for it. Get 25% off at bridgeway.com/free.
Just like Dwayne, Dr. K enjoyed listening and watching scary movies and horror as a kid. Eventually, he too started believing this world is also the home of unknown entities. My name is Edward. This is Dr. K, true scary story. I am from a very small country in the States. The story I'm about to tell you is 6 years old, but it goes very, very 5 years ago. I am a practicing Muslim, so in my religion culture, we believe in something called jinns. And
Knock,
in my
knock.
religion, whatever
Is it me or the FBI? It depends on the
we
day.
call them ghosts, but we call them jinns because jinns, we believe that they convey an image of a deceased loved one. I have an elder sister who has 2 children. The first one was born in 2012, and the second one was born in 2008. The first child is a girl, and the second child is a boy. The story starts in June 21, 2016. I finished my high school, and it was a 6-month period between my end of my high school and beginning of my medical university. I went abroad to study, and then I came back last May, which is 2021. From May to August 2016, I was constantly traveling, at least twice a month. My sleeping schedule was all over the place. I used to stay up till 4 a.m. and then wake up at 1 p.m. because I had nothing to do the next day. So I used to watch movies or Netflix or anything like that until 4 a.m. And then we have a morning prayer, or so I pray and then I go to sleep. On the 21st of June, 2016, that's the day I
Also, FBI, telling me that I changed their plans because of sending that this morning doesn't tell me anything. It tells me nothing. Oh, well, they changed their plans because of you sending that. All that tells me is some guy got here and was like, I don't want to pay her $5,000.
I believe it just that I was more like a civic to political kind of person. Because around 4:14 p.m., I go to sleep and I have a habit of covering my whole body with my blanket because it makes me feel safe. The lights were on. I shut down my laptop, everything. Didn't wait to bed. As I'm closing my eyes, the next second, I hear someone crying. In my room, there's a lady crying, but it was more of a faint cry. Like, she's not crying very loud, but she's not crying inside. But it's a normal crying sound. The minute I get up and open my blanket to see what's going on, the crying stopped. This got me confused, but it didn't hit me. It didn't hit me that
Baby kitty, I hear you, but I don't see you.
I
You
just
want
thought,
some tuna?
I thought, oh, maybe it's my laptop saying
In
some
12
random
hours
things
since you
and
had
maybe
some
shut
dead
down
meat.
company. I opened my laptop, it was shut down.
Baby, baby, father, I can pet your back now. I can pet your back. Is that cute? You've been wanting that back already since I took that
I
medicine.
just told myself,
You're at almost 24 hours. We're 15 minutes away. you didn't die or puke and no lumps of skin fell off. So I'm gonna have to review that on Amazon and tell everybody these people are full of shit. This shit is super cheap and just as effective as a bandage. Just as effective as a bandage. My little squeaky baby.
Switch the lights on, just see what's going on. I'm thinking, oh my god, maybe it's my mom that's crying on that door. I get up, I go towards my mom's door. Just outside the door, you hear she's crying on her. But my whole household was asleep. There was no one awake. And I'm so confused. I went down, checked the main doors and everything. There's no one crying. I looked at everything outside because it's 4:30 morning and it's a weekday. No one's awake. So I was like, whatever. I was probably just I was just probably dozing off. And you know that period before you fall asleep completely? That period that you start getting. So I'm just telling myself, first time this day. The moment I go towards my door, I'm right outside my room's door. And I hear someone crying inside my room. But this time, it was very loud. I could hear someone crying in my room. And that's when it hit me. Okay, I'm not sleeping. I'm wide awake. I'm walking around. And I hear someone crying. And the worst part is, I'm filming this video. I open the door. The crying immediately starts. I take my phone. I go to my living room. And I just slept off. The next morning, my mom wakes me up and she's asking me, why are you sleeping in the living room? And I don't want to tell you anything because it sounds so crazy to me as an 18-year-old boy at that time. It was so crazy to me, I didn't say anything. I just made up some reason and just said, okay, it's okay, no problem. And I just went up upstairs and everything was normal. And then fast forward to September 2016, I went abroad to study. So for me, it was nothing ever happened. Then I came back from my winter break in December 2016. And this time, my parents, my sister, and my whole family, they went on a vacation for 1 week. They called me, they said, come with us, let's all go on a vacation. But my main focus is, no, I want to come back home and spend some time with my parents. I only have 1 month off. I want to meet a lot of my friends. I want to go a lot of places. I just want to relax. I don't want to travel anywhere. I just want to be here. I told them to go, enjoy 1 week, and come back, and I'm going to be there for the next 1 month. So I didn't think for 3 weeks. So my plan was, okay, I'll meet my friends for a week, and then the rest of the 3 weeks I'll be with my family. So I'm home alone, and it's like around 2 a.m. I'm just playing video games on my computer, and I have this very uneasy feeling, and the door is not completely shut. I just open it a little bit, but who cares? I'm home alone, and I leave the door wide open. No one cares. But this is where something in my mind is thinking. And this is literally what it said. Go close the door, or else you come in. I had done just ignore it, whatever. But the voice in my head, you may call me crazy, but the voice in my head kept telling me, go close the door, she's coming in. Go close the door, she's coming in. Go close the door, she's coming in. And before I could realize, I'm already walking towards the door. I did not realize I was walking towards the door. By the time I realized I'm walking towards the door, I heard footsteps outside my door, like someone's trying to come inside my flat. I could hear footsteps approaching me, and that's when I ran to my door and just shut it closed. And this is what I heard. I heard someone taking a deep breath from the other side of the door, and this is how it went. When I tell you, at that moment, everything froze. I'm home alone. Everything's locked. Something's telling me to go close the door. I run. As I'm running, something is running from the other side to try to get to my room. Shut the door and I hear that. And I just bang the door. For some reason, I bang the door and I crazy and why they got me. Then I said,
And if you don't know, then you're deaf.
I locked the door and I didn't leave. I just told myself, until morning, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to do this. The next 5 days, I refused to go to my house. I spent most of my days outside with my friends. I only come late night, go to my room straight, and just lock the door. Or, there were 2 days where I stayed over at my friend's house because I was really scared myself. And then a week passed just like that, and my parents came back. But now I have to tell my mom. I text my mom and I told her, Mom, I know you're going to call me crazy, but please listen to me. She says, tell me what happened. I told her what happened in June 2016 when someone was crying in my room. And I told her what happened now and gave her away and I was alone at home. And to my shock and surprise, I thought she was going to call me crazy or just going to say that nothing with this something like that. And that's what I was expecting from my mother. But what she told me, she shook me into my core. She said, oh, I've been seeing things too. And I was just so shook. I was like, really? She said, yeah, but the thing is, we never told you. I was like, who is we? My mom said, me, your dad, and your sister. I was like, why did you guys tell me? You were too young for us to tell you and scare you from reason. But now that you're seeing things, it's fine. And I was like, what do you mean it's fine? It's not fine. My mom told me, my mom is very religious. She is. So as long as you're praying, you're with things, they are not going to scare you. They will never hurt you because God is by your side. And that kind of hits me because these things never hurt me. Okay, I heard someone crying. Yes. I heard someone trying to enter my room. Yes. But did they hurt my physically? No. Actually, it's not true.
Did you know a 2018 study showed half of prenatal violence victims have unacceptable levels of heavy metals? I'm Pat, mother of 3 and founder of Bridgewater. When I was 4 months pregnant, I put on a prenatal IV trust. So figure it out. Ours is no traceable, third-party tested for heavy metals, and recently earned 3-1 Cold Label Project. But don't just take my word for it. Get 25% off at richard.com/prenatal. Did you know that those vitamin D3 supplements come from sheep's wool? I'm Kat, founder of Richmond. We're looking traceability a new standard for the supplement industry. When I was pregnant, you can find a multivitamin IV trust. So create my own. Ours is no traceable, third-party tested, and Clean Label Project certified. Oh, and our vitamin D3, it comes from sustainably harvested vitamin from Poland, not sheep. Trace for yourself with 25% off at richard.com/podcast.
Fast forward to 2020. My nephew, my sister's second son, he was like maybe 6 months old. And my mom took full responsibility in raising him because it's my grandson, let me raise him. And my mom had a crib in her room. In her parents' room, there was a crib by my mom's side, which was a rocking crib. So if the baby cries, she just rocks the crib a little bit and falls. My mom was asleep, and dad was asleep beside her. And my nephew was also sleeping in the crib. And it's usual for a kid to cry at night, and my mom just rocks the crib for a little bit until the baby falls asleep. It's a normal thing. And my parents' room, they always leave a dim light on so we can see things, so they won't trip and fall over when they're going to wash their hands or something. So there's always a dim light on so you can see things, but it's not clear. And my nephew started crying at night. My mom was rocking the crib a little bit, and then he started crying. And then he started crying again. But this time the crib was rocked, and my mom thought, okay, he's just moving around or something. My mom turned around to check on the child, and that's when she saw a tall black shadow walking my nephew's crib. My mom got up, she turned the lights on, and the thing disappeared. just built the Quran, and she just made sure like nothing happens. And finally, my mom, remember when I told you my mom sees things? She told me there is a lady and her daughter, because she sees two tall black shadows. One is stronger than the other. So my mom thinks it's a mother and a child. And I know this sounds crazy, but this is my mom's explanation. She says whenever she's cooking in the kitchen, she's alone, she sees the tall black shadow in the corner of the eye, and when she turns it on, they don't disappear, it runs away. And then my mom's exact words. So my mom, when she saw this tall black shadow walking my next to his crib, my mom got so scared because it came closer to the baby. But in Islam, it's a saying that these jinns get attracted or they go more towards the baby or someone who's vulnerable. Up until this point, Dr. K had not been physically touched by these entities. Well, it was all about the children. Next. I came back home in 2021 for 2 weeks where I got days off. I just came back to visit my parents because during the pandemic, I couldn't visit them. So when I came back to visit my parents, my dad got my nephew an action figure or a doll or whatever you call it. It was very creepy because it was an interactive toy. You switch it on and you press the hand and it starts recording whatever you say and it will say it back to you. Whenever you turn it on, the picture says, let's play. Same tone, which was really creepy. But what creeped me out is one night I wanted to go to the kitchen to fill my water bottle because I forgot to put it the night before. And it was like around 1 a.m. I thought, okay, let me go down, fill my water bottle in the kitchen, come back up. And I heard, let's play. I was like, what on earth is that? I know it's a toy, but my nephew is not even home. So I go to the living room and I see the doll on the couch. And I just took the doll, I took it off, and I took it back there. I told myself, okay, maybe my nephew before he went to bed, he did a little spin around it there, he just left it there. And then I go to the kitchen, I put my water bottle, I went back up, never really thought about it. Got it. The next morning I asked my mom, why was the dog in the living room? It's usually in the room where my nephew plays. My mom said, I don't know. I said, aren't you the one who is taking care of him? You have to give it to him because he's too young to carry it around. It's a big dog, it's almost his height. And my mom said, it wasn't me, maybe it was a dad. This got me freaked out. I went to my dad later today. I asked him, did you really a dog in the living room? My dad looked at me, he said, why would I do that? Why would I? It's so evil. I'm not even kidding, I threw the dog away. This happened a few months ago. So I'm in my room, and the bed is in the corner of the room. So one side, that's my right side, to the wall. So if I face the right side of my bed, I'm facing the wall. If I'm sleeping on my left side, I'm facing the entire room. So I'm sleeping here, doing nothing. And usually, I sleep on my left side, where my face, like when I open my eyes, I can see the whole room. But that day, for some reason, I slept on the right side, so I'm facing the wall. It was exactly 4:30 a.m. I woke up from a dream, which was not even a scary dream. It was just a normal dream, but I woke up to two women pressing their hands on the side of my body. So I'm facing the right side, so my left shoulder is up and the right shoulder is up bent. And two women, four hands, are pressing me against the bed. And they're literally telling me, what? Look at us. Turn around. Why did you look at us in English? They said, turn around. Why did you look at us? Turn around. And I'm scared and I genuinely thought medical student or as a graduate, I know what's behind this. But I'm moving my hands, I'm moving my legs, I'm moving my legs, I can feel my toes, I'm moving it, I'm pushing my blanket slowly. But I can still feel four hands pressing me against the bed, saying, why don't you look at this? Turn around, why don't you look at this? And they are back. And I'm scared to turn around, I'm scared to fight back because the pressing thing was really hard. And I could feel two people like in my bed because my bed was heavy. And this is where I said, in the initial one religion, that is, I seek refuge from God, from Satan. When I said that, and I said it loud, I said it very loud because I was scared. I wanted to cry and couldn't, but I just wanted to get closer to God. But the minute I said that, I felt the pressure leaving me. But not only that, they were not just leaving me from up, they were not, like, they literally, they went down, like they took a step back. So I could feel their hands, their fingers, from my shoulder to my back, slowly going away, and the weight from my head being lifted. Then I took a shower the next morning. I saw handprints, four handprints on my back. It was red color. Four handprints. Who was there? In the house, it's only me and my parents. You know what's crazy about this? My mom said there were two women, the mother and the daughter. And when I was sleeping, there were two women saying, why did you look at this? Why did you turn around? Why did you look at this? Two women. Okay, which connects to my mom's version of whatever she saw. When this happened, I wrote in my diary what happened, my previous story. And I woke up to write my journal again, and that's where it hit me. My first encounter where I heard someone crying in my room happened on the 21st of June 2016. At the same time, I heard someone scream 4:30 a.m. 6 years ago. And yes, we live in the same house still, and we still see things running around, we still hear footsteps outside, but we just chose to live with it or something, I don't know. And I saw four handprints on my back. That's when I realized there is something I was in this world. I don't know how to explain all these incidents. Share your own story with us by going to truescarystory.com. Google it or type it directly into the browser. Find us on social media and we'll send you a link to it. Up next, check out my other stories on Scary Story Podcast, or find out about real haunted places and mysteries by searching for a dark country. Thank you very much for listening.
Go. I don't know what you're up to out there, but I know that you're acting like a weirdo, which suggests trying to pee on your feet. It suggests that you're up to trying to pee on your feet. Yeah, I know you so well. What do you mean when the kitty keeps staring into the seat and acts like he's trying to sniff my butt? It means he's going to try and pee on my feet if I drop it into the time box.
Fabuloso's 2 times concentrated formula provides 2 times more active ingredients versus non-concentrated Fabuloso Original. Use as directed.
Hey, knock, knock. It's all right. It's all right. Soon to be convicted stalkers. The FBI moves in mysterious ways.
And providing a helping hand in keeping it fresh. And nights first for more than a century. Find out just how powerful nights can be. Contact your independent insurance agent today and ask for a list of national. 15th, either November or December. I know that it was around the holidays.
Come on, little fruit flies. You guys are like the last five. Everybody else got
All
stuck
night.
on the
So
fly
it
paper.
was my boyfriend at the
Whatever
time
that
and
shit's
his
called.
family, so his mom and his sister were with us. And we were going around like local areas in Waco, Texas, and we were just trying to talk to anything that was out there, if there were any spirits lingering. So we were messing around with stuff. But we didn't really get anything the entire night, and so we decided to go to another location in Waco. And it's very popular, it's very well known for being haunted. It's an urban legend about there's a witch that hides in the forest of this park. It's called
Knock,
Canyon
knock.
Park.
Coming to a door sill near
And I don't
you.
know how true it is. I've never experienced anything with the witch, but coming into that night, we were driving down the road, and it's a windy road. It's a very windy road. And
You ain't seen nothing yet. No, 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 no. I'm gonna give you something you're never gonna forget.
We decided to stop at
But
one junction.
baby, you ain't seen nothing yet.
We weren't getting anything at all, so we just wanted to take a break, chill out, and just think of what we were getting to. We got out of the car and had parked down at the bottom of a hill. And it's like the radio area for the park rangers. We parked at the base and parked right in front of the ranger area.
Don't forget, if you have court at any point in time,
My boyfriend and I at the time, we got out of the car.
you're breaking the law in a criminal and civil sense for a variety of reasons if you don't supply the letter you got today.
He just wants to get his feelings out. So he just lets out.
We can address it later.
guttural yell. And
With
he's
the
like
inception of the
agonizing,
knock-knock
anything else.
lawsuits. First
And
wave.
so he's out there just letting out all of these yells and roars, anything he can think of, growling. And he
And then
finally
remember,
stops, and within a second, it was so
your legal
clear
problems
there was
don't even begin
like
until November 15th.
shuffling in the foliage. And I look over towards this light pole that's like right over across the way. So we were on one side of the street, and the light pole was on the other side of the street, diagonal from us. And we were about maybe 200 yards away or so. So we weren't super close, but in the tree line, I saw something appear. And at first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me until my boyfriend stopped and zoned in on that thing. And we looked.
Oh, and a third response came from Erica.
A tall figure standing right next to the light pole. And it leans down and kneels on all fours
At 10:51.
across the
And I
street.
still don't know why, but that email is showing an attachment, but it's not showing
Just
me
this tall
any
black mass
attachments.
slowly slinking down to the shrink down to the size of just midway down the telephone pole or the light pole. The light pole is maybe about 15 feet high. It comes down to half its height already at standing. So for it to shrink back down, and then it looked almost like this giant wolf. I can't describe exactly how it looks, other than it was black. It was very rugged.
And Erica's third contact simply said, I'm proceeding with the other threat that you mentioned. I'm trying to get you out of the house so I can get another 200 to 290 grand without saying that directly.
So there's nothing as big as that's going to be down there logically. And it was all black and just extremely shaggy looking. It had a lot of...
And remember, the FBI has stated they think it's fucking hilarious that this deed in the house that I've bought over 5 times will indeed be put in my name.
But it was bright. It was like a neon yellow as you're looking at it. And it took me forever to get my
It's
senses
November
to come
2nd,
back and be like,
6:45 p.m.
get out of
PST.
there. We're already in the dark of the night, and this thing is pitch black. So we're watching it, and we are stuck watching this thing move across the street the whole time. We could not break our eyes from it. It literally felt like we were stuck in this loop for eternity. And it was maybe like a 10-second thing. We freaked freaked out. And so once we finally could gather our senses, we ran back to the car and we got out of there as fast as we could. I remember talking to my boyfriend about it, and I was like, did you feel like the need to run? And he was like, yeah, but I couldn't move no matter how hard we tried. Because I tried to turn and I tried to break my head away to turn back and run towards the car, and I couldn't break my body. We darted immediately to the car, no questions asked. Like, it was me and him, and I took off and got there first. And I told his mom, I was like, start the car, we need to go, we're getting out of here now. She's fumbling with the car keys, trying to get the car started. It was like an older minivan, probably like an early 2000s minivan. And we're having so much trouble just getting out of there. And then I remember, like, you already had to slam your foot on the gas to get it to even go. And we were at the bottom of a hill, so we had to come up out of the hill. I took my boyfriend and I was like, do we tell them what happened? What are we going to do? Do we keep this between us? And so we didn't want to freak them out too bad, but we had told them we had just seen something. We didn't tell them exactly what it was, just that we had watched something come out of the bushes and go back. It was something dark. It was just so terrifying. Like, my whole body broke out in chills. I was crying by the end of us getting in the car. Like, we were just so relieved to finally be away from it. I know you don't mess with that kind of stuff. Like, you don't anger them. If you want to get answers, you have to be respectful. Like, you're talking to a friend. You have to be very nice, and especially to get the information you want. And he just went in there and just went crazy. And I guess it was just because we were so frustrated with how the night was going. We weren't getting anything at all. Showed half of criminal violence tested had unacceptable levels of heavy metals, ICAP, letter of green, and fiber of bridgewood. When I was 4 months pregnant, I couldn't feel I could trust. So here they are. Ours is new traceable, third-party tested for heavy metals and recently earned a purity test and clean label project.
But what a plan, holding a woman hostage after you kidnap her sons. Commit additional frauds, all superseding the 73 plus one lady is looking at 100% conviction for, and that was in August. The FBI is so excited to throw her ass in prison because they are confident, is getting away with nothing, including her use of fourth and fifth parties. But that won't happen until the big sweep, which has been described as a blitz. And because of my big mouth, the FBI won't tell me when that's happening. Just that at the soonest, the day after Thanksgiving, and at the latest, the last day of January.
My boyfriend's mom decided to mess with a Ouija board out there multiple times. I don't know what her experiences were other than very negative, and she still to this day will not open up about it. So this was at least within the following 3 weeks. We were in our apartment, and I noticed a rift form between us after this incident. We were generally in a pretty good place and within our relationship, so there was no reason for fighting that was going on. And just like a lot of arguments over petty things and such. Well, this particular incident was just very out of the blue. Uh, we were in an argument, and then afterwards, my boyfriend decided he was going to go downstairs and go outside to the car. I think he went to go grab something. I don't remember exactly. But I know that I was left alone in the apartment, and I had walked back out of the bedroom. And to the right of my bedroom is the dining room area. And so it's just this long chandelier that hangs over my dining table. But I walked back out, and he had already been out of the house for at least 45 seconds, almost a minute. And I look over, and the chandelier is swinging back and forth. I didn't know what to do. I'm just standing there looking at it, and it's just going nuts. And I walk over, and so I stop it, hold it with my hands, and try to just recenter it. And I'm like, what the heck? And then right before he starts running up the stairs, it starts swinging again. And it's just swinging in my face, and it's going around my head. And so I stop, and I step back, and I'm looking at it, and my boyfriend comes in, and it stops. It stands perfectly still. Nothing after that. So this thing was antagonizing me when he wasn't around. And it was terrifying. That was the only incident within
And some
that
of you
short amount of time.
watching
That
this
it comes to the
may
jury,
wonder what
and
I
it's like
plan
the
on
worst
doing
part.
to the lady who's responsible for 73 plus frauds. Nothing. It's my understanding that I'll be getting money from her insurance, from her assets, and from her employer
About a month or two
without doing a
after
thing.
The first initial incident with the figure. I was home alone. My boyfriend was gone for work, so he was out of town for 2 weeks at a time at that moment. So I was at the apartment by myself, and this was like the beginning of his first week gone. So he hadn't even been gone for like maybe 3 days, and something was already happening. I remember turning off all the lights, and I was getting into bed. I left my blinds cracked, and my blinds being cracked eliminates the room with the moonlight. And so it's not enough to be like a super bright light or anything. It's just enough to illuminate the floor. But with it being white carpet, it reflects very well. When you walk into the room, my bed is on the center wall. The closet is to the left of the bed, and then the bathroom door is to the foot of the bed. And my exit door to the living room is next to the closet door. And I was getting ready for bed, and I climbed in, got comfortable, fell asleep. I started having this dream. And at first, it was very strange because it was like watching a movie, but it was like watching myself sleep. And so I'm pulled into this outer body experience, and I'm
Also,
looking down at myself. I
home run
recognize
of
my
a
bedroom.
statement
It
to
is
make
exactly the same.
that
Completely
the
normal,
postman decided he didn't want to pay me
real time.
$5,000
And I'm watching
today.
myself asleep on my bed and tucked under the covers.
Because there was no knock
As I pan
today.
around the room, I noticed this dark black figure, kind of misty, standing in the doorway of the bathroom. It has yellow eyes, but no body. So it has no definitive body other than just the eyes. And the eyes are the most terrifying part. And I'm looking at just the wispiness of it. It's very slinky, very curvy, and no form. Just very blob-like. And so I'm watching it, and then it finally materializes into an actual figure of a man. I can see in the dream the figure just form itself. I'm immediately frozen. I'm like, I know who this is. I know exactly what this is. This is that thing that followed me home. I watch it slowly mystify again at the feet. Although it starts from bottom and then heads up to the top. So it slowly starts to mist again and evaporate. And then it comes down and dives down towards the floor. It's following the shadows of the room because it won't come near where the moonlight is coming in. And it wouldn't be able to touch anything within the light. As I'm watching it move around the room, I look and it's slowly just curving past my bed. And it's very long, like it's like watching a snake slither around the room. And I'm watching it slowly creep up the bed, and it finally starts moving towards the sheets of my bed, and a mist is just floating above my head. I immediately wake up, and the mist is covering my eyes. It's pitch black. I don't see the moonlight. and then the figure starts to wisp around me, and it floats off and just disappears. Like the whole mist evaporates everything. Like my face felt cold. I felt sick to my stomach. I immediately sat up in the bed freaking out, and I looked at my clock, and it's 3:33 in the morning. And I freaked out. I'm like crying at this point, just tears. Like I'm not even upset or anything. I don't know what's going on. I'm still trying to grasp everything that's happened, and I just have tears rolling down my face. It's terrifying. I'm shivering, shaking, everything. And everything in me told me that thing physically was there. And that was not a dream. I was actually watching it happen in real time while asleep. I shot him out of bed. I looked at the clock. It's 3:33. And my boyfriend's mom had texted me, and she was like, "Hey, I have a bad feeling. Are you okay?" And I was like, "No way." I'm like, "There's no way." She immediately sent that. It was probably a minute before I had woken up. So it was 3:32 a.m. on the text message. And when I had woken up, it was 3:33. She's just, "Hey, like, I have a bad feeling. Are you okay? What's going on?" I just called her, and I was like, "Something has happened. I'm coming over, and like I cannot stay here by myself." I said, "I will be staying with you until my boyfriend gets home. I am not staying here alone." But I had to just grab all of my stuff. I grabbed all my clothes, like everything I need for work for the next week, and just booked it over to her home and stayed with her and her husband. I couldn't sleep for weeks. Like I was having
And on that
nightmares
note,
about it.
it's
It was becoming
6:57
something
p.m.
serious. I
PST,
was
November
terrified.
2nd. I'm going to end
But
this
I
live
realized,
stream in
like,
a
the
moment
more
here and
fear
start a
that
new
you
one.
feed, the stronger it
I'll tell you the
gets.
exact time when I
Just
go to
because
end
I
it,
could just feel
but
the
about a
energy keep
minute.
growing and the animosity built, but nothing else happened. Like it never came. It just built and built, but it never snapped or anything. I really think something had attached either to myself or to my boyfriend and didn't like the fact that I was either there, like in the comfort of my own home, or it just wanted to actually terrify me to the point of wanting to leave my home.
Okay, it
But
is
it was something
6:58
malicious. It was
p.m.
very
PST,
evil.
November
Like
2nd,
it was
2024.
not.
I'm ending this
I
live
wouldn't
stream
wish
and
that
immediately
fear on my worst
initiating
enemy.
another, which should kick off in 60 seconds. If there's a longer delay, it's
My
because of the
boyfriend and I had
federal
been living
felons
with his
upstairs, and
mom
my
for a
door will remain
little bit at a
closed and I
time,
will remain
and we were
silent
staying there for
until
a
it's
few weeks or
initiated.
so. And I
And they'll
remember
be getting
he
additional
wanted to go
witness
outside
tampering and
to
obstruction
go
of
sit and
justice and
smoke
evidence
cigarettes.
tampering
So I
charges
just went out
added to
there
their
and sat with him.
indictments,
It was
some
like
of which include
midnight.
over
We
100
were
of
getting ready
those
for bed and
count
everything.
wise
So
already.
we were sitting on the porch, and there's just a clear view to the street.